All right. This is the E3 the E3 after party. We had a pre-game show, and now we have the E3 after party. And what I have to say before we get into the gaming, I just have something to say that is serious and deals with the real world. And I know I said my channel is about video games and pop culture. I don't try to get serious, but this needs to be said. Earlier this week in South Carolina, a very racist young man went to a church and shot 9 people and killed them. And that's a horrific tragedy. Our hearts go out to those people. You know, arguing about video games and getting mad at corporations at making money and starting petitions over games is kind of a petty and fickle thing in the light of real world issues where people are getting killed because of racism and things of that nature. So before anyone gets all on their high horse about a video game, think about put what you're mad about in perspective in regards to what's happening in the real world. Okay, now that's out the way. now that we've dropped that bomb on you, a little bit of seriousness. And to anyone who may troll this video and write something hateful in the comment section, just so you know, we're using college rules. You can attack my ideas or that of the panels. Say, you don't know what you're talking about. Give us reasons why that actually are factually backed up, and we might, have a dialogue with you. But if you're just trolling, you will be banned and flagged. Okay, then. We'll go into introductions first from my left to my right. So we'll begin with a newcomer to the podcast, John Lucas. Go, sir. Give your introduction.
Finally, The Rock has come to Mr. Red Fox. And The Rock says this, that whether you like it, this piece of trash over here likes it, this big fat fanboy over here likes it. The Rock guarantees that the Wii U will be the best damn video game console there ever was if you smell out what The Rock is cooking.
And that's the bottom line. So with that being said, we move over to Kenoshi Abamanito.
Kenoshi, yeah.
Yeah, he's moved his name. He's changed his name. He used to be. He's the artist formerly known as RJ, but now he's Kenichi Abamanito.
Kenoshi Abamanito. Yeah,
Abamanito, yes. So he will introduce himself.
Yeah, my name. Yeah, I decided to go under the pseudonym Kenoshi Abamanito. Something I've been wanting to do for a while, but I've been too lazy to do it because I don't know, for some reason Google likes to use your real name. But in any case, glad to be on the podcast. I don't have a spectacular introduction, so let's get started.
All right, and we move next to Mr. KHAnimeG.
This is KHAnimeG here. Remember that I usually say in every podcast, keep calm and game on. Have we, after this E3, have we lost what a gamer is about? It's someone that plays video games as a hobby. Remember that. No, we should not be in this identity crisis and about being a gamer. Just play video games. Everything else should be for the corporations. Remember.
What are you talking about, dude? I play games in order to impress people. So next, we move on to TripleM, who may or may not be here because he's busy taking care, listening to the second boss, the Chow, the stomach for looking for the Chow. Are you there, TripleM?
No, I'm here. This is TripleM, the lone wolf in Fonts for Games. That pops out in my artworks. Having a bit of a snack right now, and well, after this week of I could just say bombshell. No, not bombshell. Nucleus that were launched, and I don't mean in a good way. There are times I ask myself, even though I joke around saying, having this joke about the "I'm not a gamer" thing and this whole thing,
Mm-hmm.
but I might as well have to say that I'm not even a Nintendo fan because of all the salty tears that's been happening. But hey, I digress.
Yeah, the community's
Well,
divided now, sadly.
I guess it leads to me. Before I introduce myself, I just want to let you guys know that we have other people who might drop in, drop out as the podcast goes on. So without further ado, I will introduce myself. It is I, Mr. Red Fox. I haven't taken any BS since 1991. I was 5 years old then, and that's when I got Link to the Past for my SNES, and that was when the world opened up for me. That being said, it's time to get down to it. Now, I'm just gonna tell you the general format. We're going to go in the order of the press conferences / events. So we're going to begin with Microsoft, go to Sony, go to Nintendo. Now, when talking about Nintendo, the NWC might come in. I know that happened earlier in the week, but I mean it's under Nintendo, so we'll give it to that. Then after that, we'll get to third parties. So that will include whatever Bethesda did, even though their stuff happened on Sunday. So without further ado, let's start with Microsoft. Thoughts on their E3?
Who wants to start it off? I can start it off.
Okay then, go, sir.
Hold on. Let me start it off.
Okay.
Small bit. Then John Lucas can go. During that Microsoft conference, I was actually intrigued of what was going on. And then afterwards, when it finished, my intriguedness fell in a much more deeper disappointment than even other conference, with few exceptions. But as we go along in here, I will say my stuff. We go to at least some specific games. But now onwards, on to John Lucas.
Go ahead, John Lucas.
Thank you. I was not surprised that Microsoft was going to bring a stronger showing this E3, and I'm going to tell you why. I never had a one-on-one to break this down, but I'm going to try to get it up as fast as I can. It's about the hierarchy of the markets. The video game market started in America in 1972. Was run by the Americans at number one, and Japan was following the Americans, and Europe followed Americans too at number 3. So it was America number 1, Japan number 2, Europe number 3. After the 1983 crash, the order changed. There was one company they called Nintendo who came in here and brought order to the Wild West. And ever since that time, and it has not changed even to today, the order of the markets is Japan, America, and Europe. 1, 2, 3. Here's the reason why you have to know this. If you don't win Japan, if you don't win the Japanese market, you don't win the world market, and it's never changed. The NES won the world. The NES won Japan. The NES won the world. The Game Boy won Japan. The Game Boy won the world. Super Nintendo won Japan. Super Nintendo won the world. PlayStation 1 won Japan. PlayStation 1 won the world. PlayStation 2 won Japan. PlayStation 2 won the world. DS, Game Boy Advance won Japan. Game Boy Advance won the world. DS won Japan. DS won the world. Wii won Japan. Wii won the world. 3DS is winning Japan. 3DS is winning the world. That has never changed. The root of that is because Nintendo is the king of the console. Nintendo is the king of the Japanese market. So, in that sense, Sony's been distracted by Microsoft. Microsoft is trying to reverse that polarity. Microsoft is trying to turn this back to a Western-led market. And they've been dragging Sony along for the ride. Sony's actually a victim. Everybody thinks Sony's running this thing. Microsoft is running Sony. And so Sony, with the PS1 and the PS2, the libraries were a good mix of Western gaming and Eastern gaming, Japanese and American European gaming. By the time
You also have to take into account that Japan is more focused on mobile than they are on consoles.
But that's after the fact, though. I'll get to that later. But the reason is, with the PS3 and the PS4, you see Sony being more Western focused over Eastern focused. So they're catering. That's why they launched first over here. That's why the PS4 was selling everywhere good except Japan. So Microsoft, they can't win the world. It's not going to happen this generation. But for the number 2 spot, whoever gets the power in America will win that race. And PS4 is putting the pressure on America. So the fact that they're putting the squeeze on Microsoft does not get America. They have nothing. Without America, the 3rd most populated country in the world, you're not going anywhere. So they never get Japan. They're only so-so in Europe. They have to come strong in 2015, and that's exactly what they did at E3. Now, I thought they were going to be a little more aggressive with getting like third-party time exclusive kind of things, but they showed a lot of exclusives. They show a lot of exclusives. They finally got Rare doing something. Rare's actually working right now. So
I'll let you continue. I'll talk about that in a little bit.
Okay. I mean, I'm throwing them a bone. But the thing is, they came with a more solid, well-rounded show, and they're attacking Sony on a weakness. When they said backward compatibility, even though it's a pseudo backward compatibility, it's not. Wii U already had it, been there, done that. But you come up with some kind of way of getting the backward compatibility in your system that attacks PS Now. When you say Fallout has mods, that's the PC market coming on Xbox. PC market is Microsoft's market still. Valve tried to leave with the Steam machine, but they found out you can't leave Windows. You can't leave Windows on the PC. So the bottom line is Microsoft has shown their cards this year. It's going to get stronger by the time we get to the next E3. I was not surprised at all with the developments I saw from Microsoft, and it's only going to get worse as time goes on. Microsoft is going to start the war of attrition between them and Sony, and as part of Nintendo's plan for the ultimate generation. Microsoft is a pawn of Nintendo's plan, but they're going to be very destructive towards Sony. The reason why, Microsoft has the money, but they don't have the markets. Sony has the markets, but they don't have the money. But in the real world, money talks and BS walks. You'll see what happens this generation. That's all I got to say.
Okay then. Who wants to go next?
All right, let me go next.
All right.
Okay. I'm going to at least go from game to game that, or just say section to section that they did. And anyone else could jump in when I mention some specific game. But all right. Microsoft started with Halo 5 Guardians. Now I'm going to give them prop for bringing at least two actors up in the forefront, which Mike Coulter, who plays as House on Telly Primetime in the U.S. and no, not Mike Coulter. I meant Nathan Fillion and Mike Coulter. I will say this: it's not a CGI trailer. No, this was in game, so I'll actually give Microsoft props for that. Then we have then they got a game that is by Keiji Inafune and the makers of Metroid Prime, which is Recore, and it's CGI. And you know that I am not very thrilled when you release a CGI trailer for a game, but I will say, since this is the not announcement, first reveal of this game, I'm going to let it slide, but it's still a freaking CGI trailer. Then we have
it doesn't exist. If it's a CGI trailer, rule number 1 in E3, it doesn't exist.
Yep.
Well, like it hasn't even started development yet, but yeah. But I will say I am very intrigued of the concept that it's showing. So I'm just hoping that when they do release in-game footage of this game, that the concept is still there, and it's actually executed in a good way. Thoughts, anyone, about Halo 5 Guardians and this recore?
Another Halo game? I don't know. Just I played Halo 3. That was the only one I played, and pretty much after that, I just don't really care. I mean, it looks okay, but it's just another shooter.
Yeah, that's how I feel. I mean, after Bungie left, after Bungie and Halo went separate ways, it's like
the magic is gone.
Yeah.
Here's how I feel about Halo. For me, Halo ended with Halo 3. That was the end of that trilogy. Halo 4, if they were going to make a Halo 4, they should have had a new protagonist. Because at this point, like, Master Chief is a great mascot, but unless you have stellar writing and a really good development house, it's really hard to paint yourself out of the corner. They paint themselves in Halo 3. For me, Halo 4 is a weak entrant in the series, even weaker than ODST. Okay, and ODST was weak. Okay, but so I mean, at this point, Halo 5, I'm like, it looked very Metroid Prime-esque. You know, it was like, I was like, am I looking at Metroid Prime? Except, basically, okay, for people who said they don't like Metroid Prime Federation Force, just, okay, erase that from your mind, go play Halo 5, that's Metroid Prime Federation Force as you really want it to be. You're the Marines in power armor shooting aliens. It's Metroid Prime Federation Force on the Xbox One. Okay, that's Halo 5. Enough about that.
You know,
let's move on. And Recore, it was a CGI trailer. I can't trust a CGI trailer.
Right. The interesting thought about the this Halo ODST, I actually didn't mind that they wanted to expand the universe. The universe. It's just that execution-wise, yes, that was not so good. But anyway, moving on. Now, after those two announcements, we have Phil Spencer with his. I really can't get over that smug of a smile that he has, but hey, it looks good at him. But anyway, this is the time that he actually announced about the backwards compatibility with 360 games.
And the whole crowd cheered like it was some sort of miraculous miracle.
Yeah.
Even though
we already have it.
that should have been in launch.
Yeah, that should have been in launch.
Yeah.
Let me put it this way. At this point, backwards compatibility, and I know some people are going to get mad at me when I say this because they're like, well, you're just a Nintendo fan. No. If you're going to sell me a console $500 at launch, and I hate this, I'm going to try not to curse too much in this podcast. You darn sure better have backwards compatibility with it. Okay? That should be, again, because here's the thing. The Xbox One, like the Xbox, even if you take into account the 33% failure rate with the Red Ring of Death with the Xbox 360, had an install base of around 80 million. Okay? 80 million. If you even got 10% of that to jump on board to the Xbox One, the numbers would be a lot more even right now.
I can't figure out why they can't. It's just a disc. A disc is a disc.
Well, it's very easy because Don Matrick wanted the Xbox One to be this generation's Wii, and like he wanted to make it into a casual experience. And as we have seen from Don Matrick when he left the Xbox division and became CEO of Zynga, Don Matrick is a terrible CEO.
But
He's not someone.
But the Wii had backwards compatibility. It had
And
games.
the Wii was also cheap. And the Wii was also cheap. But my point is that even with all of that, you would have gotten a certain amount of people who would have gotten that console because it had backwards compatibility. For example, if the Wii U was backwards compatible with the GameCube, the Wii and with the GameCube and the Wii, they charge $400 for it, I would have bought it because I'm like, well, I don't have to keep my GameCube around. Because for the thing about me is that as someone who has a lot of retro systems, whenever they say backward compatibility, I'm happy because I don't like keeping a whole bunch of stuff around just to play 1 or 2 games. Because at the end of the day, you're really going to use your retro consoles to play 1 or 2 games. I mean, yeah, you have a huge library, but really, I mostly play Chrono Trigger because a lot of stuff I can play on my Wii through the Virtual Console.
Yeah, that's true.
Here's the thing. Sorry, go on, John Lucas.
No, I'm just agreeing.
Oh, right, because this is where my my happiness kind of fell to a bit of a disappointment, because I was actually excited that finally Xbox One actually have backwards compatibility, even though that they said in the beginning they thought that wouldn't be the case. But here it is. Now, I'm not sure, but I guess because of my excitement when I heard it will also be compatible with physical disc, 360 disc. I didn't realize, or I did not listen that it was just 360 games, because in my mind I thought that it was going all the way to the original Xbox as well, but that was my mistake. But then but then someone else pointed out to me that the way how you actually can play those physical discs is that in order to actually play the physical disc, you also need that. It also needs to be downloaded, or the game itself has to be downloaded digitally on the
Hard drive.
Xbox One. Yes.
So basically, the Xbox One is emulating the Xbox 360. It's not actually playing it natively. Which Phil Spencer went up there and lied to people in their face. It can be played natively. No, it can't.
It's a pseudo backward compatibility. That's why I said pseudo in my first thing, because it's like a form of it. It's basically at least you can put the disc in there, but it's not really reading from the disc. It's basically making a copy and then spitting it back out. That's what it's doing.
And guess what?
You're lying to my face. Thank you.
Sony could have backwards compatibility as well. They could say, for those who actually own these games, you can put your games in, and we won't charge you for PlayStation Now. But they're not going to do that. As long as you have the disc, you can stream that game to our service from our service. But they're not going to do that.
But
Go ahead.
But here's the thing. I'll even go further, because when I heard that that's how it's going to work, I also had in my mind, then wait a minute, if this is going to be implemented like this, then think of all the licensing issues that you need to do or have, and also when it comes to third-party games, which Microsoft really doesn't have under their belt completely. So
Not yet. Yeah,
so it's even much more limited than I initially thought.
That's probably why they won't go. That's probably why they won't go all the way back to the original Xbox either, because of that issue you talked about.
Now, there is one thing I have to say about Microsoft's money.
Oh, goodness.
If Steve Ballmer was still CEO, I would say, well, they have a blank check to do all this. But like you're talking about a division that has not made money since the original Xbox. Like, they haven't made money on the Xbox division since it's been created. They've made zero money on it. What they've claimed as profit was basically, well, we have these patents with Android, which is BS. It's like me saying, well, there's a guy who comes into my establishment and he sells bootleg records and gives me a 10% cut, and I make money off of that 10% cut. Like that. I mean, that's not profit. That's because it's not the endeavors of your work. It's someone else's work. They claim they made profit off of it, but not really. And so the rest of the company is keeping this division that's like constantly like sucking up money afloat. Because and here's what people think. People think that, you know, at the end of the day, all the revenue that you make is equal to that. But within a company, if you have a division that's sucking up money, that's bringing down your bottom line. Like it hurts the entire thing.
The word you're looking for, Mr. Red Fox, is called subsidize.
Yeah, they're basically the rest of the company is keeping the Xbox division afloat. And Ballmer, because Ballmer was basically like, I mean, I keep on telling people this. Microsoft and E3 is Microsoft and Sony's playground where they can basically have this big contest to see who is the biggest and the baddest. And it hurts the industry. But basically for years, Steve Ballmer would just write them a blank check. Do what you got to do. Do what you got to do. The new CEO can't go to his shareholders and the people on the board and say, oh, give me a blank check so I can give this division that's been sucking up money for years and years and years to do what they need to do.
They gotta get smarter, keeping the budget. That's what you're saying.
they gotta produce. They gotta produce, which is why they did what they. I mean, they're like, well, they just wrote they basically like okay for a software company to release a patch for the Xbox One OS that enables it a patch in a program that enables it to emulate the Xbox 360. It's nothing for a software company, which is what Microsoft is. It's a software company. I mean, they should have been that should have been their day one. But my point is that like this is something that should have been their day one, and they didn't do it. And they don't have the money. Like basically, what Microsoft is going to have to do is sweeten the pot in some way, shape, or form for backwards compatibility for these third parties. So they might have to say, hey, you can they might have to charge people a little bit of money. Like you can get some money off of this backwards compatibility. It's not going to be as simple as people think it's going to be because I mean, I don't trust Microsoft. I've never trusted Microsoft.
There's another wrinkle on this situation, Mr. Red Fox. I'm not trying to cut everybody off. I know I'm getting excited here, but it's going to be a crisis coming up pretty soon in the next couple of years. We already seen GameStop talk about it when they asked Xbox and PlayStation to dropping the price of their consoles so they can get rid of this backstock in their shelf. With the new consoles, nobody's going to buy the PS3 or Xbox 360 versions as much, but this stuff is still on the shelf. These retailers are stuck with a bunch of stock, and without backward compatibility, they can't move this stuff. The Wii and the 3DS, Wii U and the 3DS has a natural melding line.
Backwards compatibility, yeah.
Yeah. The DS stuff on the shelf will eventually be sold because it all works on the new systems. When the PS4 and Xbox One fully supersede the 7th generation, what are we going to do with all this PS3 and 360 stuff? Those games don't sell evergreen. They are like first month sales. After they get old, they stay there for years and years and years and take up a lot of space. What are we going to do with all this stuff? So backward compatibility is tricky. Microsoft's trying to find a way around it. Even though it's as imperfect as it may be, it's still better than what Sony's going to do, at least so far anyway. So they got to address this because all that. Look at it. You go to your Best Buy, your Walmarts, your Targets, or whatever, and look at the shelf and see how much of that Xbox old stuff is up there. It's really getting to be a problem.
Right.
But continue, TripleM.
Right. Now, after that first reality that bit me, we gone with Todd Howard coming out and basically showing off Fallout 4, which, okay, on my perspective, I did not see the conference for the PC games.
That was bad. Don't waste your time with it. It was awful.
Yeah.
Are you serious? You mean
the PC conference was awful. It was terrible. Like,
well, here's what it was. Here was the problem with the PC conference, and I'm gonna keep it succinct, so that we can continue on with your thing, just because so that everyone can get their point in. It was basically AMD sponsored it. So basically every 10, 15, 20 minutes they had to cart out AMD and give AMD a pat on the back. Oh, AMD gave us money for this PC gamer show. Ooh. And it basically it turned into a big they broke their arms patting AMD on the back. And I mean and they showed very little gameplay. And what the gameplay they did show was a lot of stuff that's already coming. Like, we know it's going to be on PC. It's built on a PC. All they have to do is downport it to normal specs and put it on a PC. So, yeah, don't get me started. Don't get me started.
And they didn't do anything to entice console gamers to switch to PC. They didn't. It seems like they didn't even try. It was just so bad. It was so long. It was so freaking long. It was awful.
How long was it?
It's like 2 hours. It was ridiculous.
4 hours.
2 hours.
I thought you were about to say a joke. How long was it? It was so long. No, like a mama joke. But yeah, it was. I mean, like, here's the thing. PC gaming, like people were saying that PC gaming needs to be at E3, and I hate to say this, but it doesn't, because PC gaming has 2 conferences that are totally all about PC gaming. GDC is really dominated by PC gaming, and I think there's another one in Germany, like another games conference in Europe someplace that's really heavily PC. What? Yeah, Gamescom. That's PC dominated. We don't need. I mean, look. Can console gaming have something that's just ours? And I have a gaming PC. I understand, but still, I mean, look. If you can't bring your A game, don't come to the party.
So you mean for me personally, the one thing that I thought that was really good, and to you guys was not good. It's not even the reveal of Doom 4. That wasn't even exciting, even though it was practically CGI. But
no, it wasn't. I don't.
It was already seen in Bethesda conference. That's the
it was running on a really high-end PC. But I thought it kind of looked like a Halo mix between Gears of War and what's with all these long cutscenes? That's just kind of weird too.
Because you don't have to program. You can just have you can just lead the player where you want them to go. I thought they also stole a little something from Metroid Prime, because you noticed that your little Space Marine had a double jump Metroid Prime style. I was like, you guys are playing a lot of Metroid Prime.
I thought Doom always had the double jump, at least in Doom 2, or was it 3?
No.
I haven't played one since in years. So.
No. Doom traditionally had a very kind of archaic, almost tank-like controls, and that was part of what made it have its own character. It had its own weight to it. Everything had a weight to it, and that's what was awesome about it, was that you were this dude, on Mars fighting demons, and it had a really cool theme song for the first level. It was I put that on. It's really awesome. But look, Doom 4 doesn't really look like Doom to me. It's too well lit. Doom is dark and gritty. Doom is like a back alley in New York City with a large rat in the corner, and the lights are out, and it's dark, and you hear something moving in the trash can, and you don't know what it is, and there's a smell that just makes you want to puke. That's Doom. I don't know what Doom 4 is, but it's not Doom.
It's copy and paste.
It's too heavily influenced by modern shooters instead of refining old classic shooters.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's not Doom. Yeah. It doesn't feel like Doom. I'm sorry.
So like that Doom movie, I guess, right?
Oh, don't. No. I like The Rock, but that movie was just. I'm sorry. Let's continue on. TripleMMM, I'm sorry. I interrupted you. I'm sorry. Mea culpa, mea maxima culpa. Go ahead, sir.
I was actually expecting it, because reason why I asked this, because I wanted to get a little insight of what happened in that conference, since I didn't actually see it myself, or at least little bits of it. Like, yeah. Moving on, and then just afterwards, about the backwards compatibility thing, is when they actually showed the Xbox Elite wireless controller, and to be honest, I really thought that was actually nifty.
Yeah, it's $150.
Yeah, I was cool with it till I saw the price, and I was like, I was like that guy from Spider-Man, the guy who played J. Jonah Jameson. He's like, what? You're serious?
Going back to Going back to Bethesda real quick, can anybody explain to me why they get so much praise when their games come out nearly broken?
And they rely on the community to fix them.
Yeah.
And to test and fix them.
Because they overhype stuff. That's all it is.
No, it's because Bethesda is a Western developer, and this industry has a bias against Japanese developers. They've had it ever since Nintendo basically brought the industry back. Because, I mean, and fairly, well, I mean, here's the thing. I can see it from both views, because Nintendo for the longest time had their ass on their shoulders about Japanese developers. And they kind of earned it because Japanese developers were outperforming Western developers, because Western developers were the ones who were putting out garbage on the Atari and the Intellivision that caused the 80s crash. I mean, it was like, you guys are the ones who caused it. I mean, and we made because here's the thing, even some of the worst NES games kind of crapped on a lot of the Atari games, even the good ones.
Yeah.
So it was
Bad Street Brawler.
Yeah, I mean, even bad ones on the NES were like, we're better than you. And it took a while for, eventually, a lot of the Western developers began to catch up towards the mid-90s, towards the early to mid-90s. They began to catch up, like Activision and company and Acclaim and Midway and companies like that. But it took a while, and some of them never did. I mean, but you still find some of the best developers still are Japanese. I mean, I hate to break this to you, but I mean, some of the best developers still are, like some of the best RPG developers, Japanese. Some of the best platform developers, Japanese. Some of the best adventure games still are Japanese. Now that is to be now, and here's the thing: there are some. I mean, don't get it twisted. There are some damn good Western developers. The people who created King's Quest and Police Quest. Those guys, very talented. Sid Meier, very talented. Will Wright, very talented. Richard Garriott, Lord British. This is the dude who helped create the RPG genre. The modern RPG genre, as we know it on PC and console, Richard Garriott really helps get that started. And the people who did Wizardry. There are.
Don't forget Another World.
Oh yes, Another World with Luc Besson. I think that was his name, Luc Besson. Basically, I mean, Western developers really did help sow the seeds for this industry becoming what it is today, but the torch got stolen by the Japanese in a lot of respects, and the Western industry does not like that. So, you know, they hype up certain companies. And here's the thing, I'm saying as someone who loves Elder Scrolls games, but even I know that Bethesda makes some of the most buggiest, incomplete games on the planet. I mean, they are... Oh God, they are really bad.
You also got to think about how a lot of these gamers now, you know, especially it started around 7th generation with all the high definition graphics, this and that. A lot of people that I know that play Fallout didn't play Fallout until it was on 360
Fallout
PS3.
3. Yeah, until it was a console game. And here's the thing, I'm old school Fallout fan. I remember playing Fallout 1 and Fallout 2 on the PC. And Fallout Tactics on the PC. Like, I'm old school Fallout fan. I'm not one of these people, oh, well, it's on a console now, so now I'll play it.
Yeah,
the only way I'll ever play Oblivion or Skyrim if they implement the same kind of combat system as Reckoning.
Yeah, because Reckoning of all of the open world RPGs I've played, Reckoning had the best combat system I've played. And my God, why aren't people stealing that? Steal it!
Yes,
Steal that combat system!
For God's sake!
Steal it! I'm always mad at people stealing stuff from Nintendo and Sony. I mean, well, just Nintendo. But steal Kingdoms of Amalur Reckoning combat system. It's really good. It's so visceral. Please steal it. But I'm sorry. I keep on cutting you off, TripleMMM. Sorry. I'm gonna let you continue. Then we'll move on to someone else.
Right. I just want to recorrect myself. Actually, it was the backward compatibility. Then Mike Ybarra showing off Mass Effect, which I don't know why they had to do that. Then it was the Xbox Elite Wireless Controller. Then Todd Howard came with the Fallout 4. But this is the thing that struck me a bit odd at first. When they said the Fallout 3 is included with 4, which is an Xbox One exclusive offer. And I'm like, okay, so you guys basically shafted. If this comes on the PS4, then the PS4 owners are going to get shafted. But I'll carry on. But and then they said that they were going to bring mods from PC to the Xbox One version. Again, maybe the PS4 owners ain't going to get that. Which now this whole this mod community thing was on PC only before this announcement. So now I'm starting to thinking, okay, it seems like the whole PC master race that got its own thing that one-ups the console. Now the console version actually gets one of the one-ups that the master race keeps hyping about. So yay, nay.
That's part of what I was talking about the war of attrition. The same thing that that Mr. Red Fox talked about earlier about this grudge. This grudge is real. It goes back to '85 when Nintendo took over this business, and still runs this business, by the way. Microsoft is trying to re-westernize the video game market and turn the capital back to America. And Microsoft runs the PC market. They're the king of the PC master race. They're the master of the master race, but like that. So they're leverage Xbox. The whole here we go. I'm gonna bring this down right here. A lot of people don't even know what Xbox exists. The Xbox entire existence. I know you know, and I know you know Red Fox.
Yeah, me and Red Fox were on this thing as well.
Look, the Xbox One. I hate to break you down, John, but I want TripleM to finish his thing. The Xbox exists so that because basically Microsoft wanted a back door. Well, two reasons. First, they wanted a back door into people's living rooms in order to get more people on the Windows OS. It's all about their OS. Because look, like Nintendo wants. Like, it's the reason why Nintendo hypes up the 3DS. That is their main money. Their handhelds are their main moneymaker. They're cheap to make, cheap to program for, and they make tons of profit. Okay? Well, the OS for Windows, they have a monopoly on it. It's like 85% of the PCs in the world run Windows or some derivative of Windows, or have a component that is based off of Windows or something that Microsoft holds the patent for. That is their moneymaker.
Yeah, I'm gonna get deeper on that. You're right. I'm gonna tell you even deeper what this means, because the key to getting them on that Windows OS is this program called DirectX. The code name for DirectX. This has been out here, but nobody really talks about it. The code name of DirectX is called the Manhattan Project. The Manhattan Project is also the name of the atomic bomb from World War II. That similarity is not an accident. They created DirectX. Then they said we need to create a DirectX box or Xbox to bring the DirectX to the world. And here we go with the code name for that was called Project Midway, which mirrors the thing called the Battle of Midway of 1942, when the Americans turned the tide of the World War II against the Japanese in the Pacific Theater. These are all that's why it doesn't sell in Japan, guys. Xbox is about, and that's why it's glowing green. It's supposed to be glowing radiation. Alex St. John was one of the three guys of the DirectX team. He spelled this out on a video with Shaq News in 2007. The PC, the Western market, the PC market wants to bomb the Japanese influence. That's exactly what it means. And that's exactly why you have not. That's why I told you that they're trying to re-Americanize to the Xbox One. When they said mods on the Fallout 4, it's the war of attrition. Sony's going to get eat up in this generation. Sony is not safe. Everybody thinks Sony's going to run this generation. They're dead when Microsoft gets started.
And here's the thing. Look at, go to Japan, go to China. Microsoft's like, we're going to release the Xbox One in China. It's going to really sell. It bombed in China. It bombed in Japan. Want to know why? Because Asian people look at the Xbox, and it's very Americanized. It's very, I'm saying this as someone who grew up on Japanese consoles. The Xbox One is not even, it doesn't even feel like a console. It doesn't look like a console. It doesn't even say, wow, this is something I can surreptitiously put on the side of my TV. And no one's going to be like, oh, well, it's very ostentatious. It's loud. It's there. It has a presence.
And right, what little I know about Japan, their living spaces are very small. They're very conservative about how they live. So having a big fat black box in the middle of the room just
It sucks power. It sucks power like a pig eats slop. Okay, like literally. And here's the thing: in Japan, they charge you by the watt, not by how long you use the watts. Not how they charge you, but literally by the watt. So if you have a lot of power appliances that use a lot of juice, it is expensive as you know what. Okay. So yeah, like people are like, I can't believe the Xbox bombed in Japan. I would have been surprised had it sold well. I mean, I'm not surprised it bombed.
I'm surprised it even released in Japan, to tell you the truth. And here's what gets me about Japan developers. It's like, why in the world are they developing for Xbox One, knowing good well nobody's going to buy those games? Like
because Microsoft wrote them a check.
Penetrate the American market.
Because Microsoft wrote them a check.
Well, that's one. But two, there was also almost a general consensus that since the Xbox is American-made console, they thought that they would have, the Japanese developers thought that they would have a much easier penetration for the American market.
Yeah, it's the westernization. Like I said, it's basically Microsoft has transformed Sony. Sony is not the same Sony they were when they first joined this business.
Sadly.
And the Japanese developers, the Japanese developers are still in rebellion against Nintendo, and that's why they've crumbled, because they've been trying to separate from Japan, trying to you can sell to the West, but you must be yourself. We don't mind the J-pop, we don't mind the Tanuki and all the Japanese influence, all your culture. When you see Kitsune and Tanuki on the top of the tower in Splatoon, we know you're being yourself. You can't try to be Bomberman. You can't be Bomberman Zero.
I mean, look at Square Enix, right? They stopped. They have just deliberately, especially the SquareSoft portion of Square Enix, deliberately have gone out of their way to be very westernized, right? Their games went from being turn-based to real-time action, open. Like, instead of crafting a rich, deep story that's easy to follow with likable protagonists, they try to go with what's edgy and in, like a Western company. And those games bombed.
And they bought at least 2 American companies.
Yeah, they bought 2 American companies to get that American market. And the thing is like, like people liked Square Enix when it was Japanese. Give us Final Fantasy. I'm not turned off by turn-based combat. Yes, it's a niche. Yes, those types of RPGs are niche, but that was a huge niche and it made you a lot of money. So why throw that away for a maybe of a larger market?
Call of Duty 4. That's all I have to say. When Call of Duty 4 took the world by storm, people wanted to jump on that bandwagon.
So much.
It's not just that either, but remember when KG Inafune said that Japan needs to learn from overseas developers, and that interview is like, ugh.
Yeah, I
was mad at Capcom when KG Inafune left, but seeing some of the things he's been doing since he left Capcom, I'm like, maybe they fired him. And maybe they had a good reason to fire KG Inafune, because some of the stuff he's been doing is real shady.
Yeah, I don't trust Mighty Number 9. I don't understand why people give that game such praise. Some of the things that surrounding that game, like,
it's real shady. It's just real shady. That's all I'm gonna say.
Just like Koji Igarashi, the same ordeal. It's like, why is it that for a 2D side-scrolling game you need Unreal Engine 4? I'm like, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of because Unreal, like I said, Unreal is based around it's really good for 3D gaming. Like, it's designed for 3D gaming. It did well for Gears of War 1, Gears of War 2, Gears of War 3, Gears of War Judgment, whatever it was called. Like, it's designed for those types of games. It was used for a lot of open world 3D open space games because it's built for that type of world. It's not really good for 2D games.
Couldn't you build it with Unity? Unity's much cheaper, isn't it?
Unity is relatively
I was asking
free.
that myself too.
But it's Koji. We sometimes these companies do things and we get mad about it, but maybe there's a reason they had Koji Igarashi in a corner making mobile games.
Maybe.
Who knows? I mean, 'cause I find Bloodstained just completely shady. It's like, this whole Unreal Engine 4 thing is just like,
It's very shady. Yes, it is very shady. But I'm sorry, I keep on cutting off Triple M. Triple M, go ahead.
Well, now, yeah, if we all said our own, if we all digress on what we've said, now we're going to move on to the next part that was coming in, which they bring in Peter Dang Moore from EA.
Do we have to go over this? Can we just say it was disappointing, to say the least? Because we all heard like 3 people clapping, didn't we?
This disappointing? Oh, I was about to go there because I'm just going to mention the 3 things that they showed. The service, and I'm going to mock them really hard. The service that play first, play more, and play for less. And I'm like, really, EA? I thought that's completely opposite than what you've done in the previous years. That basically made you worst company in America 2 years running. Please, that was like a slap in the face to me. And then we have the EA Access exclusive to Xbox One. So I'm like, oh, wait a minute. So first you jump from Nintendo of the Wii U, say screw that, to Microsoft. But then with Sony, I'm like, so wait, you guys screwed Sony as well? So I don't know what could have happened in the back door, or from those certain years, but
because there's a certain amount of people. Like, here's the thing: it costs EA no money whatsoever to put their crappy old versions of like Madden 2014, NBA Live 2014. It costs nothing for them to put it on the service. It's like 5 or 6 games, like Titanfall. Titanfall has no single-player campaign. It's all based upon it has a co-op multiplayer campaign and co-op and multiplayer campaign. That's all it has. Okay, it has a co-op campaign and then it has the multiplayer. It's a very cheap game for them to make. Microsoft gave them, I want to say like $250 million to make that game. It was cheap for them to make. That is not a $250 million game. Titanfall is not a $250 million game. They made the engine. They're going to use it to put Titanfall 2 on everything under the sun except for Wii U. And they took the money and ran. That's like a $50 million game, and Microsoft was dumb enough to write a check and give it to EA. Enough said.
That's how the whole money hunting thing works. It's going to ultimately sink both Sony and Microsoft if they don't start putting their foot down and doing the Nintendo route of things and being like, no, you're gonna have to live and die by your game.
Kanashi, I don't want to cut you off again. That is
them on this conference.
That's the thing. The thing is, the third party. Here's the thing about Microsoft and Sony. They're not the boss. They're the first parties, but they're not the boss, as it's supposed to be. The third parties run the Microsoft and Sony platform. They boss those platforms, and they're going to destroy themselves. You're exactly right. And that was actually the whole plan with Nintendo. That's why Nintendo launched the Wii U early like that. They knew that they're going to put those boys in that tug of war, and this exclusive here, exclusive there, and this this third party. Because third party is using both of those platforms to sell as one force, so they can get double money. That's how they get those big sales. And so, but they're so ridiculous, and they're so there's so many third parties. They got multiple interests and multiple it's conflicts that's going to come up. They're gonna Atari themselves. That's why the Americans lost the market in the first place, guys. Because they don't know how to run business. They're just wild west. Wild West don't say.
No, I'm not going to say they don't know how to run business. Problem with American parts of this industry is that they earn their money the wrong way. Like there's a right way and a wrong way to do business. Right? Like the right way is the old school way. You make a product, if it's quality, it'll sell. If it's not quality, it bombs, you go out of business. That's the old school right way to do business. Nowadays, even if it's a bad product, if you market it well enough, people will be dumb enough to go and buy it and be okay with it. They're like, I bought a piece of garbage and brag about buying a piece of garbage. Well, they'll patch it to completion later.
That's right.
And you know, like the American industry, like you look at The Witcher, not a bad game. It isn't. It really isn't a bad game. Okay, but the Witcher is literally that game took $35 million to make, $37 million to market. What type of industry is this where you're spending more money to market a game than you did to make it? And here's the thing. I don't mean like, okay, I don't mean it's like Nintendo where you'll spend like, let's say it took $10 million to make that game. You spend $15 million across 3 markets to market it. That's fair, okay? Because you're talking 3 markets. I'm talking about a game that literally only really appeals to maybe 30% of the gaming public. Okay, and of that 30%, maybe a third of that will actually buy it. And you spent $35 million to make it? That is a huge amount of overhead. That is ridiculous.
And that's why the third party have to get their sales in the first day, in the first week, in the first month.
Yeah.
But as you were saying, dude.
Yeah. Well, those are the 2 things that I've mentioned. So now the third and lastly from EA is Plants vs Zombies 2: Garden Warfare, which I'm going to be real on this one. If they only showed the CGI trailer, I would have been pissed. But that wasn't the case. So after that, they showed gameplay trailer, which I gotta give EA a nod, even though I really do hate them at this point. But I gotta give them a nod on that one, at least.
I actually do kind of like Plants vs Zombies: Garden Warfare, but you know, if you just say it's another shooter, then I could understand. But it's sort of an attempt at making a quirky game. But yeah.
Yeah, since the first game came out, I have to give them props to they're actually doing something different, even though the gameplay is basically the same. But yeah, that's the core gameplay of a first-person shooter, so I let them slide on that one.
Mm-hmm.
But then after that whole two-thirds of the part was kind of blah, with just not even a golf clap. It was worse than a golf clap.
Because no one cared. That's why no one cared.
Right. Now, after that one, they showed Forza Motorsport 6, which I don't know why they have to keep doing this, that they have to bring out a souped-up car in a gaming press conference. But I will give him a nod to actually bring out Henry Ford III with Dan Greenwald, which for some reason I felt like their let me just, for the lack of a better word, their interactions with each other was kind of inadequate, but I digress. Now the thing is with Forza Motorsport 6 here. Oh, we're having feedback. Is that coming from me?
Yeah. I think.
Well, anyway, try to fix this as I go along. Let's see, where was it? Oh yes. When they showed Motorsport 6, Forza Motorsport 6. Now, if it wasn't for the whole fiasco that happened with the prequel, I guess I would have been more excited for this game, even though it's not in my freaking wheelhouse or doesn't interest me at all. But because of the stuff that happening with Forza 5, I felt like, yeah, I guess I'll have to wait until the game actually is out to see if it actually does real good. Anyone else having this same feeling that I am? Because that's the thing that keeps bringing me down with games that go to the show afterwards.
Simulation racers are supposed to look good. If they don't look good, there's something wrong. That just seems how the simulation racers are, because all you pretty much have to worry about is the car physics, and there's not a lot going on with simulation racers besides the animations of the cars. So
Is there a release date for this for Forza Motorsport? They didn't put like a year or nothing.
Next year. That's when it's coming out. Next year, sometime next year. We don't know when.
Okay, well.
And then also the trailer that they showed, I really couldn't tell the difference it was CGI or not, but it looked more CGI than anything. Just again, and this is where I give a pass to Recore and not this one, because it's a sequel to a game in a franchise.
I don't give a pass to anyone.
But I digress. Moving on. Then we have a trailer that starts with Namco Bandai's name and From Software. Now, before I even noticed all of that, I just saw Namco Bandai and how the trailer starts and the things that I've been seeing in there at that point. I was like, oh, wait a minute, is this this has to be Deep Down? But I completely forgot that was Capcom. So then when I saw just about everything, or at the ending of the trailer, I was like, this looks more like Dark Souls. And then, yes, ladies and gentlemen, Dark Souls 3. And it's not even a freaking exclusive. It's a multi-plat. So
we already knew that was coming. That was
yeah.
leaked a few days ago.
Oh, that was leaked.
Yeah.
Oh, whoop-de-doo. Well, I missed that leak. But again, because it wasn't an exclusive for the Xbox One, my excitement, again, even though I am not very interested in this game, but I was willing to give props to Microsoft for at least, hey, they actually acquired the game that you can only get it on their platform. But since soon after that, it's a freaking multiplayer, I'm like, yeah, why bother?
Well, kind of the sad thing about it is Blood Souls 2 has barely come out, and now they're announcing Dark Souls 3.
Exactly.
They're trying to build a franchise. That's why they're trying to make this like a multi-seller.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a very niche game that will probably there's a very small niche of people that want to play games that are like that. So whatever.
But it is big enough that it justifies for the sequels, right?
No.
How so?
Because the game came out. The game was originally almost exclusively on the PS3, right?
Yeah, it started out as Demon Souls.
Started out as Demon Souls, and then became so. Each of those iterations sold less than 2 million.
So they sold less and less.
No, they sold less than 2 million.
Well,
and even though there were multiple iterations, and it was like one small studio making it from software, I mean, for them, kudos for them for trying to make it into like this big multi-plat thing, more platforms, but it's always going to be kind of a niche title, so whatever. Let me put it this way, if they pull a CD Projekt Red and spend like 100% of their game budget also on advertisement, and it only sells 2 or 3 million across 3 or 4 platforms, they're going to be
3.
Yeah, they're going to be eating into their profit margin. So whatever.
Well, the difference between Witcher and Dark Souls is Witcher looks good. And most people buy games if they look really good. It's probably the only reason a lot of people ran out and bought The Witcher 3 is because, well, this game looks pretty, so I'll buy it and suffer through whatever.
Whatever. But continue. Finish up your thing, TripleMMM, so that other people have their chance to go.
Right. Right. Then we have Ubisoft coming up with Tom Clancy's the Division. Now, I was kind of odd or peculiar that they said world premiere, and I'm like, world premiere? We've seen this game for 2 years already, so that was a bit disingenuous. Then they got, I'm not sure if they said if this was actually a DLC or not, but they kind of put it when society fall, we rise, and this this whole thing that you can just be a team leader or a trader. I don't know. Did anyone grasp that? Because I was totally confused.
Well, I know a lot of people are complaining that it got a downgrade, which I don't know why anybody's surprised about this kind of thing anymore.
It's
par
Ubisoft.
for the course. You know, it's par for the course now. But if you see a game trailer like that Doom game, that's surely going to be downgraded when we see it running on consoles. So everybody
It's Ubisoft.
But the thing is, what's iffy with me is that Far Cry 4 didn't get that treatment. So how the bloody hell did the Division get it?
It's Ubisoft. That's what they do.
And it's a super ambitious game too, so you know they're probably biting off more than they can chew, just like we did with Watch Dogs.
And they changed. I think they changed development houses in the middle of that game being developed. So, I mean, if you're expecting the Division to be just really just smooth sailing as soon as you buy it day one, I've got some land in China to sell you.
That's Queen Unity.
Yeah. I mean,
no,
but continue TripleM so other people can have a chance to give their thing.
Right. Okay. Then we have they showed a free. No, before that, they were showing Rainbow Six Siege, and I'm gonna give a shout out to Sean Lawn that. Hey man, you're finally going to be in heaven with this game. But moving on. Then we got a free-to-play game, which is basically named Gigantic. And the one thing I actually liked about this, even though it's a free-to-play game, exclusive to Windows 10 and Xbox One, which is again, like Red Fox alluded to last time, they're going to simulate the PC, but. I gotta give a shout out to a character that's named Voden. That's an archer. I actually love that design. Anyone else think that this could become something big, even though it's a free to play?
It's anything like Project Spark's it's gonna be meh. As a matter of fact, looking at it, it's made using Project Spark's assets, so it's cheap. I mean, they're gonna get you with microtransactions.
The thing is, here's the thing. I hope, even though it does get microtransaction, I hope it's not going to be as. Let me just say, I hope it doesn't come out as gullible as previous games that free-to-play games have done before.
Let me put it this way before you finish. Basically. The only thing I can go by is past examples, okay? Like, I can only go by your reputation. Your reputation is based on past examples. Project Sparks sucked. You know, there's a lot of, I mean, like, I can't, so Project Sparks, their free-to-play thing, well, it started out as like a $20 thing, and then, like, no, 30, then they cut it down to 20, and now it's free. It sucks. It's a microtransaction trap. So if they did that with Project Sparks, and this game is built using Sparks assets, then it's probably going to be a microtransaction trap. So, I mean, I can only go by past experience. Your reputation. That's their reputation, so,
Right. Now moving on to indies, and this is where I'm going to cap my topic, even though this is just half of Microsoft conference. But yeah, I gotta give shout out to some of these games like Cuphead, something really good from Studio MDHR, Rise and Shine, the Mean Greens Plastic Warfare, the Flame in the Flood, Phantasmal City of Darkness, the Solus Project, Westorado Double Barreled, which I'm very intrigued about it because hey, I love anything cowboys. Then Sword Coast Legends, Outward, the Adventure Live Sim, Goats, more Goats Edition Simulator, which I'm not sure. I kind of feel depressing about this game that is getting even more stuff in it. But anyway, digress. Then they got Game 4. Then I Below or Below, whatever they're naming it now. Ark Survival Evolved from Studio Wildcard. Recruits Make Heroes, Make History. Quebec Interactive and Super Hot.
Nice.
So for me, that was the very kickoff or sending off of the Microsoft conference for me. I was in high spirits there.
Okay then. I know you have more Triple M, but we have someone joining us, and I'm sure they want to give their general overall impression of Microsoft's conference and whatever stood out to them. Poppy2K, introduce yourself.
What's going on, guys? Sorry about being late. I got held up with that Splatoon crack, I guess you can say.
You had to go meet up with Spike, your dealer, huh?
Oh man, that damn crack on! I tell you, no way to avoid that. Well, Microsoft, I think, overall, like, they started off pretty good. They had some, I guess they met the expectations of a lot of the Microsoft fanboys with the reveal of the Tomb Raider and Halo 5, Guardians, and also, what else? The Gears of War. I don't know. I mean, they focused a lot on the on the what do you call it, the indie stuff, and I heard a lot of bad feedback from those guys, but if you're trying to win in this console so-called war, you got to have some type of balance. You just can't be shooter heavy and everything else is forgetful. You gotta have some sort of balance. And for the most part, I think they met their expectations. I still like to see more. I mean, those titles, they like, for instance, the Gears of War title that they showed was all in the dark. It didn't really impress me. The voice acting seemed kind of amateurish. I don't know if you guys noticed that. And it seems like they're trying to focus on a female protagonist in this one, which is going to piss off a lot of the hardcore Gears fans out there.
They want Marcus Phoenix.
They want Marcus Phoenix, exactly. And you guys notice that. Yeah, they want the big brute force. It seems like it's going to be disappointing. I have to admit, that game's going to be disappointing. I got all the Gears of War except for the last one. It seems like it went downhill as each title was released. But go ahead.
So I gotta ask this of all of you guys. This new male character here, doesn't he look like a blonde version of Nathan Drake? I mean,
I was going to say he looks like a less muscular version of a blonde, less muscular version of Marcus Phoenix, except not as much. Like, Marcus Phoenix's face looks like he's been through some stuff. He's seen some stuff. This dude doesn't look as beaten down, I guess would be the term.
Yeah, but I think, like you guys has noticed, I think they're going to change up the story too much, where it's going to go away from the war of the what do you call it, the
Locust,
and people are going to be pissed off about that. They were like, "What the hell is this shit?" And Tomb Raider, Tomb Raider seems like it's going to be nice multi-plat when it comes out. For everything else. I mean, and also the Halo 5, that's going to be on a PC. It's going to piss off some fanboys. I mean, I don't know if they know this, but Microsoft's a primary PC company, and they gotta appease the shareholders, because right now the shareholders are pretty pissed off about the losses. I mean, I know we like to hide the losses within the EAD division, electronics, or excuse me, the entertainment and devices division. But I mean,
Killer Instinct is also coming to the PC, so who knows?
all these
Yeah, man.
games
I mean, how about
are
that
coming to the
exclusive on the
PC.
Xbox One? Oh,
And you know you know what got me the most? The kicker was the backwards compatibility. I'm gonna tell you something. That backwards compatibility bullshit, it's a fucking scam. It's just a way to.
well, it's emulation. It's not even backwards compatible. It's
Yeah,
emulating
exactly.
the
It's not
Xbox
hardware.
360. It's
I mean,
downloading it and running the software. The emulation.
You know what, 2K? I wish you were here earlier because we were discussing about that backwards compatibility thing in
Yeah,
length.
we already hit that note.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm
We
sorry.
did-
I didn't.
Or I
Yeah.
should say, we hit it in the head with a brick and took it out back and kicked it in the stomach.
I
For
mean,
like
listen. I mean, you know, you hear the guys that the early adopters say, "Oh, I'm not a what do you call it? I'm not looking for
Retro.
I'm not retro. I'm not reminiscing of the past or whatever."
they
And then
were loving that stuff though.
They love that shit. That announcement, I tell you, man. They had that all over. I mean, they were choking on it, man. It's just. It was.
All I'm going to say is this. The former head of the Xbox division, when asked about backwards compatibility, I remember looking dead at him when he said it, was backwards compatibility is backwards.
Oh, my
Wait a
God.
minute, he said that?
You talk about
Yeah, that was Don Matrick.
Don Matrick's dumbass. That's why he's out of a job now.
Don the dumbass Matrick. But continue, and then we'll move on to someone else.
Okay, so the backwards compatibility, if they get it working halfway decent, I mean, I know it's a bunch of bullshit talking about well, we got to get approval from the other guys. It's really not backwards compatibility if you have to get approval from the other developers. People got to wake up, open up your eyes, and see the bullshit for what it really is. Emulation. It's emulation. You're telling the publishers and developers out there that haven't printed those games off in years that you're not going to make any money off of this, but we're going to go ahead and emulate software so that your games can operate under that environment. And oh, by the way, yeah, don't come after us. Basically that's what they said. You're more than welcome to join us. It's a small
join
group
us in
right
the
now.
yeah. Join us in the pool party. We just stole half your stuff, but I mean, yeah, we just.
I mean, seriously, think about it. I mean, what's true emulation? True emulation is when PS3 had the PS2 emotion engine in it originally. Okay, on a 60 gig. True emulation is what the Wii did for the GameCube, where you just put the GameCube disc in there and it booted it right up, no issues. True emulation is what the Wii U does with the Wii discs.
Yep.
So I don't understand why they're just not straight up with their fan base, because I mean it's gonna come out. The truth is gonna eventually be out there, because these guys that are doing that are on the beta list or whatever.
They're going to be the test case, and they're going to find out the hard way. Once their hard drive is full,
it's gonna be bullshit. Because they're gonna be, they're gonna.
Yeah.
Poppy 2K. Poppy 2K. The reason they got to do it though, regardless of the truth, the whole thing is that they got the headline that backward compatibility on Xbox instead of PlayStation. That's all it was about. The truth.
But the backlash is always worse, which is why I think they're holding off on releasing it anytime soon, because I think they're going to people are going to realize, and the word of mouth is going to go through the YouTube waves, and people are going to be very disappointed with it. I mean, think about it. If you want to play Halo, they already have the Master Chief Collection for you.
Well, the reality is that
you don't have to go and put in the Halo discs that you have for your Xbox 360.
But here's the thing: had they had backwards compatibility day one, they could have just taken the Master Chief Collection and been like, okay, we could save some money if you own an Xbox One, or if you have the original Xbox Halo Master Chief games. That would have been a nice little caveat. You are a true fan. You can have these games here. You get the Halo Master Chief Collection 50% off. Or, kind of like a nice little cap for those people. For those of you who didn't have it, wanted to play it, didn't have it, you know, it's like $30 or $40. It would have been a nice little caveat, but instead, I mean, all this, and here's the thing, it was broken. I mean, it came out broken. I mean, and here's the thing. Microsoft doesn't have a Mario or a Zelda or a Metroid or a Star Fox or F-Zero. All they got is Master Chief, Marcus Phoenix, and Forza and Fable. That's all they got. And they messed up their #1 flagship franchise.
Is it just me, or does it seem like they release like 2 or 3 versions of Forza every year?
It seems like it's almost annual at this point because they had Forza Horizon when it launched, then they launched another Forza the year after that, and now they're launching another Forza next year.
But I don't want, I don't want to be hearing these. I don't want to hear the fanboys complaining about, oh, why is there a Mario every? Listen, there's not a true Mario.
You might get 1 or 2 every console generation.
Yeah, you'll get the spin-offs, but you're not with Forza. You're essentially getting the same game.
Yep.
And they're just taking cars away.
Okay, now that you mentioned that, since we're going to have Forza 6.
What the hell?
So we got. Let me see. So it's like this is the third gen console for the Xbox. So
they got like 12 Forzas. I know. 2 for every year.
Yeah, I was alluding to that.
It's crazy. I mean, think about it. And they're nickel and diming their fan base because essentially, the Forza that came out with the launch of the Xbox One was broken. Okay, it didn't have full. They downgraded it. Some people say scaled it down, whatever, but they had to remove a lot of assets and stuff. It was supposedly to be running on a cloud, but the cloud dissipated and it never happened. So.
The thing is, here's with me: if that division comes out and it still has the freaking codes of it for the graphics of last year and 2 years ago, and they can activate that, we're going to have a bloody bloodbath. I can see it now. This is like the second time this would happen, and I hate to be Ubisoft in that situation. But they brought themselves upon this.
Yeah.
So what else do you have to say, Pop, before we move on to someone else?
Okay, well, Microsoft has a lot to lose now, meaning that they've gained a lot of positive momentum, and they just have to fulfill on their promises. Because I'm going to tell you something. The memories of the original E3 reveal of the Xbox One when Matrick was talking about, if you want to play Xbox games on offline, we have a system for you, the Xbox 360.
That wasn't even E3. That was they had their own thing for their
own conference.
No, I'm saying the launch. I'm talking about the launch.
How's it going, guys? I'm sorry, Don Matrick has the most punchable face. The way he just has that very measured way of talking, it's like, I just want to punch you in the face. I haven't felt that way since high school. But
I don't think he ever played any games, to be honest with you. That guy seemed
he claimed he was a developer.
He's a suit.
He claimed he was a developer at some point. I'm like, you don't give off a developer vibe.
Nah.
Even a bad developer. Even Todd Howard gives off a developer vibe. You don't.
He doesn't seem like he played any games.
He doesn't look like he makes games.
He didn't have his finger on the pulse. He had his finger on marketing. He had his finger on how business works and shit like that, but he didn't have.
But that clearly didn't work for him because he went over to Zynga and ran that into the ground.
Exactly. Yeah, because he didn't have the funding that he had, the backing that he had in Microsoft.
Yeah, and he didn't help the Xbox division when he was there either. Don Matrick, all-around loser. He's rich though, so I guess in this industry, if you're a loser, you can get paid. You
guys remember that the architect of the Xbox 360? What was his name? He had glasses. He was bald-headed guy.
Jay Allard.
What was his name again?
Jay Allard.
Yeah.
Jay Allard. What happened to him?
He's working at Best Buy right now, I think.
I think he might be working for Nintendo.
Is he?
I know that one of the dudes who was really in charge of setting the Xbox 360 up works for Nintendo now.
Oh, okay. Because that guy was very impressive. He was a gamer, he was a developer, he was an engineer. This guy, when you when he spoke, you actually could feel like the guy was genuine about it. You know, he actually gave a shit. And I don't know what happened to him. I mean, after Gears of War and all the big releases and stuff for the Xbox 360 generation, I mean that he just faded into.
Well,
Dirty.
Microsoft got cocky, and Microsoft has been cocky ever since the Xbox 360. I'm like, why are you cocky? You made a device that had a 33% failure rate. Most companies would be ashamed and doing their best to live up to some type of code of, our product is dependable, our games are good.
Mm-hmm.
You're cocky. I mean, that's like bringing home a F on bringing 33% of the classes that you took in school. Let's say you had 9 subjects, 3 of them you got an F in, and you go to your parents with a smile on your face. That's Microsoft. Hey, yeah, look at those 3 Fs. Sign my report card. I got 3 Fs.
25% failure.
I hate to hijack your podcast, but we could spend 15 hours talking about Microsoft and their blunderings. How about?
Yeah, we got to move on. So everyone give their overall impressions of Microsoft's conference. I think. Are you finished, Poppy, or do you want?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. Overall, what you thought, something that stood out to you, and then we'll move on to Sony and do the same thing, and then we'll go to Nintendo.
Microsoft was slightly above mediocrity this year, in my honest opinion. Halo 5 looked good for those guys who want another one of those games for some reason. I don't know. The Gears of War was dark. You really couldn't see anything. Yeah, it was slightly above mediocrity. That's all I can say about Microsoft.
Yeah, that's about my same feelings too about Microsoft. And have you noticed that I think Connect is pretty much dead because there was no talk about it this evening.
Yeah. Where did that go?
They released a press conference. They said, "No, the Connect is not dead. We have games coming out." Look, I'm just telling you what they told me. I'm just telling you what they put out. I'm just telling you the press briefing. So is that what you thought, KHNMG? Can I give my impressions?
Yeah, exactly. And then the whole rare replay thing, it's I already got those games on N64, but it's nice for if any of these new hipster gamers will even pay for that game.
You know what's crazy, guys? Those games that we used to enjoy and love playing, those are considered indie type games now. Indie's like a bad name for these types of games.
Are you serious?
They aren't cool enough to play Banjo-Kazooie.
Yeah, that indie
GoldenEye.
shit. Oh, that's not that's not high-end shit. I'm not playing
Gauntlet
that
Legends.
I don't
Shadow
give a fuck
Man.
if it's free.
It's terrible. It's terrible.
I don't give
You mean these hipsters just pooped on the history that basically gave them the games that we have today?
No, the problem is that you have a different type of gamer nowadays than the gamers that we are from back. It's a different audience now.
They don't like to read. They don't like to read.
Yeah, I actually have a friend of mine I have a friend of my little brother. He came. He played some kind of old JRPG, and he almost fell asleep because he didn't want to read all that text. He wanted nothing but voices. And it's
they want gamers today want instant gratification, which leads to what I have to say about Microsoft's press conference. The big thing that most people took away from it is that backwards compatibility on the Xbox One, something that should have been there day one. So throw that out the window. Halo, clearly it's Halo. I mean, they gotta bring out Halo. I thought they were gonna delay it to make sure it would be working day one, but apparently they're gonna do the old third-party route. So if it's messed up, if the multiplayer sucks, if there are any issues, that game was rushed. And it probably will be rushed. I actually thought Microsoft's conference was doing pretty well until they dropped Mustang GT.
Yeah.
Out of the roof. I was like, no, I'm done. and then showed a lot of CG trailers for a lot of games and special E3 builds of games. So E3 build just means that they polish it up as well as they can just for E3 and make something that they know will work just for E3. And a lot of times the end result's not going to look like that. So if you see anything at E3, I'm not going to trust it. Finally, the most egregious things are Phil Spencer lying to us and Microsoft, by extension, lying to us. First of all, the whole this'll run native off of your Xbox One. It's downloading it. It's downloading the data, off the thing and off the disc. It's No, it's not even downloading the data. It's reading the disc, saying, "Oh, you own this game," and then letting you download it later on. So yeah, that's a lie. And then the HoloLens. I'm going to put on my camera and show you how much of the HoloLens actually. This is how much of the HoloLens that what they showed you was this much HoloLens that you could manipulate. Here's how much you actually can manipulate. You see that little window right there? Yeah, that's how Microsoft lied to people. Microsoft, this conference was lies and obfuscation, and them kind of like trying to game people. Microsoft has been doing this for years, so I don't know why I was surprised. But still, their conference was for Microsoft, even despite all the lies and obfuscation and, the three-card Monty tricks.
Yeah.
Was still pretty solid. So
it was solid.
I give them a C. They get a solid C.
I'm going to give them a B. I'll give them a B.
I'm not even going to give them a B. They get a C. It's solid. A C is solid. Okay?
It's above Microsoft's average.
Yeah,
I'm gonna add. Before we go to Sony, I'm gonna add one more thing about that HoloLens. Yeah, we know nobody. Yeah, that must be how unremarkable it was because none of us really talked about it. HoloLens is nothing but Kinect Part 2. They did the same thing with Kinect, put on a big thing. Oh, Kinect was suckers and all that stuff, and then they don't support it. When they unbundled Kinect last year, that was the end of Kinect. Kinect is done. HoloLens is done. It'll get a nice. It's like the Steam machine. They got the tech hype headlines. A couple of years from now, nobody's gonna remember it. It's done. So no.
I don't think it's ready. That type of technology right now.
It isn't ready. I told you, you've got this little window that you can actually manipulate. Literally, this stuff shouldn't even be being shown to the public right now. It shouldn't be. You shouldn't show it until you can get it to at least a semi-operative state. Like Nintendo did with the 3DS.
You don't have the technology available.
Well, it's affordable. It's available. It's not affordable.
Well, I'm saying available for that type of device.
Yeah.
Because most people aren't going to want to be connected to their monitors or TVs or whatever. They want to have that freedom, that roaming ability.
Yep.
Okay? And that's giving you that false sense that you do have an ability to roam around. When in reality, you're tethered to some type of device, whether it's a system, whether it's going to be the Xbox One, a computer, whatever, right?
Yep.
It's going to have some type of power source. And I don't know if anybody's been keeping track, but battery technology, consumer-wise, sucks. Okay, let's just be frank.
It has sucked for a while.
For these type of devices, yes, it does suck.
I mean, think about your cell phone. I mean, you charge your cell phone constantly, right? Because the small processors and GPU systems that you have in your cell phone just eats up the battery. I mean, every time you watch a video, you're eating up your battery. Every time you do your calls or whatever, you're eating up your battery. And consumers don't want to be lugging around a heavy-ass piece of device, put it on their freaking face or their head, and then that shit's just like 20 pounds or whatever. You know what I'm saying? I'm exaggerating, but you guys get the gist of it, okay?
Well, when you speak of cell phone batteries, I highly recommend getting a, I can't believe I'm using this word, I hate it. I think we can do better, but phablet, because they have a pretty long battery life.
A what?
A phablet.
A fat one of those.
One of those.
Yeah.
Like your Samsung Galaxy Notes.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're pretty. Well, aggressive.
Well, that's the reason the devices like that, the batteries last longer, because it's got a bigger battery in it. But what I'm saying is that the technology that is needed to reproduce these visuals, these graphics that people are salivating over, is just not available. Okay, it isn't. But I do see that technology being niche for a long time, which is why I'm so. You know what? What's that? Google? Not Google. Excuse me. Facebook. Facebook purchased Oculus Rift, right? The Oculus brand from that team. That guy.
I forget who.
That team. He took the money and ran. Okay.
Because the technology isn't there yet. I mean, people don't understand. Like, and here's the thing. Okay, we're older gamers. We're all older gamers. Okay. Well, not everyone here, but for those of us over the age of say 27, we remember in the 90s when everyone's like, VR is the future. VR is the future. Yep. VR is the future. VR wasn't there then.
Nope.
VR isn't there now. Okay, it's not. Okay, maybe now I will say VR is closer now than it was back then. I would give VR, if you had a company that had a huge amount of resources and nothing but time on their hands, they could probably do it in 5 years. To have VR to where it's actually like how you see with Google Glass, where how they want Google Glass to be, where you just put it on your eyes and just boom, you're there. But you're talking 5 years of throwing hundreds of millions of billions of dollars, like $1 billion a year, down, and that's being cheap.
Yep.
Okay.
You know I'm more interested in the idea of existing in a synthetic world rather than having a piece of glass over your eyes.
Oh, so you want to be plugged into the Matrix? Huh?
Matrix.
Virtual reality, guys.
Red pill or blue pill? There is no spoon, Neo.
Either one, you're screwed.
And speaking of illusions, let's go to Sony. Let's get to Sony.
Yes.
Sony stuff.
I will go with. I will do Sony first, because
the master of illusions. The Sony.
No, I'm going to do Sony first. Sony should be quick because I'm just gonna lay it all out there. Sony's comp was the biggest load of BS I have seen in a long time, and I went to the circus last year.
I know what this is
going. At a circus, you expect that.
At a circus, I expect to see the wild animals, because they're wild. They're like, I mean, yeah, people are like, oh, they're trained. They're wild animals. They're like, hey, man, I just got to let it go and just. But Sony, I have never in my life seen a press conference. If someone gets out there and just pulls down their pants, metaphorically speaking, and just took a big steaming, just like newspaper in their hand. That was Sony's press conference, and I'll tell you why I say this. I know some people will be like, well, what do you mean? Well, let's get the first one out the way. Most of what the vast majority of what they showed was just multiplats. Yeah. They were bragging about multiplats. I'm going to get a little real here.
First on PlayStation.
I'm going to get a little real here. Well, I would say the same thing about Microsoft, too, back when they did the same thing. Bragging about multiplats is like bragging about that girl or guy, if you are the opposite sex or the same sex, if that's the way you go, bragging about someone who is known to not be very faithful. They go with anyone. And you brag about going with them. Like, yeah, man, I know they go with like 5 other people, but they're going with me first. Why are you bragging about that? I mean, that's basically how it feels when someone brags about a multiplat. So, which leads me to their games. Last Guardian is a PS3 port, ported to the PS4. Looks the same as it did 2 years ago, and 2 years before that. No Man's Sky multiplat will also be on PC, and will probably eventually make its way over to the Xbox One sometime in the future. Dreams looked awesome, except for one small problem. I played Dreams 20 years ago. Well, actually, no, longer than that. 22 years ago on the SNES. It was called Mario Paint. One of the dudes said something really hilarious. He said everything in 2015 is remixes. And I just said to myself, I wrote down all my notes when I saw this conference. Damn right, Media Molecule guy. Firewatch, Multiplat. They had some guy out there bragging about some fat guy. I don't know his name. I'm just going to call him Fat Guy with Glasses, or AKA Poindexter. Poindexter came out there. He was bragging about Destiny. It's like, yeah, man, I'm going to get my Warlock up to level 52 or whatever. I don't know I don't play Destiny, so I don't know the terminology. But yeah, Destiny was you're bragging about getting timed exclusivity about something that will eventually be on everything. A $40 expansion pack.
Wow. What is up with this? Oh, let's brag about having third-party exclusive content. How about you just try to make that game exclusive, period, to your system?
Because Sony doesn't have the money to make it exclusive to their system.
Yeah, exactly.
This is one of the this is one of the body blows. Shenmue 3.
Oh,
but it's a Kickstarter.
Yeah, come on.
and it's not even a cost exclusive.
And they brought out the dude who made Shenmue, and I'm gonna call him Con Man Steve. Because I know that's not his name, but I'm gonna call him Con Man Steve. Con Man Steve comes out.
No, you should really call him Con Man You.
No, I'm gonna call him Con Man Steve. Con Man Steve comes out there, and he's like, well, we're going to have this game made, and it needs $2 million, and it's funded within 12 hours.
The game took the first one took $47 million to make.
The first game took $47 million to make, okay? It was top of the line graphically back in the day on the Dreamcast. The second one, they used the same engine, but they expanded it, and it cost I want to say $30 million, $25 million around there. This is a game, and this was in Japan. Okay, Japan is an expensive place to live. And this is the heart of Japan, like in Tokyo, where they have the district where they make all this stuff. Sega is like right across the street from Nintendo. This is expensive. Okay, I spent a semester abroad in Japan in the same area. It's expensive to live in Japan. Okay.
What in LA?
What? Why? Because everything is very, unless it's like a staple, like rice is relatively cheap in Japan.
Japan, it doesn't have natural resources. It has to import most of its
but except for things that are staple for Japan. Like rice, you can get relatively cheap. Yeah. Certain types of small fish you can get relatively cheap. If you are like a student and you budget very well, you can live okay. But if you want to live well in Japan, it's really expensive.
I think John asked if it's much more expensive than Los Angeles.
Yes, it is.
Wow.
Let me put it this way. If you want to have a decent sized apartment in Japan.
Yes, that's expensive.
And I mean decent for Japan. I don't mean decent for other places in the world. I mean just for Japan. You're talking the equivalent of you're going to be paying between $10,000 to $20,000 a month in rent.
What?
And that's just housing. They
what?
$10,000 to $20,000 in American in rent.
Are you
serious?
It's
very expensive. That's
really
for a decent sized apartment. Most people in Japan do not have decent sized apartments. Most people in Japan do not have air conditioning in their apartments. And here's the thing: it gets hot in certain parts of Japan.
In the summer.
Really, really hot. You can have heat stroke and die. There's quite a few elderly people in Japan that get heat stroke because it gets so hot.
Mm-hmm.
But I digress. Which leads to Arkham Knight Multiplat. Exclusive DLC that will eventually be put in the Game of the Year edition, as we all know. Yeah. Project Morpheus.
It's called Realize.
I wrote down more stupid you-know-what to put on my head. No origin. No one gives a you-know-what about Spotify or View. They talk about
wait.
Spotify. No one cares. People buy consoles for games.
Before you go any further, I just want to mention about Spotify. You know what? What that gave me a flashback? It's telly. Use it and with Sony's Flair music. Telly. Football. I was like, dear God, how long
We
is
have
this?
5 million people using Spotify and View, and we're going to be rolling it. I'm like, no one cares. Which leads to Call of Duty Call of Duty Black Ops 3, or as I call it, Body Odor 3. Who brags over multi-pats? Sony apparently. Map packs, woo! Beta, woo! Final Fantasy World, which looks kind of interesting, but is probably going to sell like garbage. Star Wars Battlefront, or as I like to call it, Battlefront Lite, because it only has like 40% of the content of a game from 10 years ago. Uncharted, which first looked horrific, because their little development kit version of it bombed, and they had to restart it. And then they played through a pre-made level that looked awesome, but I don't care about bootleg Indiana Jones, which is what I like to call Uncharted. So, yeah, that was my impressions of the PS4 thing. What you can say is that, and for those of you who said the Vita's not dead, they didn't mention the Vita. Well, no, they mentioned the Vita like once.
They only showed it off in a very small.
No, that's what I said. They mentioned it once, and they never said it on stage. They just showed it in their little sizzle reel. So yeah, the Vita's dead.
The only thing I have to say about the Sony conference is that, do people forget easily? Because when Square announced that Final Fantasy VII remake, the whole crowd went nuts. Have you forgotten what Square has done in the last few years?
Exactly.
Nothing of merit, nothing of note.
Dang it, people are so
stupid.
Yeah.
Stupid, gullible.
No, they're desperate. They need some games to play. That's what it is.
Hey, buy 3DS, get a Wii U. We got games.
We've been dumbed down as a whole human race. I mean, it's just the fact that they cheer something like that, it's like, really? That's the best thing about E3? That's what game trailers did.
Yeah, that's why I mentioned that last night in Double M's podcast. I said that the gaming, like the hardware, has evolutionized or evolved, and gaming, the gaming population or
Devolved.
the gamers has devolved.
Yeah. Well,
Meaning
because
that they'll accept pretty pictures with, but
yeah.
They don't like to read. First of all, most gamers don't want to read text. Okay.
Yeah.
They want it spoon-fed. Okay. Yep. They want a narrator, telling them the story so that they don't have to read, because most gamers nowadays can't read. Okay. It's a fact. Most of the youth now can't read. Much less write a complete sentence. And it's pretty pathetic, because we're failing on multiple fronts there, and the sad thing is that now we're ridiculing well-made games, okay, by companies that actually care. And these indies, I'm gonna tell you something. I see it happening. I see a crash of the generic third-party publishing giants, and like the indies. The indies themselves, the well-done indie or the well-managed indie groups, they're going to survive because they've been able to produce high-quality products at low cost, where they're not over budgeted and running out of resources because they didn't plan ahead. It's like repeating itself. History is repeating itself.
Poppy 2K. When we get to the Nintendo part,
mm-hmm.
I'm definitely going to give you some more background on that part. What you just said.
Okay.
I'm gonna hold myself back. I gotta hold back.
Hold it.
Yeah. We're don't worry. We're getting to Nintendo, but I mean, we are joined by Joselito, aka PC Rock, 1985. What do you think about? Why don't you introduce yourself and tell us what you thought about Sony?
He's
Or
blocked. He's muted.
apparently he's
Jose?
doing
No,
something.
no, no, no. I'm here. I'm sorry. Sorry
Okay,
about that.
then
My mic
tell
was
us what
messing
you
up.
thought about Sony.
Okay, I thought Sony was a lot of third parties, and I think people really didn't understand the whole Shenmue 3 thing. Once again, they brought out a Kickstarter, um, kind of playing people up like they were trying to support it at the beginning, but they weren't.
Yeah.
As soon as they got the money funded, then now they want to support it, saying, we're down for the gamer. Just once again, a lot of third parties, no exclusives coming out this year that I'm interested in. So for me, it was a lack of. It was really no importance to me, the Sony thing. So Final Fantasy was great. That we're getting that, but once again, that's a multi-plat, so it's irrelevant. I can get it on anything.
Fans, because the people that are making the new Final Fantasy, the remake of Final Fantasy VII, aren't the same people who made the original Final Fantasy VII. And knowing Square's track record the last few years, do you really trust Square to do right with this Final Fantasy VII remake?
Everyone say it with me. Hell no.
You better cross both your fingers and your feet and hope to God in heavens that they do not F this up.
Cross your fingers, your eyes, your tongue,
your toes,
your tonsils, your intestines.
I'm not really too concerned about the actual game and stuff. I'm more concerned about the time frame on which we're going to get the game. I don't want it to be 2020 before we get that game. You know what I'm saying? So,
well, they have to redo all the assets. Essentially, they just announced to the public that the project has been green lighted, meaning that now they're going to start working, doing their due diligence and planning and creating assets for approval and all that shit.
And
so
it's not going to be the same battle.
The game may not be the same. It may not be the same exact story. They may end up changing it, and it's not going to be Final Fantasy VII per se as being a what do you call it, a director's cut or whatever. It's actually going to probably be some sort of variation of the story, because if that game sold very well for its time, and there's been a lot of people that played it, but a lot of people have also complained that the graphics were very outdated even for its time, and people wanted to see the new vision of that game with modern graphics. And
I can tell you right now, Final Fantasy VII did not age well.
No, it didn't. And even when it was transferred over to the PC, it wasn't very well translated. It was just very poorly done for its time. I mean, back then they used a lot of 2D images for backgrounds and stuff. So they're gonna have to redo everything. It's a lot of work. And
it should have been 16-bit like Suikoden was, with like 32-bit assets to it.
Yeah, I don't think Square is going to put $100 million behind this project, guys.
Do they have $100 million behind it in the first place?
I mean, seriously, they're not. Listen, if they put $30 million behind it, I mean, you're going to get a game that looks around what Final Fantasy 13 looked like. That's what you're going to look. That's what you're going to look forward to. You're not going to get this high-end Horizon-looking shit. And then I wanted to talk about that Horizon real quick, Mr. Fox, because Horizon was actually the most impressive project that they displayed. And that game's going to be it's at least 2 years out. Okay.
Oh, yeah. Sure.
At minimum, it's 2 years out. Okay, they're going to be showing that shit in the next year's E3, and then the gamers are like, what the fuck? We thought this shit was supposed to be out this year. No, that game's 2 years out.
No, because Sony doesn't. People.
And it's going to be
Sony doesn't have the money to do a lot of this stuff.
No,
but we're cutting into Joselito, aka PC Max. What were you saying?
Yeah, just talking about the Final Fantasy thing. Let me see what else Sony did. That Horizon game looks pretty interesting, but once again, it's probably a couple years out.
Mm-hmm.
What else? What's coming out for them this year? Just a bunch of remakes, right?
And indies.
And indies, right?
Indie stuff.
I still have God of War 3 on my PlayStation 3. I still have all the Uncharted. So for me, once again, there's no reason for me to get it. Overall, I think it was pretty. I think what they did was smart as far as rebuilding Final Fantasy and that Shenmue, which was very big. But if someone with common sense actually look at the conference, they'll know that they really don't have anything. And
No.
The Last Guardian was one of the reasons why I still had a PlayStation 3, and they basically just ported it over to the PlayStation 4. It doesn't look any different, so
No.
pretty
You
disappointed
know who's
about
in
that.
charge of that project? Porting it over? The Sony savior, Mark Kearney.
Whoa, man.
Yeah, there were rumors about that floating around recently.
Really?
The
Wait,
Sony
wait.
savior. The Sony savior, Mark.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yes, I call Mark Kearney the Sony savior because he is the Sony savior.
Really, Knack was actually the real savior.
No. People like when the PS4, everyone's like, Mark Kearney.
He designed the
he's such a
PS4.
genius." I mean, people also forget that he also designed the Vita. So.
Yeah. You know what's hilarious about that, Mr. Fox? When the 3DS was released, the gaming media ridiculed Nintendo's design decisions for basing the 3DS on older technology. And they say, "Oh, you got this nice fancy 3D screen that auto switches into stereoscopic 3D, and you don't have to put glasses on or whatever, right?" So then the Vita was announced with 8 processors and high-end GPU for its time and 2 gigs of RAM, whatever it has. And you're like, this is going to be a beast. This is going to destroy the 3DS. And at that time, the 3DS was starting to get its footing into the market. And it was released at a high price, but then they lowered it down to a reasonable price. And then what happened? The Vita was released with no games, and it's sad because, I mean, you got all that power being wasted, and that goes to show what's happening with the PS4 right now. They don't have any games that can really take advantage of the system, right, that are worth playing, because most of these games are multiplats, and the multiplats, they lose value because these companies are so quick to devalue the products themselves. Like after 3 months, the game goes from being $60 to $20 in the bargain bin. I mean, are you kidding me? This is so ridiculous. So when I go to the GameSpot, game stores and shit, or Walmart's or whatever, most Nintendo games are still at the same original price. I mean, seriously, and it goes back to showing what the true value of the games are. The publishers themselves believe their games are worth shit, so that's why they lowered them too. Think about that. How can you sell, like Destiny, when that game first came out, it was what, $60, right? Or if you got the Destiny like Ultimate Edition package or whatever, you're stupid enough to pay for that because you got a couple extra weapons or whatever. But you're paying $60, $80, $100 for this game, and now it's what?
Like
$20? Has it been out for a year? Not even a year. And it's sad because people can't think for themselves. They have to have the hype machine pushing their vision, pushing their decision making, and it's destroying the game industry. It's destroying us. That's why Sony can get away with showing projects that are 3 years away. And that's why people got pissed off because Nintendo said, you know what, we need to stop that shit too, because we were showing games 2-3 years away, and they weren't ready. So they probably took a stand and said, you know what, we're not going to do that anymore. So people got pissed off because the games that they showed are going to be released this year. I don't understand that. It doesn't make any fucking sense. You want to be lied to, or you want to be violated? I mean, what is it that you want? I mean, fuck.
Poppy, I gotta get on this, man. You got me fired up. Hold on.
As you see Mr. Fox, I get him fired up. Go ahead.
Dang. I can't hold back no more. Sony's conference, Sony in general. Let me call this thing right out here. About this thing about how gamers don't want to read anymore and all this stuff. I'm gonna break this down to you right here. We hear the word video game, but some people don't understand what this word means. See, video game is game in video form. Sony comes here and says it's video in game form. That's the confusion we have here. See, video is an adjective, game is a noun. See, game. Let me break this down. Game is not high tech. Game is low tech. Game is conceptual. It's in the mind. If Sony made the game of chess, they would be more concerned with the sheen of the chessboard, the materials of the pieces, the playing pieces, the rook, the knight. No, the game of chess is made by the interplay of the pieces. How the pawn can trap the king, how you castle with the rook, how you trap with the knight, and how your bishops line up, how your queen comes down the board. That's the. Am I muted? Hold on. Did you get that?
You're back on. You're back on.
Yeah, we got you.
Keep going. Keep going.
It's how you know, the interplay of the pieces. That's what chess is about. That's what game is about. It's conceptual. You have to make the mechanic before you build anything else. That's how Nintendo does game design. They do the game design first. Splatoon was no different. Splatoon started off with a mechanic, and they put the characters on top of the mechanic. And all the story and all the lore and all that other stuff is an afterthought. Might be good afterthoughts, but they're afterthoughts. And the thing with Sony here, we have a big struggle. It's a big tug of war of what video game is supposed to be. And this generation is the latest front in this fight. The situation is when the third parties went in rebellion against Nintendo, they prop up these outside. These Sony and Microsoft are outsiders in this business. Outsiders. When the Dreamcast went down, a tragedy happened to the gaming world. Sega had great art sense, but they had bad business sense. But they were a great game making company. They just didn't know how to handle their business. When they went down as a console maker, the majority of console makers became outsiders, and we have a whole generation raised with this as the norm. When you were talking about value, Poppy, God, boy, I'm about to come out of my skin when you said that, because that's exactly the problem we have with everybody thinking that, you know, how in the world do we get caught up in public beta testing? How is that even a thing? You know, you're supposed to pay. If you're gonna make me public beta test, pay me, son. Pay me some overtime.
That's the thing. Like, why are you charging me $60 to beta test broken game? I mean, I have a friend who does test games. He gets paid for it. He gets paid darn well. Makes 5 figures.
That's a full-time job. That's a full-time.
I mean, he does it. He does that, and plus he programs games too. But I mean, he makes pretty good money. I'm like, well, I mean, shouldn't I be getting paid for shouldn't I be getting paid for beta testing Skyrim on the PS3? That's all I'm saying.
They're not betas. They're glorified demos. Like, does anybody actually know what a beta is? I mean, nobody really knows what. It's just a fancy marketing word. They like to it's like, oh, you're exclusive to this group.
Yeah.
Now. It's not actually.
Exactly, Konoshi, because marketing, what you were talking about earlier, Mr. Red Fox, about, you know, they spend more money on marketing than the actual game, because you know why? Because the games suck. That's why. The games are not good enough to sell on their own merit. They have to put a big old flag on Times Square with the big advertising. They have to do all these big campaigns, and marketing works. You gotta give them credit. They know how to do it.
Well, they use marketing buzzwords like next gen, Unreal Engine, 1080p frames per second. I'm like, but what does that tell me about the game? But I'm sorry, we keep on cutting into PC Rock's thing. PC Rock, we're gonna take a step back and let you finish.
Hold on, Rock. I gotta say this. I gotta extend something from John. John, what you said is true, and especially with the whole tug of war of what does the word game means in the gaming industry itself. I'm on the page right now of Archimedes 123 of his vid called Art's Arguments, Do Graphics Really Matter? Well, there is one comment, and it's the first one you see when you scroll down. This one gets to me. It says, morons at my school saying graphics makes a game good, and I bring up gameplay, and they had confused looks in their faces and went, what's gameplay got to do with the game? I thought this was a troll comment, but what you said, all the examples that you said, this could be really true. What's going on?
It is. Look, it's like we said earlier. The audience for gaming is different now than it was 20 years ago. It's different now than it was 25 years ago. I would say it really began to change when Sega left. and when the Xbox came in. When Microsoft came in and brought their form of marketing and marketing money into gaming, gaming began to become something completely different.
Yeah.
But I'm going to stay away from that. We need to let PC Rock continue with what he was saying.
Go ahead.
Yeah, no problem. So, what's some other major points about that? I mean, it really wasn't that much, man. When you sit back and look at it, really look at it, take the initial shock off of something else. They're basically telling you guys that they don't have any games. They're with PlayStation 3. I mean, I guess there are a couple of games like Infamous that are pretty good that I have to try out. Overall,
wait a minute. You're kind of.
Yeah, your mic is coming in and out, dude.
Sorry.
There you are.
Okay, yeah, I was just saying that I don't, personally, I don't see how the PlayStation 4 is selling that good. I guess it's really just of the hype.
Marketing, dude. Hype.
Yeah, this game, that and word of mouth between friends and stuff. As a real gamer, I don't see value in it now. But I'm not saying Sony's a bad company. When they give me a reason to buy one, I'll go out there and buy one. So for me, Sony E3 was I'll give it out of a A, B, C, D grade. I'll give it a C.
Yeah. I went first on Sony. I forgot to give them a grade. I gave for a solid conference. I have to give Sony a D. It wasn't as bad as last year's, but it was still pretty bad.
Yeah.
It was an improvement, but that's I mean, if you're crippled and you're crawling on the floor and you finally get in a chair, that's you're still not doing too good, but you're doing better than you were when you were on the floor.
That's cruel, man. That kind of hit for me.
Oh, I'm sorry, dude. I'm sorry. I'm sorry if I hit you at home.
Hey, can I say something about the Sony conference, guys? And I'm not. Go ahead, John. I'm not gonna
take you long. Because I'm burning up. See, the one thing I'll give them, I'm not counting substance. I'm counting the hype train.
Yeah.
The fact that they got The Last Guardian on this show, at least they got it out, because we didn't think the thing was even in existence anymore. They got it out, whether it looks like it's old from 5-7 years ago. They got it out at least, so at least they got something to look forward to. It's an exclusive, right? Final Fantasy VII, no need to cheer for that because it's not yours. Everybody says it's a multi-plat, but whatever. You got the hype on it. Most of this stuff, it shows that Nintendo put these guys in a trap. Now, if you don't recognize what's going on right now, both of these guys are being played on the marionette strings right now. Sony is eating. Remember last generation that said the Wii was the blue ocean? Right now, the Wii right now is putting out, the Wii U is putting out the purple ocean. It's poisonous water. These jokers are imbibing this poison, and they're getting full off it, getting fat as a tick. And before you know it, the bad effects are coming out. Sony has no games set this Christmas. Microsoft, say what you will about them, they will have some exclusive this Christmas that's going to pull the tide of the third parties to their side.
Yes.
Yep. Sony has nothing this Christmas. What they got? Nothing. I mean, call it nothing. I have they didn't show it any.
Even the one game that I liked, it wasn't even in their E3 conference aside from in their sizzle reel, was Ratchet and Clank, and that's not coming out till next year.
Go ahead, John.
They have Jack Shite. I would say it the British way. Jack Shite on the docket for 2015. Microsoft is going to eat that lunch 2015 on the third-party tug of war. That's why I call it the war of attrition.
Look, Halo's going to drop. Halo's going to drop, and the Sony's going to be like, oh snap.
Well, go ahead.
Wait, I'm not going to take too long, probably. See, the thing about it, Microsoft was already showing their strength last year. Sony came up, this time last year, Microsoft and Nintendo were being outsold by Sony to combine month after month after month. All of a sudden, toward the end of the year, Microsoft outdoes Sony in America. You awaken the beast right there. So Microsoft is desperate to win. They have to win America. They won April by themselves with nothing, right? They had nothing special in April. They won that month of April in America. By the time we get to the Christmas of 2015, between the Sony and Microsoft fight, Sony is going to be on the underground. They're going to be on the underfoot, and Microsoft's going to stop them. They have shown nothing at E3 but hype. Project Morpheus, see that I'm gonna call that Sony's Virtual Boy. Sony's Virtual Boy. The reason why it doesn't work, Tamara's already referenced it. The reason why it won't work for this simple reason: it's a helmet. You can't go no further with a helmet. You know why? Not just because it's heavy. That's one of them. Not just because it's disoriented. You might have equilibrium problems. That's a problem. You might have a situation where you can't hear, you can't see what's around you. But also females. Nobody thought about the females, did they? Do women that go to salons and do their hair especially want to wear a big old helmet when they want to play a game? No, you're not. You cut your audience to males only, right? And support. They can't support a Vita, and they can't support a Move. What makes you think they're going to support a Morpheus? Not just that, you got price. They're talking about we have to buy another PS4 to get this Morpheus. Goodbye, you're done. You're not having this right here. So it's a pack of reasons. If the technology even works at that, if the technology works, you might not have support for it. You might not. It's not going to cost cheap. It might be disorienting. You have play for 5 minutes when you're at an event, but when you're at your house, who wants to wear? People that wear glasses hate wearing. Mr. Red Fox, I'm not going to be presumptuous, but I'm sure that when you're at home, you get tired of wearing your glasses sometime. Am I right?
I get tired of wearing them, but I'm blind as a bat without them, which is why when I saw Project Morpheus and Oculus Rift and all that stuff, I'm like, why would I want more stuff to put on my face?
Exactly.
That stuff ultimately can't be safe for your eyes long term. Like,
that's true.
It's already hard enough looking at a computer screen forever. That's ruining out your eyes, but having a big piece of glass on your eyes, that can't do you any better.
And see, that's the thing we got at this conference. They put out that's why I said illusion. They got smoke and mirrors and got the hype train going. Great marketing. That's the only thing that's selling the PS4 is marketing. And also the Xbox audience returning home, because everybody forgets that the PS2 audience, part of them went to the Xbox 360 because it came out a year earlier and $200 cheaper. Now they're just going back home. This is just basically a bunch of early adoption going on right now. Sony is the most vulnerable company in this three-man race. They're in trouble. So the situation is they won. They razzed out at E3 and got the gaming press on their side. But this Christmas, when it comes to substance, Microsoft put down more substance than Sony. Even though their substance might be suspect in some areas, they put down more substance. Sony is vulnerable as hell. They have no games this Christmas, and their games next year not going to be that substantial either. Microsoft will have a train going by next year, and we're not going to talk about the real king, what they're going to have next year. We're going to get that problem when we get to Nintendo conversation. I'm done for now. Poppy, bust it out.
Okay, good. I'm glad you let us know how you felt. Hey, okay, I put a little blurb right there in the group chat. Definition of Sony: a girl that looks great in the dark club under strobe lighting, but it's a different story under normal lighting.
Yeah.
Basically, Sony's conference and Sony as in general is they're like a strobe light honey. Okay, you meet them in the club in the dark atmosphere with the music beeping, bumping, and then you take them home and you're drunk as shit. And you wake up in the morning, they have the makeup off and they look like shit. So,
like I'm gonna get you, sucker.
Huh?
That movie, I'm gonna get you, sucker.
Yeah. Like Sony's that chick. She takes off everything and throws it on the couch, and by the time she takes off everything, it's like all the good stuff's on the couch, and you ain't got no substance to make up for what I was seeing in the club.
My God, that was the worst.
Guys, I wanted to talk about the Sony conference with gaming in general. I wrote down some notes here. No Man's Sky. That game is going to be so overlooked because it's too complicated. You're asking people to go and traverse different worlds that are, computer generated, and it's too unique for them, and they're more the shooter type now. They're the gamers on the PlayStation brand are more shooter type, heavy shooter guys. So they're not gonna buy into that. The Dreams, too colorful. Final Fantasy VII Remake. That game is gonna be 3 or 4 years out. That's not gonna come out anytime soon. Horizon, it looks great. but eventually when that comes out, it's going to be downgraded. It's not going to look as good as it is now, and they're not being forthright with people. That game's not going to be as good as it looks now. Shenmue, it's going to look like a Dreamcast version with not 1080p graphics. And Titanfall, you guys realize that Titanfall was like a test product, a market test product, meaning that the team behind it and EA said, you know what, let's test out the market since it's so susceptible to buying trash. Let's test them out to see if they end up buying this shit. So they said, okay, good. We got a good idea, good concept. It's very cheap to produce. Let's put out Titanfall. So they put out Titanfall with the Xbox, right? The Xbox brand and PC. And it sold very well, right? They probably made a lot of money off of it. But the thing about Titanfall, it was a multiplayer only game, meaning it had no storyline. Okay? Essentially, you didn't have to read anything pretty much except to press the start button. And the matches were handled by the network, the system itself, the servers. And so since it was so successful, some of the feedback was that gamers wanted somewhat of a 3-hour story campaign like Call of Duty. So I think what they're doing is, instead of releasing it back-to-back years like they're doing Call of Duty, they're going to go ahead and put a little 3-4 hour campaign in there and throw out the same trash that they threw out during the Xbox One's launch window, which is Titanfall. So Titanfall 2 is going to be Titanfall 1 pretty much. It's going to be the same game with a little campaign. And that is the landscape of gaming. That is the future of gaming if something doesn't happen. The best thing that could happen is you see EA go bankrupt, Ubisoft go bankrupt, all these big publishers go bankrupt, because then you know what happened? The cream rises to the top. Okay?
Oh man, you had to use Macho Man Randy Savage.
You'll have
Cream rises to the top.
You'll have these indies, right, that are self-sustaining, that can do things, that can survive on their own. They don't need a big publisher. And since everybody's keen to digital downloads, okay, that we don't need a physical copy. I'm good with downloading mine. Good. All you're doing is helping the indies. Every time you download a game, even if it's for a big publisher, all you're doing is helping the indies, because essentially what you're trying to tell, you're telling the indies is that, yes, we'll buy your game because we can download it. And the big publishers aren't going to be able to get away with it, because now their opportunities to sell multi-million copies of games and physical copies through retailers is going to end. Because I'm going to tell you something. People are going to get tired of fucking pre-ordering, okay? Pre-ordering is a joke. I remember back in the day, pre-ordering, if you pre-ordered something, you got something of value. Now they give you a couple codes to download some bullshit-ass armor, okay? And it's fucking ridiculous. And I'm going to tell you something. That right there, combined with the trash that they're releasing every year, is gonna eventually lead to the crash that we're all expecting. And it's gonna be positive. It's gonna be good. You need these types of things to happen. You need crashes to happen in industries, because that's what cleans up the crap. Okay, because that's what we have right now. Is crap.
It's like a fire, a forest fire. You know, forest fires usually they happen naturally, and they clean up all the, stuff within the forest, and they get rid of unnecessary materials.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you guys are familiar with like the housing crash and the market crash.
We all do.
All these crashes, right? What that does is eliminates all the dead weight, everything that's surviving underneath the crap, and it removes all that. Okay, it gets rid of all that, so that the shit that is actually healthy can survive, can thrive, and that's what's going to happen. And you know what? I'm going to tell you something. GameStop knows this. This is why they are preparing themselves with like electronic devices where you can go and trade your tablets and your phones and headphone, all this kind of stuff that has nothing really to do with gaming in general, but it is somewhat connected to their business. They're expanding their business model, and that's because they know that the physical distribution of video games is gonna
going
be
the way of
cut.
the dinosaur.
Yeah, it's gonna be cut. It's gonna be
Going the
cut.
way
I
of the
don't know how
dinosaur.
much. I'm suspecting at minimum half, because as time goes on and games get cheaper to produce, but not just that. Downloading becomes easier for everybody because a lot of people have hard problems with downloading because of the internet. As soon as that starts becoming easier, more mainstream, you're gonna start seeing big hard drives with everything, and essentially what's going to happen, and I see this happening with the cloud, especially with cloud gaming. They're going to have your games where all you do is pick what game you want to play and it loads it up without you having to download anything. And I see that happening. I see that shit happening.
I can see that happening. I don't think technology is going to be reliable for another 5 years.
No,
especially here in America. Like maybe in Japan, where you have it like being really good, but here in America, no.
But I know there's other parts of the world that's worse. But yeah, I see that happening, and you know what? The companies that have a good business plan, have a good solid foundation.
If they can keep their budgets in line,
they're gonna be all right.
They're gonna be fine. But these big, huge, we're spending over 100% of what we spent to make the game on advertising.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
But who else wants to go about Sony before we get to the elephant in the room?
I'll go.
I just want.
Yeah, go ahead, TripleMMM.
Right. I'm just gonna keep mine short because just about everything you guys said was in my freaking head. But the reason why this was so, this is the same way that happened. Sony's conference is the same thing that happened with Microsoft conference with me, which everything was great when I was seeing it. Then afterwards, reality just kicked my arse. But with Sony, it was much worse. So first, The Last Guardian. I was actually surprised and intrigued that they showed it. But then after I seen the whole thing, I'm like, doesn't this look like the same trailer that they did back with the PS3? As I looked as I looked for it, and it was like the same bloody thing, and I'm like, well, at least it's crispier than the one last gen. But even then, okay, since this, I can understand this is like still the early build, but even though it's crispier, you still see the not After Effects, the muddiness in the stream much more clearly than before it was in sub HD. So that was like excitement went high, but then dropped out like a brick. Then went Horizon Zero Dawn. That one I actually give props on for this. But then, jeez, Poppy, when you said that this might actually might downgrade, I'm like, please, you're bringing me down on this one.
It has to. It has to because
it was running. It was running on the
multiplayer. Yeah, I think that
it was running on the PS4 dev kit, which basically means it's hooked up to a PC, which means it's running off the power of that PC that it's hooked up to.
Yeah, that game has to be a multiplayer game. It can't just be a single-player game because the landscape for Sony has changed so dramatically over the last generation. Because you guys got to realize that, I mean, they launched with Killzone for a reason, okay? They launched with Killzone for a reason. They wanted to gauge the interest, the type of gamers that they have. Which is why, I mean, Knack, for all its faults, they tried with that shit, but it didn't give. They didn't give a lot of attention to that game. That's Killzone came out. It tried to show.
To be fair, Knack is also just a really bad game.
Yeah, I mean, well,
Design-wise.
the design, yeah, it needed.
It's not. It's not a well-made game, is what
Yeah,
I'm
it
saying.
needed some more. It needed some more time. But the thing is, the PlayStation side of gaming isn't a diverse gaming population that it used to be back in the PS1 and PS2 era. PS1 era was gold. I mean, you're talking about. I mean, I didn't blame the developers, man. They had freedom to do any fucking thing on the PlayStation 1. Okay, I remember playing so many fucking games. I had so many damn games on my PlayStation 1 that I had to flip the damn PlayStation 1 over because when it overheated, the lens and shit would act up and they wouldn't read the disc very well. So PlayStation 2, there were so many freaking different variety of games on that. You never worried about what kind of gaming, what people liked and didn't like, or whatever. It was everybody liked everything. Now, then it started becoming more, it started, dwindling down the type of game that people want to play, and if you play anything else away from that little circle of types of games or genres, then people ridicule you. Which is why I don't understand. Gaming is supposed to be about fun, enjoying yourself, getting away from the real world, not being in the same shit that you are already. Because I mean, these games are getting so realistic now, right? That people are starting to forget that it's just a fucking game. I was playing Splatoon today, right? This was so fucking funny. They've added extra stages and extra weapons and shit. And there's like this new weapon that they added that you can, it has the long range ability. It's not as powerful, but it has long range ability. You literally see people hiding behind corners, just sitting there to try to shoot you because they think it's Call of Duty. I'm not kidding you guys. That shit had me rolling. I was laughing my ass off. I was like, holy shit. These people think they're playing Call of Duty. And I'm thinking, isn't this supposed to be like coloring the damn turf? So you can't wait.
Well, I mean, you find people in Splatoon, and this is just an aside, who spend more time killing things than actually painting. They lose. It's hilarious.
Yeah, and they got like 100 points. It's funny.
Yeah, but I digress.
Go ahead.
Who's going? Because we're trying to get through Sony so we can get to the elephant in the room.
Yeah, that was me.
Real quick. First looking at it, I thought, okay, it's decent. It's much better than last year's. Then I rewatched it and I looked at one of the videos from shout out to Rachaholic, and it dawned on me about it's bad when you have media sites saying how pretty much a remake of one of the most overrated titles in video game history, Final Fantasy VII, mean the best thing about E3 and the best thing about Sony's conference. That's a big issue I have, and not just that, but the fact that he had to abuse the Kickstarter to get Shenmue 3 funded, it also said a lot too.
No, they didn't abuse Kickstarter. They apparently can get a game that, in its original iterations in Japan, like 15 years ago, had a budget of $47 million. They can apparently make the third iteration of the game for $2 million. I mean, damn, that's magic right there. That's some of that Sony special accounting right there.
In defense of Final Fantasy VII, people have been crying about this remake ever since they showed that tech demo at the PS3 when they launched the PS3. So people have been crying about a Final Fantasy VII remake for like 10 years now.
And they're gonna get it. But all I'm gonna say is this about Final Fantasy VII's remake. People are saying, "Yay, we're going to get Final Fantasy VII with updated graphics finally! Woo, yay!" Let me tell you something. Square Enix said that Yoichi Wada, who was fired recently, he said two things. He said, first of all, we'll never make a remake of Final Fantasy VII until we have a Final Fantasy that surpasses its critical and commercial reception. It has not happened yet. They also said that if we do make a remake of Final Fantasy VII, it'll be because we are in deep trouble, like financial deep trouble. So think about that.
That second part, Red Fox, I think you're going to hear something of the Good Shepherd, because he's going to be dropping bombs for you on that one.
Because think about that. think about how much trouble that they must be in financially. Like, and here's the thing: I know Square Enix. I don't know how they make money. Like, if you put a gun to my head and said, "Tell me how Square Enix turns a profit," I couldn't tell you. Especially the SquareSoft portion of it, because they've been dropping nothing but bombs lately. They get money from Bravely Default, good, like billions of dollars. They put it into you know, a mobile studio.
It goes back to what I said about Final Fantasy VII Remake. That's the big problem I have with like the whole E3 as a whole, especially on the side of Sony and Microsoft. It just goes to show you that they really didn't have nothing really to show except for like mostly multiplats, and that game trailer's live reaction is just, it's like a slap in the face when you have something like Final Fantasy VII Remake being the best thing. And not to mention, you guys know why I don't like Final Fantasy VII, okay? So, yeah, Sony.
I think you dislike it for the same reason most of us hardcore, old school SquareSoft fans, not Square Enix, SquareSoft fans don't like Final Fantasy VII. Final Fantasy VII is overrated garbage.
It is.
Okay.
Yeah,
and I don't like. I mean, why should I care about a guy? His sole motivation for destroying the world is that his mom doesn't actually exist. His mom is an alien, and she was killed, and now everyone has to die.
And then
really, that's your villain? Okay.
Yeah, and don't forget, don't forget it's just six is where Final Fantasy peaked in my book. Okay, just because when Final Fantasy VII came out. Thank you.
I would say 4, 5, and 6 are where Final Fantasy really started to really refine itself at 3 on the NES, but 4, 5, and 6 are where they really perfected it.
Yeah.
4, they perfected the story. 5, they perfected the class system. And 6, they took everything they learned from 4 and 5 and said, we're going to craft the best damn Final Fantasy ever.
Final Fantasy VI had all
even though Final Fantasy VI, we love that game, it still doesn't hold a candle to the best SquareSoft RPG they ever made, Chrono Trigger.
Chrono Trigger.
You know, I like Chrono Trigger. Chrono Trigger was pretty good.
Chrono Trigger is
that was more of action.
It's the best RPG they ever made. Literally, everything else SquareSoft has made, it's not even close to Chrono Trigger good. Yeah. Chrono Trigger is so good, it's perfect. It's the perfect RPG. It's perfect.
Yeah, it was pretty much the comment I said on Vageholic's last video. It's pretty much Final Fantasy VII to me is like a double-edged sword when it came to JRPGs, because after 7, notice that we have pretty much the same character tropes. The lead person is blonde or emo or mix of both, and then everybody wanted to follow that trend of Final Fantasy VII since then, and that's one of the reasons why the JRPG genre isn't as big like it used to be.
Now, the JRPG genre is small because of one major thing. Sony bought stock in Squaresoft, and basically
when they had money.
And then eventually they ran out of money, and Sony and Squaresoft had things that bombed spectacularly, and when that happened, they lost money, and they got bought up by the sensible half of the big JRPGs in Japan, which was Enix. And basically, when Enix and Squaresoft, there was no competition. Because here's the thing, every Squaresoft had the world audience, but Enix controlled Japan. And Enix RPGs have always been very traditional.
Dragon Warrior, remember Dragon Warrior?
I love Dragon Warrior. I love Dragon Warrior.
They should redo that.
Dragon Warrior is one of the most. Dragon Warrior is one of the most traditional RPGs you can find. It's very traditional, very old school hard. It's Nintendo. It's the definition of Nintendo hard.
When they released it on the Super Nintendo, that was amazing. But I wish they could redo it again. I mean, that game. Everybody should play that game.
Dragon Warrior kicked Final Fantasy in Japan in the butt. It would outsell. It would outsell it every time.
It's called Dragon Quest, guys. Dragon Warrior is Dragon Quest. Okay.
Yeah, they forced Final Fantasy to step up their game. And without that company forcing Final Fantasy to step up its game, it's been garbage ever since. When was the last good Final Fantasy anyone really played? And counting aside the overhypeness of 7, 9, maybe 10.
9 and 10.
10 was.
I like
10 was
9.
awful.
9 was
10.
good.
The protagonist in 10 sucked, but
I never played 10.
well, you didn't miss much.
I never played.
Let me put some perspective on this, how Square and Square Enix changed. And this is what I say about everybody, the Japanese developers rebelling against Nintendo. At first, the PS1 era still had Nintendo's influence. These guys have been, I call the third party the kids for a reason. Nintendo raised these little boys, and they had Nintendo's game making proud. Nintendo told you 5 games a year, son. Make your money in 5 games or get the hell out. Because you had to make them 5 games count, and because of that, that's why you have Metal Gear going 30 of that. That's why you have Dragon Quest 30 of that. That's why you have Mega Man. All these franchises were built mostly in the NES era because Nintendo forced you to raise your standards. And see, Dad told you to take out the trash, do your chores, paint the house, clean up the yard, go to bed, curfew. He set the house right. And at first, in PS1 era, they still had those influences over them. That's why the games came out so good in the PS1 era.
Mm-hmm.
But here's the difference. There was a guy named Sean Malmstrom. You can take him or leave him sometime. But there was one post he wrote a long time ago, almost 10 years ago, called The Theory of Cycles. And the Theory of Cycles was talking about not the genres of games, but the general way of how people made games in certain eras. The first era was called the tabletop era, where there were games that came out of the old world, the board game, the pen and paper RPG, the text-based adventures. They were built like that. Pong, all that comes from the old style of games put in video form. The second era was the arcade era. That's when everything became its own thing. You really can't play it in board game form. Who can play Double Dragon with a board game? You can't do it. So
I'd like to see someone try, though. That'd be funny.
There probably was one out, too. But see, the arcade era was about reflexes. It's about speed. Everything about arcade was meant to make you spend them quarters because they don't want to. Come on, all of them. That's a later era. That's not about the earlier. That's about the earlier era. Donkey Kong, that NES Master Donkey Kong.
Oh, you're talking about that? Yeah, not
Pac-Man.
When Namco was
Space Invaders.
All that was there to make you spend money because the games was they were there to make you get skill. That's why we have all this. That's why we grew up with the skill, because we had to play the hardest games in the world because they was trying to take our money out of our pocket. If you were good enough, you get to keep your quarter. If you're good enough, you kept your money. If you suck, that's how they get paid. So the games got hard. The Donkey Kong in the arcade is the real Donkey Kong. The one they get on the Virtual Console is that's the watered down version. Real Donkey Kong, them barrels are going all over the place. Donkey Kong will throw it diagonally. The barrels are they following you. The game is sick. It will kill you. Billy Mitchell from that movie King of Kong said the game is brutal. Most people don't get past a minute of Donkey Kong. All these old school games were built to kill you. Street Fighter's the same way. You got to learn them crazy combinations. Hadouken, and nobody can play most of them things. Remember Street Fighter 1? That was a hard one. Any kind of hit, any one of those special moves, knock half your Powerball.
Well,
You're done.
Can we not talk about Street Fighter 1? Because I mean, I have that game. That game is God. That was Capcom before they got into their groove, like with the fighting. Before they revolutionized fighting games, because that first Street Fighter was.
But see, during the NES and SNES era, they got slightly easy. Like Super Mario Bros. 1 is harder than Super Mario Bros. 3. Why? Because they don't have to worry about your quarters anymore because you already paid the full price for the home product. They had challenge, but they eased off a little bit because you paid for the full product. But the arcade era was that era. The next era it's called the cinematic era. And that's when everything became cutscenes. Everybody wanted to be movie star all of a sudden. And even Nintendo did some of it. Ocarina of Time had cinematic scenes, but they still was focused in that. They still rooted in the arcade era. And the situation is, Sony was built off arcades, built off of cinematics, because Sony is a technology company. They bought music companies, they bought movie companies and TV companies. They were the one that pushed the multimedia. That was a big catchphrase in the 90s, the multimedia. The 1990s was about Nintendo built the meal, and everybody wanted to take a piece off their plate. But they looked at video games and said, "This is little kid stuff. We can't be seen playing with colorful this and Earthworm Jim and his wild self. We need more serious gaming. We need cooler gaming." So they were trying to be grown up, which is an oxymoron for gaming, right? So cinematic was the way to do it. We want to be movie stars because nobody's ashamed to be a movie star. Mom, I want to go to be a game maker. Seriously? you're gonna get laughed out of the house if you tell mama that. But if I want to be a movie maker, then your mama will fund you. That's why the cinematic era was pushed, and Sony was cinematic. That's why the CD took over the cartridge. Cartridge is actually a superior format, but CD held more at the time, was cheaper and held more movie quality. So that's what Square went to.
More data.
Exactly. The Square moved to that era. Guess what? That's what happened by the end of that decade. But first, the next one, they made a movie called Final Fantasy: The Spirits Within, which is what a movie.
Horrible.
Them guys wanted to be movie
Horrible
makers.
movie. Horrible movie.
Because they stepped out of their lane. And by the time we get to the PS2 era, the cinematic era took over everything. Everything was about making a cut scene. You're not playing the game, you're watching the game. And we're still in the end results of all this, even now, where everything's about quick time events and everything had, like everybody said about Metal Gear Solid 4, you're watching a movie and playing the game sporadically. It's like, where's the game at? Where's the play at? Nintendo was the last, because Sega left, Nintendo was the last one, remember the tabletop and arcade eras. Yep. And they're trying to bring it back to that era. They also, and the fourth era was called the social interactive era. That's where you went halfway between going online to play and talking with your friends, and halfway with the Wiimote kind of stuff when you're playing in living room. So that's the era we're in right now, the social era, when everybody's like Splatoon. Splatoon is all about online multiplayer and the Miiverse and all that stuff. That's the era we're in now. But some guys are still stuck in cinematic mentalities, and the games are suffering. The game craft is suffering because of that mentality. There's nothing wrong with splicing cinematics in your game. That was done way back to get Ninja Gaiden, the original Ninja Gaiden. But remember your craft. Square has lost their craft, and that's why Bravely Default is so well received. Why? Because it's back on whose platform? Nintendo's. They're bringing the game making back.
Yeah, but Nintendo's funding that project. Yeah,
exactly.
They're not going to let that shit just fucking come out and it's garbage.
Yeah,
they're going to put their touch on it.
That's what's happened, and that's what's happened to all of these developers. And then you brought another angle about Square Enix combining and becoming, the monopolizer. They've devolved. The more they unite with Nintendo, we'll get back to that quality again where Kefka goes and we're scared of it.
Just to add to your point, John, because you made excellent points. I mean, you hit the nail on the head. But something that a lot of people don't realize is that sometimes when you're given a limitation, when somebody tells you can't do something, okay, most of us that are successful in life have been given limitations or have had certain boundaries or certain obstacles that have been put in our way. But we still know that we have to get to the end, right? You still know that you have to hit a certain checkpoint in life or whatever, right? For game developers, when they started, like for the NES era back then, there was more superior hardware. Nintendo could have put better hardware in there, right? But they didn't. They decided to use the cheapest that they could find to do what they needed to do. And developers back then, they either had to figure out how they can make magic out of that or die. And most of these guys that are successful back then and are still successful today have remembered that, hey, sometimes the limitations can make better, more creative experiences.
It does.
And like, for instance, the Wii U. The Wii U doesn't have 8 gigs of RAM, okay? But that should never hinder a game to come out with high-quality production values, okay?
Yeah.
2 gigs of RAM is more than enough, okay? Don't fucking tell me it's not, all right? You were doing this shit back then when the N64 had, what was it, 4K, 4 kilobytes of video memory and in 4 megs of RAM. And, I mean, come on now. These developers, they're feeding everybody crap, and people are eating that shit. I always go back to that. I always say, these developers and publishers are feeding people crap, and people are eating it because that's what they are. They're eating it. And it's easy to ridicule somebody else when you're fucking up.
And that goes back to what about this first party war. And see, we've been at war for everybody thinks this is just some things going on. This is a 20-year war. It's a big tug of war between dad and the kids. That's all this is about. And the situation, like you said about limitation, that's exactly what the situation is. That's why I don't buy this mess about hard to develop for and all. The Wii U is the easiest to develop for, everybody says. But they're lazy. The kids, because I call it Uncle Sony. Uncle Sony don't keep the house right. Mr. Microsoft, he don't care what them kids do. They're gonna come in, they're gonna get lazy, they're gonna They're going to not clean their room. They're getting, it's Cheetos and toe jam all over the place. They don't care about keeping house. So they've fallen off their craft.
Yeah.
And they somebody has to break down this this paradigm in the industry where the third parties get this. We got everybody kissing the third party as if what they want is what the industry should go. Like, you should follow these standards. They don't make standards. They make slop. Somebody has to put those boys in line.
How much do you guys believe it costs to develop a platform? Like let's say for the Xbox One. How much do you think it costs to make that kind of system, that the environment, the development tools, all that, everything that you need to create that type of platform? What do you guys think?
I don't know how much it costs monetarily to make the console.
Let's just say.
No, I don't know how much it costs to make the console. What I do know is that Microsoft themselves said that they spent billions just establishing the original Xbox.
Exactly.
So you think they spent billions establishing that Xbox, okay? Then you think they spent billions establishing the Xbox 360. Because notice, the original Xbox had money hatting, but they really went overboard in the 360 gen. Okay,
yeah, they went all out.
So you're thinking, okay, that's billions, okay, plus all the infrastructure because it has a very robust online.
Yeah. Exactly.
So that's more billions. I would say that maybe Microsoft has spent between 20-30 billion getting it off the ground. And that's just getting it off the ground. I mean like just getting the console off the ground. I'm saying if you include what they spend over the gens in order to support those systems, maybe the first Xbox, maybe 2 or 3 billion. Those 2 or 3 years it was on. The 360, they're still kind of supporting that. So you're thinking maybe 2 or 3 billion a year for 6 years, 7 years.
You're like 50 billion, right?
That's 21 billion right there over 7 years. Plus 30, and now you have the Xbox One, which, here's the thing, the Xbox One outsold the PS4 during the holiday season, but they're losing $200 per console. They're losing billions of dollars on that console.
Exactly.
I mean, here's the thing. People look at Phil Spencer and they're like, Phil Spencer, he's doing the right thing. I would not want to be that man when he has to go see his boss every quarter. Like, because, I mean, he goes in there and
he's on a short leash. He's on a short leash.
He bends over the desk and pulls down his pants and he looks at his boss like, okay, man, I got to go home later on today. Please don't. Yeah,
his anal canals worn to hell.
He's
but
worn out.
What I'm saying, Mr. Fox and the others, is that, okay, you guys have noticed how the third parties have tried to dictate to console manufacturers how they should develop their systems, and they got pissed off early on before the Wii U was released that they never talked to us about it, especially Bethesda. They never consulted with us about what kind of specs they should.
They were shopping that shit to everyone.
And I'm gonna tell you something. When you have the third-party publishers telling you how to run your business, then you lost everything.
Your business is gonna fail.
And I'm gonna tell you something. Ubisoft, EA, Bethesda, 2K, all those companies together will not be able to afford to create their own system and maintain it. They would not be able to afford it. It is too risky. Okay? It is too expensive for them to do all the research and development to put a system out. Okay? It's not feasible for them because they understand the dynamics. And I'm going to tell you something. People need to wake up. I keep saying this shit. Wake up, gamers. Stop fucking being... Go ahead.
Go ahead. Poppy, what it is, like I say, Sony and Microsoft are not game makers. They're outsiders. They're weak first party. They're weak parents. They don't know how to put these kids in line. And the bottom line is...
Microsoft is a software company, and Sony sells formats. They sell CDs, DVDs, Blu-ray... Now streaming, they sell formats.
The reason both of these guys got into the gaming business for ulterior motives. Sony wanted to extend their electronics empire. That's what they got the gaming for.
Yeah,
they were late to the party. They should in the 1970s. Where were they in the 1970s? They weren't here. They saw this. They said, "Oh, it's a hot business. Let me get some of this money." They don't know nothing about what. They don't know nothing about gaming. They still don't. They're outside.
Well, I've said this before. But Sony would cut off their left arm, all of them, in order to if they could have came up with the Game Boy first.
Yeah, but you got to have the software too, support it.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like they would literally, because they're like, well, like the way Sony sees it is, we had the Walkman. Why couldn't we have the Game Boy? That's the way they feel.
You guys know during the Super Nintendo era that Sony used to develop games for the Super NES. You guys know that, right?
They did.
Yeah.
They had
You guys
Sony
remember
Image
Captain Hook?
stuff.
Remember the Hook game?
Sony Image stuff, exactly. And the thing is,
and those were good games. They were good games.
yeah.
Sky
and the thing
Blazer.
is, the thing is, they came in for ulterior motives to expand their empires for whatever reason, and because they need to court third parties for the sport. When you look at the top selling games on the PlayStation and Xbox lineup, they're never first party games. They're always third party games.
They sold out. Yeah, they sold out all the first party guys.
I remember the Xbox 360. I believe it was either Halo or Call of Duty. Yeah. It was one.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah.
It was one of
But
those two.
but here's the thing. Halo doesn't have long legs. It sells big in the first 3-4 months, and then it dies down until they release a new map pack or something like that. But for the rest of the year, and here's the thing, Halo will never outsell Call of Duty or Battlefield because Halo is only on that one system.
How many
which is why
copies of
Nintendo
Halo
games are
5?
such an anomaly.
How many
Because they
copies of
outsell
Halo 5
only on one
sell?
system.
You think they need to sell to recoup their investment?
Yeah.
Halo 5. They're gonna have to sell. How many do you think? Guess.
I would say
7.
10 million.
Yeah.
I think at least between 6 and 7 million they have to sell,
around 7.
because I guarantee you that marketing campaign that they're gonna push for that Halo 5 is probably gonna be astronomical in number.
Humongous.
Go.
Even then, they're going to lose
Actually-
money because they got to support that online infrastructure.
Exactly. They
And just having those two actors,
10 million.
and those
Wow.
are popular line actors in Halo 5. So yeah, that's a lot of money that they have to dish out.
So they basically got to have a 1-to-1 ratio from what they have now. They got about what 10, 11 million consoles out there. They're gonna have to sell every single console owner a copy of that game.
And that's not happening.
So basically, they're throwing everything against the wall to try to increase their numbers. And it's a desperate move, and people don't see it. They don't realize it. Actually, Nintendo could actually go and say, you know what, we're not going to release anything for the next 3 years. We'll let those two fight it out.
Yeah.
That's exactly what this whole generation is about.
No,
And
they couldn't
like
do
I
that.
said, East Coast, West
Iwata has to be making money somewhere. But I think
They do. Yeah, they could do it. I'm talking about as far as games. They got-
no, I do think Nintendo, between Pokemon and Animal Crossing, and they're like the games that sell big don't cost them a lot of money to make, but sell big and have a huge audience. They could easily just sit down and rest, but they would then PO their core fan base. And Nintendo, I mean, even though people are like, well, Nintendo doesn't look. Nintendo, when times are lean, when things are really bad, they always have their backbone, which is their core fan base, okay? And they don't want to make us mad.
Which is why they're releasing Super Mario Maker. That damn game's gonna sell millions. Watch it.
So we keep on getting sidetracked. We need to
Go ahead.
get to the elephant in the room.
Okay.
Which the elephant in the room is the E3 digital event that managed to do something that I did not think was possible. Which, you know, we've heard of time travel and turning a grown man or woman into a 5-year-old screaming baby, but Nintendo managed to do it. And I would share it, like let everyone share their things, but we got a special guest here who is going to break it down for us and our viewers in a way that is probably going to hit a lot of the stuff we're going to talk about. Other people can join in, but let's let him. No. The best thing of this week is seeing the people get broken down and act like little 5-year-olds. So, and it was all because of the big end. So we're gonna let John Lucas take it. The floor is yours, sir.
All right, it might be here for a minute. Get comfy, because I'm going in with this one. All right.
Oh, I'm comfy here.
I got my popcorn ready.
I got my
Let's go.
water.
I've been waiting for this the whole conversation. All right, Nintendo. A lot of the Nintendo fans, I understand the disappointment, because Nintendo has done a perfect image campaign from Splatoon to now. Splatoon came out absolutely on fire. They premiered that thing last E3. It was a breath of fresh air. The fan art was here almost instantly. We ran a whole year. They showed a little bit they talking about they're gonna come out on May 29th. They put it in the Mario Kart 8 slot. I said I knew they're gonna be ready for the summer. It's like Nickelodeon. It's ready to go. They gave you the Splatoon Direct, showed us all that cool stuff. The Squid Sisters. I mean, all that thing was going crazy. Then they dropped the Global Test Fire. The Global Test Fire was an hour on purpose, because it concentrates the stress test, and also is a teaser to make you want for more. The drug, they always gonna give you a sample so you can get hooked on it, right? Drop this thing, gave you another sample right before the launch, dropped the launch, had the Splatoon amiibos. They went ham. This thing was a worldwide hit. It knocked Japan on its ass. This thing was fire. Right after that, we start June with a Nintendo Micro Direct. Why are you starting out before E3 with a Direct? That's interesting. And drop some pretty good news. Ranked Battle's already unopened. Chibi Robo has an amiibo. And then we get to the actual E3 or pre-E3. We get the Smash Direct, Ryu and Ryu and Smash. Excuse me. Roy's back. We got Nintendo World Championship. We went off absolutely flawlessly. This thing was. It sold Wii U. It sold games. It was the best thing I've ever seen in years. So we was hyped up. We was on a high, waiting for this E3 to just knock us on our stomach. We were ready to go. And Nintendo, instead of saying, I'm gonna finish you off at E3, I said, no, I'm not gonna finish you off. I'm gonna tell you what I'm doing. I'm setting the ball. I'm not gonna spike it on you yet. I'm planting this seed right now. I'm gonna show you what I'm doing. A lot of Nintendo fans right now, the one that's listening to this podcast, if they got through this far, I'm gonna explain what Nintendo's doing to us right now. We're disappointed because we didn't get our big games. The reason a lot of people are disappointed is because they think Nintendo is about to abandon the Wii U. They think the Wii U is about to be put in the closet, and they think NX is the replacement. There's a lot of nonsense. The Wii U is not anywhere near done. The Wii U launched early for a reason, to put Microsoft and Sony in a tug of war. Right. Nintendo's doing a master plan throughout this generation that a lot of people are not figuring out. Here's a sample of what was going on between the whole E3 and the June Directs. I'm starting off with number one, Chibi Robo. Chibi Robo is a cool franchise, but it's sort of like underground. It's like it gets lost in the shuffle.
Niche, yeah.
Yeah, niche, very niche, super niche. The situation with Chibi Robo, they showed that amiibos are going to sell Chibi Robo. Chibi Robo this probably will be the best selling Chibi Robo because of that amiibo alone. They packed it in the box. It's not. They want you to get the physical version. They want you to buy Chibi Robo so you can leverage Chibi Robo into other products later on. The Chibi Robo game reminds you of Castlevania for one, so that's a little side bonus there. The second thing I'm going to talk about is Pokemon Super Mystery Dungeon. Pokemon is a guaranteed seller no matter what, especially a Super Mystery Dungeon game. That game comes out in the fall in Japan, comes out in the rest of the world in winter. So that means they get a double fiscal boost. You get a fiscal boost for quarter 3 and a fiscal boost for quarter 4. That's what that's for. They showed you the Smash Direct. I don't think we really understand the gravity of what was done with Ryu and Smash. Not only are they opening up the third-party representation to more than one slot. We thought it was like a one-spot rule for third parties. It makes inclusion open-ended, but the fact that we have a Ryu amiibos are the way to unify Japan. This whole Nintendo campaign is about unity. It's what it was last generation. It's the second part of the revolution. Revolution is still going on. Ryu amiibos, now Ryu is iconic like Mario, like Donkey Kong, like Zelda and Link and Pokemon. I have a figurine that recognizes my value to the world of gaming. every third party is now like One Piece. One Piece wants to get part of the amiibos.
Yeah.
Namco, Japan is out there. Everybody from Japan wants to be on this amiibo train
And
to
Smash.
ride Nintendo and Smash, exactly. Because Smash, let me tell you what Smash is. Smash is not just a game; it's an institution. Smash is like a yearbook. Smash is like a museum. Smash is a time capsule. When you see this game, you see the whole history of Japanese gaming in one disc or one cart. That's what this is from. And so when Ryu is in Smash, it lets you know that Ryu's not going to be Amiibo's not just for one game. Amiibo's for multiple games. Where is Ryu going to operate in another Nintendo game? Where is Ryu going to operate in this? We don't know what. Might put him in an RPG of some sort. Who knows? It might be in Project X Zone. Bam, that's coming out soon, right? Nobody thought about that kind of stuff. So Ryu and Smash is bigger than the whole Street Fighter V combined. It's that big. Let me tell you about Nintendo World Championship. That's number 4. Nintendo World Championships. Mario Maker became Super Mario Maker. Nintendo is smart as hell right now. I've been watching what they're doing. They don't care about E3 anymore. E3 is just one of many shows in their opinion. They use E3 or they use events to get a live reaction because you can't hide live reactions. When they went to the Game Awards last year and showed off Koji Kondo playing with class, playing that Zelda and Mario music, when you saw the Zelda footage off screen, turn to the side with two of the legends sitting on the couch talking about it, and you heard the crowd go, "Woo! How? Woo! What? Woo!" That's real stuff. You can't fake that. Same thing with Nintendo World Championship. They went in here. It's not even part of E3 really. It's really their own individual event, and the situation is that thing showed off what the Wii U has. Splatoon is going to sell. Mario Maker now, Super Mario Maker is absolutely going to sell. I didn't know that game was going to be that crazy. When you saw John Numbers jump those treadmills and those fans going, whoa, 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 whoa. You can't buy that. That's no stage, no Ford car on stage is going to top that kind of stuff right there. No kind of Kickstarter nonsense is going to top that right there. Nintendo makes their own hype. Nintendo tells you that E3 is not the Mecca. I'm the Mecca. You come to me for Ramadan. That's where you go to. So the hype follows me. You follow me on my direct. If I show up at E3, you be there, and I'll let you know. If I'm not at E3, you follow me on my direct. You follow me on this thing. You keep up with me, not E3. So the E3, they basically did E3 before E3. So when they got the actual E3 footage out, exactly, NWC was the best thing this week. When they got the E3 footage out, they were showing you, they were planting seeds right here. And everybody thought that if we don't get a Zelda this year, if we don't get a Metroid this year, well, the Wii U's dead, it can't survive. It can't possibly go on no further now, because how's it going to survive now? They don't have the big game. Because Nintendo's not dying with the Wii U yet. NX is not its replacement, guys. What Nintendo did at the digital event, let me show you what it did. The first thing they talked about was Star Fox Zero, which is going to be good. If you got a game that looks a little rough at the E3, that's a good thing because it's going to be polished later. We've seen Xenoblade Chronicles 8 look rough and it became polished later on. Don't worry about Star Fox Zero looking smooth when it comes to showtime. They're going to be crunching. I know it's a little time, but they'll have that thing looking right at launch. And we'll have a pre-direct right before launch. It will prove the gyro control, just like Splatoon is proving the gyro control of the Wii U pad. The second thing, and a lot of people like dismiss this, and this was probably the biggest thing I've seen at the E3 digital event, and that's the Skylanders deal with Amiibos. Follow me on this. Do you understand that Nintendo has just co-opted their competition in the toys games category?
They outsold. The Amiibo outsold Disney Infinity and Skylanders last month.
Yeah, I go into the Toys R Us and I see the section for the Amiibos increasing. Like they already pushed the Skylanders and the Disney into another section, so that's happening everywhere.
You cannot beat the king of the IPs. You can't beat him. And the bottom line, Amiibos is not. Everybody getting tired. I'm getting tired of Amiibo. I'm getting tired. No,
I'm not.
Be tired.
What do you think that Amiibo?
I don't buy them, but I like seeing I like seeing that they're doing something different with them.
Do you think that the Amiibos might go through the Beanie Baby phase of the Pokemon?
No. It's not
no. Pokemon, maybe. Yeah, Pokemon.
No. Don't call us evil with that. When you put them together, it's Armageddon. Amiibo, you have not seen the beginning of Amiibos. Amiibos is a system driver. That's what this thing is. They're going to use Amiibos to drive their platforms. What they did with let me tell you two things they did with that deal with Skylanders Amiibo. First of all, they caught their competition. If Amiibo and Skylanders are on the same team now, don't you know what's coming up next? They're going to co-op next with Disney and Affinity. Do you understand what happens when Mario and Mickey Mouse are on the same Amiibo? Do you understand what that means? Do you understand that Jim Henson Muppets, which was on that digital event, is owned by Disney? Do you understand that Disney also owns Marvel? Do you also understand that Disney also owns Star Wars?
Yeah.
When Nintendo and Disney come together, the crossover is insane. Nintendo and Disney go back decades. They go back to 1959 with the playing cards. Disney games sell always first and foremost on the Nintendo platform. The Magical World, that Game of 64 with the racing thing, Disney DuckTales. Disney and Nintendo are like thick and thieves. Everybody sees Nintendo as Japanese Disney. Let me tell you about.
I just want to say a little something about what happened earlier on with Disney and Nintendo. Disney actually a rep of Disney kind of bashed Nintendo for their amiibo shortages. But then after the whole partnership with Nintendo and Universal Studios, I've seen comments that Disney said that they would love to have Nintendo on the payroll as a partnership. Oh, yeah. I was like, dang, that's 1/8. That's a 1/8, my friend.
Yeah, Nintendo. Let me break this down. I'm gonna say two words: Donkey Kong and Incredible Hulk. What's gonna happen when the game uses those two? When you get Amiibos crossed with Infinity, the Disney system, it's a wrap. It's all over. But not just that, guy. Not just that. What this deal also shows, you gotta remember, this is still Hammer Slam, Bowser, and Turbocharged Donkey Kong are also Skylander figures now. Do you know what this means? They invade the PlayStation Xbox platform with their characters. When you play, you didn't think of that.
Oh shit! You're smacking the shit out of it.
I didn't think about that, but you're right. I mean, I think they can. I think they have to make it so that those Amiibos work on other. But the only way you can get those is if you buy the Wii U, the Amiibos for Wii U bundle.
It's tricky because what they're doing, they're trying to make Skylanders exclusive to Nintendo, and even though it's multi-plat, you forced to buy a Nintendo platform. But if you somehow happen to have another system, Donkey Kong is on your PlayStation, Bowser is on your PlayStation. You think they're gonna stop with those two?
No, they're gonna put everybody. They're gonna put everybody.
Nintendo is invading. Nintendo. Whoa, hold on.
This is Nintendo.
Listen, Nintendo is invading. Nintendo, that's exactly what they're doing in mobile. You think everybody think Nintendo's going to mobile because they finally gave up, they lost the fight. Google and Apple beat them. Nintendo's competition is not Sony and Microsoft that generated. Nintendo's competition is Google and Apple. These outside indirect competitors. Because the tablets, I'm seeing tablets that can play PS3 level games. I see somebody play Need for Speed like a PS3 game. They're catching up to the consoles now. So Nintendo is fighting the new PC, the tablet market. That's what they're looking for. That's what their competition is. When they go to mobile, they're going to suck those guys out and bring them back to the platform. Understand that Puzzle & Dragon Z. Why in the world would Puzzle & Dragon Z make a 3DS version of their game? It's like 2 billion smartphones in the world. That's the biggest market in the world. Why are you coming to Nintendo? Because the mobile market is Atari market. That's why it's crash ready. You want to come to a solid ground. The solid ground is a console, and the king of the console is Nintendo. Think about what Sony's done. Sony has abandoned mobile. Sony has a PlayStation Mobile. They run away from it. The Vita they have abandoned. Who's the only handheld that's available? That's Nintendo. Where's Japan at? They're on mobile, right? Nintendo's gonna suck mobile and bring them on their handheld. Nintendo is making a play right now. They're making a power play. That was the biggest thing they showed at that E3, but that's not even all of what they did at E3. When they showed Zelda, everybody was mad because we didn't get Zelda Wii U. You know what Zelda Wii U's coming. Zelda Triforce. I knew it was going to be another Zelda because of another Zelda cycle of releases. They never miss a Zelda for every handheld and 1.5 handheld, I call it. Like the Game Boy Color, the DS, the DSi, the 3DS to the new 3DS. It's always going to be at least one Zelda on both versions. And this is that version for the new 3DS. Triforce Heroes also brings the 4-store style of gameplay in a more accessible manner. 4-store was always clunky because you had to buy a bunch of systems or you couldn't get no friends around. Now it's easier to play and it's online. Now they will understand why 4-store is valuable. And you know what that does? That raises the value of the 4-Swords game for re-release or better yet, remake. That's another thing they did. Here's something else. The Blast Ball game, Metroid Prime Federation Force.
That
They
shit was
cry
cool.
and whine.
That shit was
Go
cool.
ahead. It was, listen, they cry and whine about that game because it didn't get the big Metroid. I'm gonna get to that why the Metroid didn't show up today. I was expecting myself. I know why it didn't. Now I know why it didn't show up. Metroid Prime. First of all, it's the first handheld Metroid in 9 years. Hunters was the last one. Everybody loved Hunters, right?
7,
This is like Hunters all over again from the perspective of the Federation. This game will have Samus, and matter of fact, the boss battle might be fighting Samus. Who knows? You don't know what they're gonna do with this game. This game is probably gonna. I'm hoping it will be online. It's made by Next Level Games. Are we forgetting that Next Level Games just made Luigi Mansion Dark Moon? Are we forgetting that Next Level Games made Punch Out Wii? Have you forgotten that they made Mario Strikers? Next Level is a top tier developer.
Yeah.
That's one of the key developers right now from the West.
They're earning their stripes right now. Yeah, they're earning their stripes with Nintendo before they give them the big dog, the platform, the home console.
They're grooming the new children.
Yeah,
the
exactly.
Bottom line, that game is going to come out. And when that game comes out, after they enjoy it, they go, oh, it's chibi. Oh, bullshit. When this thing is done, they're going to be begging them for another Metroid Prime Federation Force when it's done. But that's not all. They got some more.
I don't know about that. People are like signing petitions and crying like little babies.
Listen, that's the same thing as the Splatoon commercial with the splat tat 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 tat. That was a big controversy last month. We're talking about it right now.
And everyone is talking about it.
Everybody's a kid and a squid now.
The little boy said right there at the Nintendo World Championships. It made the game sell. I knew they were overreacting. It's just gamer drama. They'll get over it. Trust me. These gamers are fickle. They turn on the dime. They turn on the nickel. Don't worry about that. That petition is a blow over. When the game comes out, when they drop this direct, oh, I love Nintendo. I love you so much. I love you. It's coming. Don't worry about that.
I can see it now. Like Wind Waker got released on GameCube. Same ordeal. People had
I learned my lesson on that one.
Yeah. Now everybody thinks it's the best Zelda of all time.
But here's some more. Now, the situation where you have all these 3DS games coming out. That right? Everybody's mad about the 3DS E3. Here's the thing you got to remember. Nintendo does not treat their handheld inferior to their home console. That's why the handheld survives when Vita cannot. Vita does not treat their handheld like it's equal to their home console. Nintendo never believed that. That's why Metroid 2 was on the Game Boy on the black and white. That's why Zelda Link's Awakening was on the Game Boy black and white. They do not treat their handheld as inferior platforms.
Absolutely.
The fact is that 3DS last year didn't have enough representation. 3DS was actually pretty light last year. The only thing that was selling it was pretty much Pokemon Alpha and Omega and Smash 3DS. The 3DS was light last year. They had to come heavier. What that shows is that the 3DS has so many games they haven't even released yet. I'll give you something to think about. We're waiting on F-Zero. You know it's coming this generation, but you didn't think about F-Zero 3DS, did you? You know that's coming. I don't know when, but it's coming. Wait on that one. Deeper than that, you also have the Fire Emblem game. They're trying to build Fire Emblem, making it a bigger franchise, right?
It's sold
Fire
well.
Emblem is now, they're going to eventually turn the thing into a Zelda level franchise. Fire Emblem was
it deserves it.
Yeah, Fire Emblem is a masterclass franchise, and they're crossing it over with Shin Megami Tensei. They're putting out Awakening. Now everybody got the waifus all over the place nowadays.
And they actually showed the game being demoed at the Treehouse, which I was very surprised that they were going to do. It was like a 45-minute showing of the new, however you say it, Cross Fire Emblem.
Shin Megami Tensei Cross Fire Emblem.
And the situation is by doing that, by doing these moves, they are increasing the value of the franchise. So it won't be just an assistant seller; it can be a strong seller. On that point, we'll go to Animal Crossing. Now that kicked me in the gut when I saw the board game look. But think about this: we gotta recognize that if Animal Crossing is not out yet, the Wii U is nowhere near done. I'm gonna tell you why it's not done. Animal Crossing always releases early in a Nintendo platform cycle. The GameCube, I'm talking about International Animal Crossing, when it came out international, not the original N64 version. Nintendo GameCube came out in 2001. Animal Crossing came out in 2002. It was 4 years to the next Nintendo console, the Wii, 2006. The DS came out in 2004. Animal Crossing Wild World came out in 2005. It was 6 years to the next console, the 3DS, in 2011. The Wii came out in 2006. Animal Crossing City Folk came out in 2008. It was 4 years to the next console, the Wii U, in 2012. The 3DS came out in 2011. Animal Crossing New Leaf came out in 2013. Seeing this pattern, how long do you think we're going to have to the next console generation for the handhelds? The Wii U came out in 2012. We do not have a real Animal Crossing yet. So that means the Wii U life is going to go to the end of the decade. Because this game, you know why? This is where Nintendo started the DLC from. The DLC started from Animal Crossing with hats and shirts and furniture and all kind of stuff, random little gifts. They got a DLC trend on these games that go for months and years after, because the way the Animal Crossing game plays by years. So when this game is coming out next E3, it's coming out next year. It's a guarantee now. The reason why they gave us these spin-offs, you know why they're doing this? The same reason that why they put Animal Crossing in Mario Kart 8. They're growing the value of Animal Crossing to be not only a strong franchise, but a tentpole franchise to be on the level of Mario and Zelda. Like when it comes out, it sells platforms, no question asked.
Yep, whetting your appetite. They're whetting the appetite so that when the full meal, the full course meal comes out, people are ready for it.
But
Exactly.
in defense of the Nintendo criers out there, if I were a big Animal Crossing fan and I saw that board game, because I can't stand video game board games, that would have been a slap in the face. Like,
No,
what?
It hurt.
and the thing is like I can understand where they're coming from, but here's the thing: Animal Crossing can exist in many different forms. It's kind of like, I mean, because I understand where they're coming from.
That's
I
why they're
remember
doing
when
a little house,
Like,
designer
here's the
house
thing:
game.
when
Yeah.
I first saw Metroid Prime, I'm gonna be honest with you, I was pissed off. You wanna know why? Because I loved Metroid, Metroid 2, Return of Samus, and Super Metroid. Like, there's no way they're gonna. This American company is gonna be able to take the awesomeness of the 2D Metroid and translate it to a 3D world. And I was dead wrong.
And then they bitch slapped you.
I was dead wrong. I stayed away from the Prime series through the first Metroid. I played the first level of the demo station on the GameCube. I was like, this is BS. And I skipped Metroid Prime. I skipped Metroid Prime 2 Echoes. And I didn't play a Metroid Prime game until Metroid Prime 3 Corruption on my Wii. And when I played Metroid Prime 3 Corruption on my Wii, I was like, I was wrong. Retro clearly knows how to translate the essence of a Metroid game into a 3D space. So I think they can translate the joy of Animal Crossing to a board game setting. The idea that you can use they're coming out with these amiibos for your favorite characters. I mean, I don't even like Animal Crossing, but I'm gonna get that KK Slider amiibo because KK Slider is cool with his little guitar. But I don't know. I mean, here's the thing. People get mad at Nintendo, but here's the thing. Nintendo is a 130-year-old company. Okay. They consistently make money off of their stuff. And even when people say they were losing money for 3 years, they were building new studios. They were growing the
investing.
They were hiring people. Normally, when other companies lose money, they sell, buildings and fire people. So I don't.
When they have that bit and when they have their August Direct and everybody's gonna be, I love Nintendo again. I know.
So let's get back to the thing, because these two games that we see in these spin-offs are probably going to be bigger than we think. When they announce, well, it's so much to talk about. Listen, I know that companies can never leave their roots. I've learned this by observing. Companies always come back to their original business. Nintendo started as a playing card company. When they said they're going to make amiibo cards, I said, of course they did. Of course they will. Because when I got my Wii U and set up my gamepad, I had to press images of spades, diamonds, clubs, and hearts. When you play Super Mario U, you got diamonds, spades, clubs, hearts, card stuff. Cards is all over Nintendo no matter where you look. That's why they couldn't leave cartridges, because cartridge. These guys, it's still cartridges in their system. The cartridge is now superior to the disc. You hold more damn data on cartridge than disc. Card, now they call it. Flash card. The situation is, Animal Crossing amiibos, I looked at the cards, we have zodiac signs on them, we have paper, rock, scissors hands, we have, different, you understand what they're going to do with this? This is going to be Magic the Gathering in amiibo form. They're going to go in, it's going to be ham when these Animal Crossing, I'm an Animal Crossing fan. I play with a lot of older people. They're going to be all over this game, older and younger. This game, the amiibo cards is over. It's going to kill everything. And that board game, some people are starting to wonder, is it just a simple, it's not Mario Party, is it more like Fortune Street? If it's Fortune Street, I'm interested in it now. This thing might surprise us in what it is.
It looks like it's gonna be online. Yeah, that looks like it's gonna be online.
And here's the thing, not just that. When you talk about KK Slider, if you want to know how popular KK Slider is, type in KK Slider on YouTube, type in Botanic Sage, and hear the KK Slider Ice Cube remix. It was a good day. No, KK Slider is the. Look it up. It's all over the place. KK. People do KK. It's all. You'll be lost in that search result. KK is going to sell that game. Nintendo is getting these amiibos out ahead of time, so when they drop the big Animal Crossing, which will use amiibos, you will have some ready on hand. And they're finna leverage amiibos with their games harder than you ever seen before. Right now, we're getting peripheral usages right now. When they get enough of them on the floor, it's going to be a flood, and it's going to be that big amiibo world-style game, Nintendo World. Well, I don't know what they're going to call it, but it's going to use amiibos. Amiibos is an unrecognized quantity. They can take that and do anything they want to do with it. Let's say we have a Mario amiibo and a Shulk, of all things. We put them on the gamepad. Mario sends his data to the game. Shulk sends his data to the game. Remember how Smash Brothers has unique, no matter how you train your amiibo, they're always unique to every player?
Yep.
What happens when your mixtures of you put Martha and Shulk and Samus, and you come with a different mixture of data that comes out differently in the game? It forces you to want to keep trying to see what you can make next. It's all kind of things you can do with amiibo. Amiibos is insane. It's a nice toy and figurine on its own, but it's a nice game feature that works cross platforms and cross games. That is, they're sleeping on Animal Crossing. When it finally does come out, you will have Animal Crossing, the board game, Animal Crossing, the real estate game with the big Animal Crossing. It's going to be the biggest thing ever. Watch this right here. The reason we don't have Metroid and the rest right now, I think people have forgotten. Here we go. In 2013, we had the year of Luigi, right? 30th anniversary of Luigi. Why would you celebrate a 30th anniversary? 30th anniversary is not that special. 25th, 20th, 10th, 5th, 50th, 30th? Really? You know why they did that? It's cold. What else came out in 1983? The Family Computer, the Famicom.
Yep.
Year of Luigi is cold for the year of the Famicom. We just had the 25th anniversary of Super Mario Brothers with the red Wii and all that stuff, right? Super Mario All-Stars. So why would they talk about the 30th anniversary for Super Mario Maker? Why? What else came out in 1985? The International Famicom, the Nintendo Entertainment System.
NES.
The 30th anniversary.
Yeah.
Now, what else is having 30th anniversaries next year? We have The Legend of Zelda having the 30th anniversary next year. We have Metroid having the 30th anniversary next year. What time does Federation Force?
Yeah.
What time does?
You got it.
What time does Federation Force come out? 2016. 30th anniversary of Metroid. That Zelda game comes out right before the 30th anniversary of Zelda.
No, Federation Force comes out this year.
No, it come out 2016, I think, right?
No, it's coming out this year. I think they said it's going to be out holiday 2015.
I'll look it up, but still, it's around that area.
Holiday
you know what's happening?
2016. Yeah.
You know what's happening?
It's 2016. Oh.
Yeah, 2016.
Then that game's going to look a hell of a lot better next year.
It's going to look different, so I think people should quit whining about it.
I mean, come on, man. These are people on YouTube. Come on, man.
Yeah, they know all, man. They know all.
I mean, they've run a multi-billion-dollar, 130-year-old company, so they know how to tell another 130 billion-dollar company what to do.
So what we could have thought was merely nothing more than a concept, and a lot of that stuff might change next year.
And that's why they don't like showing content.
It doesn't change. It still looked. I mean, like, here's the thing. Before people knew that was Metroid Prime Federation Force, that looked fun. I was like, this looks fun. This looks like a fun game. I would definitely buy this game. And then as soon as they said Metroid Prime Federation Force, no.
But see, here's the thing. See, that because they think the Wii was about to die, they're scared. They don't have confidence in the console. They don't have the confidence in Nintendo. The situation is that's coming out on the 30th anniversary of Metroid, and then you heard, well, Metroid Prime is not coming out. Is this series called Metroid Prime or is it called Metroid? Metroid is coming out 2016. When they see Samus's gunship on that E3 Direct, or what they call a digital event, they're going to lose the doggone marbles. Metroid, you know what I'm saying? Anniversary next year? Let's think about this. Anniversary next year is also a game called Pocket Monsters. Pokemon has the 20th anniversary next year. You got to think about something. Pokemon never It always has a summary version or extension. It always comes out roughly every 3 to 4 years. Pokemon Red, Green, and Blue. That was the first one, 96. Gold, Silver, Crystal, 99. Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, 03, 02. Somebody right around there, right?
Yeah.
Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, around 06. That's when they kept doing the summaries. Then they came up with extensions on Black and White. Black and White came out in, I think, 2009, 2010. The summary came out in 2012, Black 2, White 2. We didn't have a summary, now we have a double up. So X and Y comes out in 2013. We haven't had a summary version of XYZ. We haven't had a double up yet. XYAB. Look at the controller. XYAB. Might be LR2. Pokemon is coming out next year, the mainline one for the 3DS platform next year. I'm gonna put it on like this. Another one. One more thing I'm gonna leave out. The fact that we also have a Mario Tennis shows that the Wii U's life is long running. Because why would you put out Mario Tennis when you have Wii Sports Club? Why? Because they got a lot more games to show. If Mario Tennis is there, Mario Golf will be there. They travel in pairs.
I'm hoping for Mario Golf.
Oh my God, man! You don't know, man.
Mario
People are dying for that game, Mario Golf.
Golf on the home console is coming out. If Mario Tennis, why would you put Mario Tennis there? Mario Tennis, they always come out a year or two between each other.
I wonder if the Nintendo Sports, like you remember how back in the '90s Nintendo had the Nintendo Sports
yeah, they had their sports line. They had tennis and golf and all that stuff.
I wonder if they're going to bring that back.
Can I be the devil? So I'm sorry, John. Can I be the devil advocate in here about the Metroid coming in 2016? Because I'm going to post a link in this chat. Because it seems that
Kensuke, he says that the next proper Metroid Prime would probably be on the NX.
Metroid Prime, not Metroid.
Metroid Prime, not Metroid. And here's the thing, here's the thing, okay? If the Wii U, because here's the thing. Metroid, like John said, has always been kind of a lower, it's iconic, it makes money, but it's not Mario. It's not even Zelda. So, they want a bigger install base before they, put the resources into making that. Which still begs the question, what is Retro working on? Because they're hiring people.
You're saying what? Next Level Studios is working on that game, right?
Next Level Studios along with Kensuke Tanami. So what is Retro working on? Because they're hiring people.
Yeah, because Retro has enough people to work on 2 games.
I don't know what they're working on, but it must be something big. That's all I got to say.
Yeah, they have enough manpower to work on 2 games.
Now, here's the thing. Like I say, he said Metroid Prime, but I told you the series is not called Metroid Prime. That's a sub-series of Metroid. Metroid is Metroid. We keep thinking Metroid Prime is Metroid. Metroid Prime is a part of Metroid.
Exactly.
So he has Metroid Prime design coming out.
It's like Metroid Other M. Remember Metroid Other M?
Yeah, technically speaking, Metroid Other M is part of the Metroid franchise. It's more of a part of the Metroid franchise than Metroid Prime. Why do you think, like in all of the Smash Brothers games, they never use Samus's model from Metroid Prime? They always use her model as their base model. Her stand-up model is the Gunpei Yokoi, like the old school, like Nintendo developed Metroid model, which tells you something. I don't know what. It tells you something.
Here's some more. The fact that, like I say, about Mario Tennis and Mario Golf, if you got those two, because those two run like they're twins, they're both made by Camelot. You know there's gonna be a Mario Strikers. If those two are coming out, Mario Strikers is in this mix. We haven't seen Mario Strikers since 2007. You know Rosalina is going to be in this game. You know Mario Strikers is an edgy Mario sport. You know it's going to be skin tight Rosalina's Lycra. It's going to be there. They're going to find a way to make these new characters hot. It's going to be a Mario Strikers on the Wii U before the generation is over.
Oh my gosh!
Now
you just made me remind me of Gaming Grum's playthrough with Mario Golf, where one of them just basically admit that they were hot for Peach.
Yeah. These games are coming. Because when I saw Mario 10, I said, yeah, they're not done with the Mario Sports. They put Mario Sports all over this system.
I mean,
they might even put a Mario football.
Yeah, for people who think that Nintendo is just going to abandon the Wii U, like, I mean, okay, even aside from like it underperforming. Look, the Wii U is making money for Nintendo. They're making money off of the games they put on the system.
Yeah.
Why would you give up something that you're making money on?
Yeah,
The only reason they gave up the Wii was because they were like, look, we know that gamers now expect HD, and we need to finally get our HD console. But even then, they could have let the Wii run for another 2-3 years if they wanted to.
Hey guys, when did they
really understand?
Go ahead. When did they reveal the new 3DS last year? When was it? Was it after the E3?
Yeah, it was.
So I almost suspect that they're going to be doing some type of big announcements come in the next week, or whatever.
My point, but like I said, my point with the Wii is that Nintendo, like here's the thing, like, okay, the arrival of the PS4 and the Xbox 360 and how third parties basically lead Microsoft and Sony around by the nose like a bull with a nose ring. They pretty much killed the third party saying, oh, we need more power for our games. But really, Nintendo decided to end the Wii. They're like, we're done with it.
Exactly.
We can move on to something else. They decided to end that thing, not someone else. Which tells you just how. I mean, people like to talk junk about Nintendo, but really, they really still are a very major player in this industry.
Yeah.
Let me. I'm gonna cut y'all off. Let me get back into this thing because the situation about the Wii. Let me tell you why the Wii is. Wii was not dead when they cut it off. And
No, it wasn't.
That might be part of the reason why we struggled at first because they didn't make it a smooth transition. The reason why I know this is because Just Dance 2014 and Just Dance 2015, when they came out on the Wii version, were on the global top 10. In a multi-plat format, that was on the global top 10. Not the Wii U, not the PS3, PS4, not X360, Xbox One. The Wii of Just Dance sold millions to get on that top 10 in the Christmas seasons. So Wii was not done. They stopped the Wii. They still put out. They put out the Skyline. The new Skyline is going to be on the Wii still. The Wii still going.
Yep.
So the situation is Nintendo stopped that platform. They did this for a reason. They started this generation to shake Sony and Microsoft up. That's what they did. They stopped. They moved the revolution from the old body to the new body. And it's awakening in the new body. And in 2016, all these seeds they've been planting these past few years are coming together. They were crunched by 4 giants. They were fought by Sony, the king of electronics, Microsoft, the king of computers, Apple, the other king of computers, and Google, the king of the World Wide Web, all at the same damn time. And they survived them. They fought all these big monsters, and that's why they lost money.
You're right. Apple with the Pippin back in the day. I mean, let's be frank. They curb stomped the Pippin.
Yeah. But the iPod,
they took it out back and they shot it in the face.
Yeah, but I think John was talking about the newer Apple.
The newer stuff? I don't know.
The tablet world is the enemy of the console world. Nintendo is basically that's why the Wii U is a part of these tablets. It's a 3-thing-in-1. It's a tablet with buttons. It's a TV separately, and it's a loose-handed DS. This is an aircraft carrier launching ships off of it. It's not done firing yet. We haven't even seen a dual gamepad yet. Nintendo is nowhere near done with this platform. And the situation is in 2016, all the seeds I've been telling you about they've been planting will come together, and Nintendo fans are about to be the happiest they have ever been. This is going to be the biggest year for Nintendo next year. Every game they're going to drop is hot fire. They're going to have the support. They're unifying Japan. If you don't unify Japan, if you don't win Japan, you don't win the world. When they get Japan on this side, that takes care of the gaps between releases. The Western third party is at war because of the computer era when the NES took it over. Like you said, the Westerns felt like they couldn't make good games like the Japanese. It's a grudge about that. It's still mad about that. It's salty. Lots of Morton salt. So Nintendo will take Japan and conquer the West again. They're going to conquer the new PC is a tablet. That's a low-end PC, and they're going to conquer that world by inserting mobile. Nintendo is spreading their IPs. They're spreading their reach and their influence everywhere. They're not going to just fight from their own house. They're going to go and invade your house, take your stuff, bring it back to their house. They're going to be the biggest company in this industry. It's unity this generation. That's what it's all about. And the people that's complaining, you're going to get your Zelda. It's going to be a groundbreaking. You're going to get your Metroid. You're going to get your Animal Crossing. You're going to get Pokemon. Pokemon, you might get a Pokemon Snap because Wii U is a camera, isn't it? You might get a new Pokemon Snap. There's all kind of
People
experimental
really
games.
want that.
It's all kind of games. It's going to be on the anniversary. They're going to have so many games in 2016. It's going to make our heads spin. We think we're losing money now, and then Amiibo. Whoa. Go ahead.
What about my damn Call of Duty, man? Come on now, man.
Your Call of Duty going to be out of business in 5 years.
Man, I got Call of Duty. It's called Splatoon.
Splatoon is really trying to shoot it.
Hey, I think
It's a lot better
Splatoon is
than Call of Duty.
special. That's something special there.
It's a lot better than Call of Duty. I'll tell you that.
The game's coming out next year and the year after that. But about this NX, Nintendo got so many games for the near and far future. They're not going to show you everything now because they want to surprise you. They want you to follow that direct. They're going to drop bombs on us way before next E3. Now about NX, everybody keeps thinking, what is this? Oh, Reggie said it was a home console. No, he did not say that. You're putting words in his mouth. What I believe NX is not the successor to neither the 3DS nor the Wii U. I think Nintendo is going so deep on this system that the NX might be, I'm just throwing my speculation, might be the holographic console. What Xbox is trying to do, what PlayStation is trying to do, Nintendo's going to do it with no visors and no helmets, and that's what the NX is going to be. No, I'll tell you what else. If it's not that, or if it is that, it's going to combine with quality of life. It might not be sold in the game. It might be sold in general electronics. It might be sold with your alarm clocks. This thing might be some little some little base that throws out an image. You don't know what this is going to be. I don't think it's going to be a home console like or GameCube, the Wii, the Wii U. It is not that. It's going to be a third level console like the Virtual Boy was, handheld, home, and this other category they're creating. They're creating new categories. They're expanding their reach into mobile parts, amusement parts. They're getting amiibos and invading people's platform. They're invading mobile. Nintendo is trying to unify the business. Starting, you've already seen the seeds planted. You're going to see some of the fruit next year. They're going to be the biggest Nintendo you've ever seen. They're going to be bigger than the Wii generation. Watch what I say. The players are mad and they're salty right now. They're going to be sweet as sugar. Next year, they're going to be all over Nintendo like brown on peanut butter.
Mm.
Yeah, if you think about it, Nintendo is transforming from just a gaming company to an entertainment company. Because if you think about it, like their deal with Universal, so many stuff, they're trying to become much of an entertainment company. Nintendo, it seems like they want to be, like, I guess Disney in a way, because they have the IPs, so they can make movies if they wanted to, you know? They're perfectly set up to be.
I'm pretty sure they're working with somebody behind the scenes on those deals, trying to get some good movies and shows and stuff. Because they have the IP.
I would love for it to be DreamWorks.
They have the characters. Listen, they have time-tested, legendary characters out there in their portfolio. They have. Go ahead.
Pikmin short movies is a taste test.
Oh, I love that. My daughter loves that. That's beautiful. I know that was a quick, 20-minute, 3-movie deal, but it was a very well done type movie that it didn't have any voice work or anything, but it was well done to the point where you really enjoyed yourself. It was like an old traditional Mickey Mouse type deal. So I can see them doing something like that.
Yeah, Miyamoto directed those.
Yeah, he was very heavily involved. He was heavily involved. He actually, he was in there. And they have the legendary IPs. And now going back to what John was saying, that they're trying to unify Japan. That makes sense, because if the Western publishers and media and all this is against you, and there's a glimmer of a hope of unifying yourself with the old, the old school Japanese giants that are still around, and revive them, help them get back on their feet, then they're gonna do it. Why not? You gotta protect your home.
They've got
protect your home turf.
They've got Sega on board. Sega got backstabbed by third parties too, so they understand Western third parties, especially EA. They got Atlas on board, because Atlas, most of their stuff, they make most of their money off of 3DS.
They own Capcom. They own Capcom because of Monster Hunter. Monster Hunter. Capcom knows who butters their bread. That's Nintendo's IP, isn't it? Monster Hunter. That's their franchise, right? and they allowed
No.
them to make it?
No.
No. Capcom. The only thing that Capcom's making money off of right now is Monster Hunter. It's the only IP that they own outright.
What I'm saying is, if I'm not mistaken, I think there was a deal done where Nintendo bought the rights to Monster Hunter, because that used to be a PlayStation.
No. What
brand.
happened was that Sony got their ass up on their shoulders and started trying to dictate to Capcom what they were going to do. This was Capcom back in the day when they weren't as down and out as they are now. And they basically they made them mad, and it left the PSP. And Capcom said, "We're never coming back." And they have not. They took Monster Hunter over to the DS, and then they brought it over to the 3DS, and they have not been, because basically they make too much money, you know.
Yeah, because it's a fraction of the development costs. You don't have to have these super high resolution graphics and textures, you know, and extra manpower to do those games. But yeah, I can see it.
Yeah, if you can't sweep your you can't sweep someone else's front porch before you sweep your own. If you don't take care of home base, somebody gonna move it on your old lady. Nintendo is taking care of Japan, while Sony is focused so much on the West. You take care of your house first before you move on out. Nintendo remembers this. That's why they don't care about that the console market has been shrunk. They're gonna rebuild it.
You know, I said that to someone. I said, look, Nintendo is taking care of Japan first. They know that if they take care of Japan first, they can handle anything else. Because if worse comes to worse, like people are like, oh, Nintendo needs to do. Look, Nintendo could survive strictly off of what they make in Japan, if they needed to. I didn't say they'd thrive. I said they could survive. Okay, they are a worldwide company. They have like subdivisions in Europe and.
But when everyone else was shrinking, in the industry, and
they were growing. They were growing.
Investing into development studios. Look, they got retro studios. They got a new building. They got a new studio. They got the what do you call it? The makers of
retro is hiring. Pokemon Company hiring. They're all hiring. I mean, Sony and Microsoft
Fire Emblem Studios got
the other ones.
Fire Emblem. Go ahead.
Excuse me, but I have to go, so I'll talk to you guys
gotta
later.
bounce. Okay, cool, dude.
All right. You good, man?
I'm telling you, man, we're gonna get down into it. I told you.
Real quick, when you were talking about people think, oh, Nintendo's done Wii U and whatnot. And apparently, I'm assuming a lot of these people don't know their history. But remember when Sega discontinued the Saturn real fast, saying that the Saturn is not our future? Yeah, killed all consumer confidence, and that in return hurt the Dreamcast.
Exactly.
Well, I mean, that was a part of it. What really hurt Sega was that they gave the Western portion of their company way too much say-so over house affairs. It's kind of like if you are an adult and you give your kid like the credit card and say, look, I'm going to need you to advise the house painters what to do while I'm gone. Here's a list of what I need you to tell them to do. Your kid takes the note and tears it up and says, I'm going to tell them what to do, what I want them to do, and I'm going to use your money to pay for it. And, you know, when you've got your own kid fighting against you, plus you've got people in the streets fighting against you, it's hard for you to run your household. And that's what happened to Sega. Because Sega of America and Sega of Europe did more to bring down Sega than Nintendo ever did. And people don't understand that.
That's why I said they were great at art but bad at business. Because you notice that Reggie Fils-Aimé is the COO of Nintendo of America, not the CEO. There's a Japanese man over him because Japan will put the pecking order Japan above America. You're gonna help me, and I like it, but you're not gonna run me.
Yeah, the dude over him, they gave him a promotion. Really, they got him out of the way because he was kind of holding back Reggie. And now the dude over him is now Iwata. Iwata is head of both Nintendo Japan, which is the body. He's also head of Nintendo America, the president of Nintendo America. So he's like this guy. I mean, it's a lot of stuff this dude's got to handle. I mean, exactly. I look at Iwata, I'm like, man, I don't envy your job. I cannot tell you how to run your company.
And then people backlashing Nintendo so much with this digital event, and it's like the man is doing the best he can. I mean, he's managing both Nintendo America and Nintendo Japan. I mean, I actually feel sorry for him that so many
Yeah.
of these quote unquote fans just give him so much hell, and it's like, oh my goodness.
But
He
gamers,
runs
gamers,
Nintendo as a
gamers
whole
are fickle.
too. Yeah, he's the president of Nintendo as a whole. You know, the whole thing.
Yeah, he runs the whole company.
And the situation is,
Yes, he is.
And he's also on the board, I think. I think he's
Yeah.
on the board.
but
So
see, he's
No, he's
He-
not to a certain point. He'll get elected to the board. So
every year
remember,
he gets reelected. So
you remember a few years ago when Nintendo was having those financial sticky points, and you had the review
Yeah.
tech USA's of the world.
yeah,
talking
because
about
they were investing into their company. They were buying studios. They were building new studios, expanding their Tokyo operation. They were expanding. They weren't shrinking. That's why they were reporting losses. Yeah.
And the thing is, but they see a little bit of stuff because all these guys want to do is get web traffic and get hits. It's all about attention. They know Nintendo's not going anywhere. That's why I can talk like this. So I can keep throwing rocks at the obelisk. It ain't gonna be chipped away. So I can build a name for myself, running my mouth. Review Tech USA said, please understand why you need to be fired. Then when he gets reelected, oh, he's reelected. And then when they had a fiscal report this past at April or whatever, he says, oh well, Nintendo knows better than anybody. They have the best IPs. I know. Yeah, you were talking about being fired a few years ago. If Nintendo was like that, it'd be like America. That's how you lost the business.
Here's the funny thing about when people say that Iwata needs to be fired and like, oh my God, the Wii U is selling so poorly. Nintendo has they have the number one dedicated selling gaming device, which is the 3DS. It's still outselling both the Xbox One and the PS4. Okay, and I don't think they're ever going to catch up because if they keep it alive long enough, it's just going to keep on selling. If they keep on providing it with high quality games, because all they got to do is say Pokemon, Animal Crossing, just keep on dropping good games, people will buy it. But on top of that, like the Wii U at that point, when they announced the thing was at 9.54 million units, like the actual system sold, and they made $250 million, $250 million of profit. That wasn't counting revenue; that was just profit. And yet their competitor, 300 million. Their competitor is Sony, and they made they outsold everybody. They only made $200 million worth of profit.
No, they didn't make any profit. They lost.
They didn't make any profit. They lost billions.
The gaming division made $200 million profit.
Oh, yeah, but
the thing that people don't understand is that the whole company is in debt. The gaming division owes the rest of the company money, so that money is wiped out. They didn't make anything. They're broke.
And that's why we had to have them ask. Basically, what I thought we were done with panhandlers. I don't pay panhandlers no money. Why am I paying panhandlers on stage? Why are you begging me for money when you supposed to be a multinational corporation? Pay for this yourself.
Exactly.
Situation is, and there's another thing about everybody. They know better than Dad, right? But I'll tell you about this. Who else in the industry can keep a home console and a handheld console running and supported generation after generation after generation after generation? The only one who's ever done it.
While making profit.
Not Sony. Not Sony. They can't.
You can't say the PSP. You can't say the PSP.
No.
They were selling
I can't
for dirt
say
cheap.
the PSP.
They were pirating the game.
No, I can't say the PSP because it had a 66% pirate rate, which means two out of every three PSP sold, people were buying it just to pirate it. You're stealing money from Sony when you do that.
And don't forget the porn.
I don't know about that. I don't know. Apparently, they also did that too, but I don't know about that. I'd be scared to use a PSP for that because someone steals it. They know what you've been doing.
I think that was in Japan more than anything, but still, it was there. But that's the truth about what's going on in this industry. And at this E3, the gamers who didn't get what they want, they didn't get their special candy. Because I sympathize. Nintendo got us high, but don't worry about it. This Dad knows what he's doing. The big Papa, he knows how to run this business.
Exactly.
And the rest we're gonna have. Go ahead.
I think if Iwata would have been at the show.
Oh yeah.
And let's not forget, it was a clear reason why Yamauchi's son handpicked Iwata.
Yeah, he handpicked Iwata. People don't realize this guy Iwata has created more value for Nintendo than even Yamauchi.
He's a hard worker.
And the thing is, like, people don't realize this. Nintendo was a family-owned company, like family-owned. Yamauchi chose an outsider over his own family to run Nintendo. Think about that.
And he even he still goes back to that. He still reverts back to Yamauchi at times. Like he'll even mention, he's like, we need to stay true to the to what our former president and CEO vision was. I mean, the GameCube was launched, and then soon after that, Iwata became the new guy in town.
And that's probably
don't let look. See, the thing is this: people let Iwata's stilted form of English speaking fool you, and the smile and please and the nicely tailored suits. And please understand. Let me tell you something about Satoru Iwata. Satoru Iwata will get in your ass. Okay, I mean, there's no other. Look, listen. That man is a shark in a nice suit. Okay. He will devour you.
You beat me to it. No, I'm gonna say it another way. See, Yamauchi, he trained this man. Listen, Yamauchi is the kind of dude, man. Family business. Yeah, you bring the outsider in. You don't think he passed his wisdom on the Iwata? Iwata's one of the boys. Iwata grew up with Miyamoto and all these. He helped create these games. He came from the ground up. He was a guy.
HAL Laboratories. Yep.
Yeah, he swept the floors. He took out. Yep. He got lunch and coffee. He reprogrammed gold and silver. He did something in a day. This dude grew up and he knows the business, all sides. The bottom line is Yamauchi had the iron fist, but Yamauchi has the iron fist and the velvet glove. But please believe the pimp hand is still strong. The pimp hand is still strong.
He will. That's what I'm saying. Like, people look at Satoru Iwata and they're like, what is he doing? Look, if you don't know what he's like, here's the thing. I'm not going to pretend to know, because if someone, like, okay, I wish I had a Satoru Iwata for my business. Because what he did for Nintendo during the Wii and DS years, holy crap. I wish I had a Satoru Iwata who could, like, I'm doing okay, but I wish I had a Satoru Iwata to run, to help, to boost my billions. There was a point when Nintendo was making like $9 billion a year over year for like 8 years.
I mean, let's not forget, there's also a reason why he's the CEO of Nintendo America. I mean, he got the power to. Iwata got so much power. I mean,
he's the one that hired Reggie. He transformed. Yamauchi's rented like the Godfather, behind the scene with the marionette strings. Iwata comes to make the public presentation, the personality, to see Miyamoto. The fact that we have the Muppets with Iwata with his directly to you, and Reggie with my body is ready. All that is to create, the Iwata acting, one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen, because you get to see how the cake batter is made, how they make the KFC recipe. You get to see you get to learn game design from these interviews. It's part of marketing and advertising, but it's part of the magic of Nintendo when they show you these Iwata ass. Iwata ass is a more upfront public figure. He's a nicer guy, but trust me, this guy knows his stuff. He knows his business. Nintendo's not perfect. They're gonna make some mistakes. Nobody's perfect. If they were perfect, there would be nobody else's business but them.
But they take risks when no one else would. Other people wouldn't take the risks they do. They take risks. Listen, what bigger risk than to create next generation hardware like the Wii, and by using the same hardware you were using for the GameCube for the last 5 years and adding a remote? That's some balls. That is some fucking balls. Now, when you know your competition is using HD,
it is heavily refined.
When your competition
is
going
heavily
HD,
refined.
Yeah.
The DS was a risk, because the DS was a risk. The original DS, because it was a new technology, you know, dual screen. Sure, they had it before with the Game & Watch, but it was a new technology. A lot of people thought it would fail, the DS.
Yep.
And look
Yep.
what happened.
I remember.
Guess who sold the DS,
Yeah.
guys?
Yeah.
I was
Everybody
laughing.
forgets this. Reggie sold that fat blue, that big ass fat brick looking DS. He
Yeah.
would take that fuck.
It was
He
the
would take
third
that fat.
pillar. It was the
He
third
would take
pillar.
that fucking thing
Third
everywhere
pillar.
he went before he became the president of America. Right? He was just a marketing guy. He was what you know, the
Vice
marketing
president.
guy.
The CMO.
That's all he
Our
was,
chief
the chief marketing
marketing
guy.
officer. Yeah.
Meaning that all he did was supposed to sell the shit, right? So he would hand carry this fucking thing. He would go to McDonald's around the country. He'd go to Best Buys. He'd make, you know, public appearances with this big fat ass handheld. You know, it's like, and he made that handheld successful because he brought it around with him, played the games, talked to the journalists at the time, and, you know, promoted the shit out of it, you know, and
Proof
at
of
the time,
concept.
If
yeah,
you
the
think about
DS,
it,
yeah, go ahead.
yeah, if you think about it, the DS. I know the PlayStation 2 is the best-selling console, but the DS sold the most consoles within a shorter period span. From 2005 when it launched, all the way till 2010, it was already up to almost 120 million. So
Yes.
if the PlayStation 2,
Yeah.
they just recently discontinued it in 2013. So it took it all the way up till then
Yep.
to get to that point. So the DS is actually the best-selling console because it sold 100 million in a way shorter time span than the PS2.
And it was more profitable.
And keep in mind, Nintendo, like, not even looking at the 3DS, the PS2, you have like, oh, it sold so many units. Sony did not turn a profit on the PS2.
Nope.
They didn't.
GameCube did
No.
that.
They did not turn a profit on that system. So, I mean, like, here's the thing. It doesn't matter how many units you sell and all that stuff. Are you making money off of what you're doing? If you aren't making money off of something and you're selling it, you know, I mean, that's the thing. People are like, oh, the Xbox One, we outsold the PS4, but you're losing $200 on every console you sell. I mean,
It's like this, Mr. Red Fox. It's the video game business, not the video game hobby. You're supposed to make money at this thing.
yeah, but I mean, like, here's the thing. Look, listen. Look, let me put it this way. Listen, okay, just a little bit background about myself for those of you who might not know. I own a business in the DC metropolitan area where, you know, I own a business, okay? I did not get into business just because I like people coming in, buying a drink, you know, I'll have a pitcher of beer and playing arcade games. That's cool, but that's not where I make my money.
Right.
The booze are where I make the money. But I mean, you know, they come in, play some games. Look, I did not open this so that people just play games. I opened it so that people would come in and spend their money, so that I can make money.
And I don't know who said it.
I'm not in business to make people feel good.
I don't know who said it earlier about the value thing.
Me.
About it was you. I think it was you. The situation is Nintendo. You'll never beat value on Nintendo. There's so many things. The shelf space when you go into any Walmart, Target, or whatever. I seen Super Mario 64 DS came out with the launch for the DS, November 2004. In 2004, at $35. In 2014, I seen Super Mario 64 DS on the shelf at $35. 10 years on the shelf, still selling at full price, and people will still buy it at full price. Nobody is that baller. Nobody can hold that shelf that much. Here's the reason why the PlayStation and Xbox are always not that shelf space. Too many parties. You got too many people throwing the games in there. They have to come out quick. That's why they sell so fast. Nintendo controls their shelf. They can put a game on there and leave it up there 5 years, and they're gonna get that money back one way or another. And the situation is they take games down purposefully. Like when Majora's Mask 3D came out, you can't find Ocarina of Time 3D no more. Why? Because Nintendo replaced it with Majora's Mask. They control that shelf and guide and figure out what they want to make you buy. Some games they'll leave out for a long time, then they put them out and pull them back. It's purposeful. They run that shelf. That goes back to the world of Nintendo. That goes back to the NES era. That's Mamuchi's principles.
You guys
And
know how there was a lot of complaints early on about the lack of production for like certain amiibos and shit. Well, something that people need to understand, is that whenever you're such a big company and you have to produce so many different products, and some of these products aren't something that you normally request factory space for, such as amiibos. This is a new thing that they started doing, right? So they're having to produce these things overseas in China somewhere, probably, right? So the factories that are producing these things, this is a new order for them from Nintendo. They never had these type of products produced for them, because most of these things are hand painted and on a grand scale. But they cost money, and Nintendo has to pay for the materials, for the production, distribution, shipping, and all that, right? So what they do is they forecast the demand. They forecast, okay, well, we got to make money, we got to cover our costs. We're a business, we're in to make money, but we can't overproduce. Meaning we can't just warehouse this shit in our warehouse, because that costs money. When you pay for something and you don't sell it, that just costs you money. And every year or every 3 months, a company like Nintendo, which is publicly traded, has to report their losses and profit, right? Their profit and losses. And part of that is how much negative assets, or actually depreciating assets or depreciating value items that they have in stock. They have to report that, okay? So what they've realized that over the years that retailers are fickle, okay? Let's just be frank about it. The media journalists are fickle, and consumers are fickle. The gamers are fickle. So they realize, okay, we can produce 100,000 of these, right? We don't have to warehouse many, if at all, and we can just sell them directly to the retailers. And that way, we make all our money back, plus make enough of a profit to be satisfied. And if demand goes up, we'll just ramp up production in 3 to 6 months, which is what's happening with the amiibos. And so this is a direct reflection of gamers, the media, the retail outlets. That's why there's shortages. It's not because they don't want to produce more. It's because that's how they survive. They survive off of making profit of how they run their business. And you, me, anybody here is not going to change the way they do their business. That goes back to the way Yamauchi did it, and Iwata's continuing that precedent.
Right. You're right on that, but there's also another thing. Most assembly lines have 20 lines. Each line produces one product. So let's say they have a good-sized factory in China making these amiibos. Let's say 20 lines. That's a good-sized, normal-sized factory. Let's say they have another factory in Japan. Now, Japan has space issues, so maybe that's like 15 lines. Okay? So 20 lines, 15 lines. That's you have 35 amiibo you can mass produce at any given time. And there's certain amiibos that they're not going to let go out of stock. So your Marios, your Zeldas, your Donkey Kongs, your Bowsers, okay? But then you have the amiibos that they know are of a niche title that, is just, people don't buy a lot of that game. They might like the character, but they don't buy a lot of that game. Why should they produce millions of a rare amiibo, of an amiibo for a niche title that people don't buy a lot of, but they want that amiibo, when they have to keep juggling those amiibo that they know people are like their flagship? Because it would be bad if you couldn't find a Mario amiibo. That would be even worse than people. I can't find what's a rare one now? People are complaining that they can't find. I can't find I can't find a Mars. I can't find a Jigglypuff. Let me tell you something. Look, Jigglypuff will come back around, or they'll introduce the cards. But if Nintendo couldn't keep Mario in stock, do you know how bad that would look?
Yeah.
And then something that people need to understand is,
do you know what the media would do?
They don't have. Listen, they're not going to overproduce, because something that Iwata spoke of briefly in his DNA briefing, which was shortly after their profit, or was it before the profit announcement? Something that he did in his recent stockholder meeting. He announced that one way that they were able to make a profit bigger profit this year was because they don't have as much inventory in stock, meaning that they've already adjusted to the fact that they can make more money off of producing less, and if demand picks up, it's going to have to wait 6 months at least, because that's what's going
They'll
on.
make more. They'll just make more
if demand is there, but they're only going to make more if retailers are paying for it ahead of time.
Yeah,
That's
like
what's going on.
Splatoon.
Look what happened in Splatoon. Look what happened in Splatoon in Japan.
It's sold out.
They
It's
sold
out in Japan. They made more. They made more.
Nintendo made their money. They said, okay, this is how much we got to sell to make our money. They already projected this. They said we got to sell 100K and we'll make our money off of this game. They sold that entire inventory. They printed off the next week. They had more inventory.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Which is why, have you guys noticed that a lot of games, like let's say like The Legend of Zelda, Skyward Sword, and these other games like Xenoblade Chronicles, when it came to those games, they had a minimum print run, and when they were sold to the retailer controlled it. They controlled the stock. If they wanted to put them all out, they put them all out. If they didn't, they did whatever they wanted to do. But Nintendo sold whatever the retailers wanted to buy. So when people bitch about, oh, well, Bayonetta 2, when it came out, there was hardly anything in stock. It's because the retailers didn't buy it. They didn't purchase it. They didn't want to have that in stock. They purposely ordered as a 1 or 2 for each store, and that's it. That's what these companies do. They try to play a game, and they try to how do I say, herd you or shepherd you to buy what they want you to buy, which is Xbox and PlayStation.
But then you're gonna hear people say that, why don't Nintendo make up their own stores so they don't have to bow down to these brick and mortar stores?
I'm sorry.
Why should
They do have their own store. Nintendo will.
Yeah, but that's all.
Yeah,
but that's
they want a chain. They want a chain of Nintendo World stores. Here's the
like
problem.
Apple.
Anyone here know how? Anyone remember
how expensive it is,
Woody's?
overhead? No.
No. Anyone here remember Woody's Hex? How about Circuit City?
Yeah.
Oh, I remember Circuit City.
You know what all three of those have in common? They're out of business.
Same with Blockbuster. So.
The Amazon.
Same with Blockbuster. I mean, yeah, there's a huge amount of overhead with running a brick and mortar store that Nintendo just doesn't want. Would it be cool? Would it be cool if Radio Shack is circling the drain and it's about to get flushed?
Oh yeah.
but wouldn't it be cool if they had like a Nintendo World Store in like on the West Coast, and one on the East Coast and one on the West Coast? Although what I think Nintendo might do in order to kind of assuage that is open up a mini World Store at the Universal Studios.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. That's already. Don't even count that out. That's already in the works.
Yeah.
I mean, wouldn't that be cool? You get off the ride. I want Mario.
That's why I talk about Nintendo to have a humongous 2016, because this money, all this money, they plan all this stuff. The execution is coming up next year. All these things they've been setting up. It's gonna explode in domino effect all at once, and people are like, how did they get $1 billion in profit in this fiscal year? How did it happen? Because it's smart. The thing that you talked about I forgot what we said a few minutes ago. You said something good a few minutes ago. I'm trying to come back to it. You were talking about the brick and mortar store. We're in the Amazon era. Even Walmart's starting to shrink.
Yep.
Walmart's not as strong as it used to be.
Yep.
So, brick and mortar and all that. Nintendo is a smart dollar spender. And let me bring another thing to you. Why the Wii U, maybe the unit sales not as much. You know why? Because Nintendo overproduced. They got to get rid of the old stock before they make new stock.
Exactly.
And so Nintendo is basically slowly but surely getting it. I think they're close to getting down that 9 million. And
they're already almost at 10. They should be at 10 by now.
At 10. Almost at 10.
I'm talking about the 9 million they forecasted me. The extra 9. I mean. But the thing is, when they get through selling this back stock, then you'll see the explosion of Wii U. The games gonna start coming, and everybody gonna start wanting Wii U's. They're gonna underproduce because they don't want to overshoot, but meet demand. They meet demand. They don't come over demand. And not just that, the reason why we in America why we keep getting all these GameStop exclusives, because there's no one I know, but the reason why because they got to keep retailer presence. Because GameStop can't make money off Nintendo. Nintendo has too much value on their product. Some people sell their games, but for the most part, you can't run a business trying to resell pawn shop Nintendo games. You have to sell Xbox and PlayStation and get that discount every 5 minutes. Nobody want to pay $60.
Let me put it this way. Let me put it this way, John. There were certain people in the gaming community who were saying that they were going to buy Splatoon used, and I was like, good luck finding Splatoon used. That's my... Good luck finding... Because let me put it this way. When it comes to first and second party Nintendo games, people don't sell first and second party Nintendo games. I recently had to rebuy my Paper Mario 1000-Year Door because my disc was scratched to heck, and I didn't know anyone who would really polish the disc up. Buffett. And I was like, I spent like $39 to get a new one, and that's darn near close to what I spent to get the old one.
No, it's
and
worse.
I'm like, with very little depreciation.
No, it's worse than that, Mr. Red Fox. It's worse. You look at Amazon or eBay, old Nintendo games. You try to see if you're trying to find a new version of Fire Emblem Radiant Dawn. You ain't finding that less than $100.
Wait a second. I didn't finish.
Yeah.
I didn't finish. It's worse than that. I got the used copy of Paper Mario 1000-Year Door. The unused, brand new copy is $99 plus shipping and handling.
Whoa! There was some part of Amazon. I was looking this. I was trying to look for the initial price for Luigi's Mansion on the GameCube. I forgot the initial price of it. But man, in stock right now, it's almost about $80.
Man.
Yeah.
And somebody's
gonna pay for
it.
I mean, like, the
launch
thing is,
title.
People don't understand. Nintendo does not. Nintendo games
They don't
keep
depreciate their products. They
Okay.
don't depreciate their value of their items, of their products.
If you have a library of Nintendo games, you've got an like. Here's what people don't understand. If someone says, "Yes, I have a library of SNES cartridges and NES cartridges and N64 cartridges," even though the N64 is like the cheapest of all the retro consoles you can own, or GameCube, like those games hold their value. They are, in some cases, they have appreciated. I mean, you're a Nintendo gamer. You're a baller gamer. Your games are very valuable.
Basically, you got to think about this. You look at Family Stadium, which was never unboxed. It came off the shelf almost immediately because of the Power Pad was coming out, right? That's '87. A Goodwill, they didn't know what they were selling. They sold everything for $4. Somebody had bought a full-fledged Family Stadium from Bandai. That thing sold for $35,000. Nintendo games do not depreciate. I right now my GoldenEye, I got all my systems all the way back to the NES.
Wow.
And the more I realize how valuable these games are, I'm scared to even show people my game because I might get robbed. I mean,
I wouldn't do that.
Yeah, I'm the same way.
I'm the same way, dude.
You see how much my SNES collection costs.
I mean, now
you guys know why I keep like 80% of my retro systems and games. I just put them away because I'm like, I don't want anyone stealing my stuff.
Nintendo has made plastic valuable. I'm gonna tell you another thing about appreciation. We're gonna get to the DLC. We just riffing right now. Let's go with it.
Boy, when they get to that DLC, oh my God! When they start unloading the DLC, paid DLC for like games like Splatoon and there's other games that are gonna release, because they're gonna fill up that game. They're gonna do whatever they say they promised to. But I guarantee when Nintendo starts doing the DLC the way they're gonna do it, that's gonna be another tier of their earnings. That's gonna be a $1 billion industry for them. Just like it is for EA, it's gonna be for them.
But
Splatoon. I mean, not Splatoon. I mean, Amiibos.
Look at Hyrule Warriors, for example.
$50 million. So Amiibos next year will be at the $1 billion mark.
So they're gonna have the Amiibos, and then the DLC is gonna be $1 billion profit business for them.
No, watch this. Watch this. I know y'all have heard people complain about amiibos. Oh, Nintendo just doing DLC. You're a dumb son of a gun. Let me tell you what's wrong. Let me tell you what's wrong with these people. When you get DLC, you get it. It's in your thing. I can't sell DLC. I can't trade DLC. It's digital. It's mine to an extent, but it's like gas or liquid. I can't really own. It's not solid. I can't touch it. An amiibo cost me $13. A defective amiibo I can sell for $2,500. I can sell for $25,000. If I hold this thing 30 to 40 years, it's paying my retirement fund. I can't do that with DLC. This amiibo physical is better than digital. I'm in some ways I'm sort of annoyed by Nintendo trying to push digital too much. They're trying to give people choice. I understand they're trying to meet you halfway, but I will buy physical first and foremost at all, unless there's no other choice. Amiibos is one of the amiibos. Listen, I got this gold Mario. It ain't come out that box. That's my retirement money right there. One day, this silly little toy. We're not gonna have Social Security when we grow old. All that's gonna be broke down. So we gotta start investing.
Okay, John. Okay, now that you went through on this, let me tell you something that that is actually concerning to me. Although when I buy my games, especially Nintendo games or any games in general, when they are really good, I know I'm not going to sell them back. But now I know I'm going to replay them for decades to come. But now here's the thing: what you said about that gold Mario amiibo thing, that's going to be your retirement. That's where that concerns to me, because we're going into speculation market, and that actually brought down the comic book industry, and it seems like it's creeping up in the retro scene as well. So I'm hoping that is not going overboard. That is going to crash some markets.
Well, I mean, like I say, the whole thing about all this stuff is real value has nothing to do with money. Real value has to do with usefulness. I can't breathe without air. I can't live without water or food or shelter. That's real value, and it's not about how rare or how plentiful it is. It's about how useful it is. But human value, we put value on. In prison, they put value on cigarettes, and some people put value on, put value on gold or
put value of the dollar. We as human beings, we give the dollar value, and it's really nothing.
Yeah, it's nothing but a piece of paper with artwork on it. But we treat like it's actually value. It's a mental thing. Mm-hmm. So the key to having value, I'm not gonna get that deep into a speculation market. I'm gonna keep a few of them. Most of them I want to use. But the whole thing is if you hold it longer than everybody else holds it, because everybody's not gonna keep their stuff. If it disappears and you only have the last one left, that's how family stays sold for that much.
John, I'm getting ready to fuck up your mind. You guys ready for this? Mr. Fox, you ready for this? How much do you think? How much do you think that trophy that John Numbers won with the gold Mario statue on it? How much do you think that would go for if you put that?
I'm going to tell you right now, it is priceless.
I gotta ask
you couldn't even sell it.
Is that trophy actually made of solid gold?
No, I don't think it's gold.
No, it's gold. Gold plated.
But what I'm saying is, it's the only trophy in the world.
The thing about value.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, the thing about value is that the more the value of something is determined by its scarcity, right?
Yes.
Which leads to which directs directly to Nintendo. Like, the reason I find it hilarious that people buy a Microsoft and Sony system for multi-plats, I'm like, yeah, but they're not scarce.
Yeah.
You can get them on 5 other platforms. I mean, you should be getting a system for something that you can only get on that system. So why are you pumped up about something that you can get on 5 other platforms or 3 other platforms? Depending on what title it is. No, I'm not, because you can get Unity on 3 other platforms. You get Unity on the PC, Xbox One, PS4. Why would I get pumped up about something that I can get easily? Because here's the thing: Unity, I guarantee, will be on sale. It's probably already on sale. I bet you could go to a Best Buy or Target or Walmart and find Assassin's Creed Unity on sale for under $20 right now.
So what do you think about that trophy, Mr. Fox? What do you think about that?
I think it's priceless. To tell you the truth, I don't even think you could put a price on it, because here's the thing. It's not just how much gold was used to plate it. It's also what it means. It's the fact that it's a one-of-a-kind item. And, like, literally, like, there's no replacement for it. I don't think Nintendo will be like, oh, John Numbers, you lost your one. And Miyamoto, shit. That's the value.
That signature copy.
That trophy might be less valuable than that signed Miyamoto 3D. That might be more valuable than the
signature, yeah.
I don't know, man. Those two things right there, man, they're very valuable.
You better get security, man.
You guys don't think that there's some rich ass fanboy out there that would be fucking willing to write $1 million check or millions of dollars to get that shit from that kid?
And then lie and say he won it. I'm like, you ain't John Numbers. It's like, I saw the NWC 2015. You ain't John Numbers. You lying.
Yeah. The cartridge sold for much. That 1990
World Championship.
And that wasn't even one of a kind. There's a few of them of them. So if that sold
so
much,
15 or 20 made, but still, there's a few of them. Yeah.
Yeah, it's rare. But here's the thing. Now here's a deeper thought. What if that statue is also an amiibo too? Oh my god.
Oh shit.
That would be sick, wouldn't it?
The way Nintendo does things, you never know, right? They surprise the shit out of you.
It could be. It could be. I hope John Numbers never sells it. Although John Numbers seems like a huge fan, I don't think he'd sell his thing. He's like, you'll have to kill me to get my trophy.
Yeah, I can see that.
You'll have to go through my...
He actually earned that fucking trophy, man. That guy.
He did. I saw those levels. I was like, look. Anyone who says that the Nintendo of America Treehouse don't do anything, I'm like, those people are sick. Did you see those levels?
Yeah. You guys saw you
are a sick individual.
You guys saw Balloon Fight, right? You know Satoru Iwata, he was one of the programmers on that game, right?
Oh yeah,
actually, that was his game. That was his game. He made that game.
So I mean, people don't realize, man. So Satoru Iwata's a pimp, man. He just looks at you, he gives you that little stare. You better fucking.
Please understand.
That dude, man. The pimp.
Yeah.
Pimp hand and the velvet glove is coming. They're gonna put the baby on and slap
you know what's the funny part? He got Reggie right next to him, putting the powder in his hand. He told Reggie, please understand. Are you ready? Give me the powder.
He's like, I'm about to pimp slap these people. There, put the baby powder in my hand. Put it in my hand. And Reggie's like, my body's ready. I got your back, dog. Got Shigeru Miyamoto in the corner with his Triforce sword, with his Master Sword and shield. And he's like, I got it. I got your back too. The old guard.
And they're still around, man. It's funny.
What was
they're the old guard. They're the old guard, but who are they going to pass it on to?
Well, as we see with Splatoon, they in good hands. The young Nintendo is going to
they are. Yeah.
And
I was worried about Nintendo. I was worried about Mario when they said that Miyamoto was disengaging. But then I played Mario 3D World. I was like, I'm not worried.
He taught them. They're his disciples, man. Listen, so you gotta understand, Nintendo. That's another bit about Nintendo. Why you'll never kill them is because they know how to treat their staff. They will keep that team together at all costs, no matter what. They don't. Iwata will cut his celery in half, eat ramen noodles to keep that team together. They got people from the 1970s, 1980s, 1990s, 2000s, 2010s, young and old, teaching each other. The young learn from the old, the new teach the young. You know, all that kind of stuff. Put them together, and you get these new ideas. He's training his successors. And the situation is, I remember seeing that GIF on, I think, Neo GAF, where they showed him with squid hats at the back of E3 last year. And there was some man in the background wearing a shirt and that jacket. That got to be Miyamoto. Like looking at him like, look what I've created here. Like, proudly. That's what that looked like to me, because you're not. When at the end of the Nintendo digital event, and everybody was whining about, oh yeah, they're going too long with Super Mario Maker. They're going too long. Them idiots don't understand. Miyamoto just gave you free game design lessons on that interview. He's talking about how I hit the mushroom and you jumped and you would. He just told you game design. He schooled you right there. And when you got to the end of that thing, we had that little Mario montage, and you saw the 3 old men. You seen Koji Kondo, the grandfathers, Koji Kondo. You seen Takashi Tezuka and Shigeru Miyamoto playing guitars, piano, and maracas all together. That's the heritage of Nintendo. That's the heart right there. That's why they won't die. That's why you can't kill them. And they pass that spirit and that message to the next generation. You can't wipe this company off the map.
And you
Nintendo
guys know something? That Mario Maker is sort of a Trojan horse for the next generation of kids and gamers, because a lot of people now never played Super Mario. They never played that game.
Well, they had Shigeru Miyamoto last year, like, showing off Mario Maker, and they had all these kids up there, and he was having the time of his life showing them how to make Mario levels.
Yeah,
like, he was genuinely, like, having the time of his life. Like, and, I mean, like, people don't understand that. Like, I was talking with someone on Player Essence, I was typing, I'm like, dude, you don't understand. Microsoft and Sony, they don't have, their developers can't touch these people. They can't. I'm sorry. Like, I don't.
Well, that's why
like,
they
you
like
hear them. They always say, "I really admire."
They like to diss them.
Well, I mean, the ones who don't
dissing.
respect them. Like, here's the thing: if you don't respect Nintendo's okay, you might not like the company. If you don't respect the developers, I'm sorry, you're fake. You're fake.
Yeah, you got problems. Hey, what was that guy? The developer of God of War. He was talking all this shit about Nintendo and how Kitty this and that, and now what kind of games is he making? He's making some bullshit ass indie black and white game or some shit, some puzzle game or some bullshit.
I thought it was a mobile game.
What's his name?
No, he's making a PS4 game that's basically.
He likes to throw those little jabs.
It's a knockoff of Mad World. It's a world knockoff, okay?
And then I'm gonna throw another guy, the Gears of War creator. What's his name? Cliffy B. Where's he at now?
Cliffy B.
All this shit about the Nintendo Wii U. That's a piece of shit. This and that. And the next thing you know, he's fucking gone from Epic, and he's doing some other dumb shit. He's not even making a game. So all these guys that talk shit about
he's making an Unreal game. Like he said that Shigeru Miyamoto. He said that Miyamoto kind of was slipping, and I'm like, dude, all you make are Unreal games.
All you've made is fucking Gears of War.
His new game is an Unreal game. That's
this guy. All he's done is made Gears of War. That's his only fucking claim to fame. Same thing with David Jaffe. Those two cocksuckers, man. I'll never forget that.
They got no range. And let me make another point right quick right here.
Oh my gosh.
Man, I'm going in on these guys. I'm going in. I'm going in on these motherfuckers.
So here's the thing. When we see all the indie scene, let's talk about this indie scene right quick. Because there's a reason why Nintendo calls them Nindies. There's a reason why they put the
I love that game. I love that shit, yeah.
Check this out. When I'm looking at these indie games, you got this Fez guy and all these little... They put out all this extra long, elaborate story for a platform. You know it's a platform. You know it's Super Mario Bros. Don't try to fool me. The situation is, all those games look like the NES, Super NES era, maybe a few in the 64 era. They're basically making the game design off of the spirit and the carcass of what Nintendo created 30 years ago.
They're placating to Nintendo fans. Yeah, that's what they're doing.
They're doing independent Nintendo NES game. That's why Shovel Knight was so popular, because Shovel Knight said...
If David Jaffe and Cliffy B, if Miyamoto said, he said, get down on your knees and blow me off, they'd be down on their knees, sucking that man's dick. They'd be
no, I'm not going to go that. Here's the thing. If Shigeru Miyamoto said, hey, David Jaffe, Cliff Kaczynski, I'm making a game, and I want you guys to work with me on it. They would drop everything.
They would
everything. It's like, but we'll get on a Mad World knockoff. No, forget you guys. I'm gonna go work with Shigeru Miyamoto. Like, I mean, that's what they would do. They would go work with that man.
Look at Platinum Games. I mean, that's a perfect representation of a new, hip, energetic, awesome developer.
Look, listen.
They jumped at the idea. They jumped at the
Hideki Kamiya. All those dudes have been in the industry for 20 or more years. The people in charge. They know they know the history behind the industry.
And you got the dude talking about I want somebody to put a gun to my head so I can work on Star Fox, and he got his wish. They know who the boss is. They know who the Papa is. The situation is, those are the ones who was helping Nintendo in the GameCube. That's when Capcom broke up. When Capcom let Clover Studio go, that's when Capcom went to the wrong side.
Yeah,
that was the wrong side. Because they made some of the best games that Capcom ever had.
Capcom was a guy. I used to look at the third party Nintendo because I can look at that logo. I ain't got to look at reviews. I don't never look at reviews for Nintendo game. I just play the game. I see that Nintendo logo. It's gonna be at least good. Most likely great. Most likely excellent. Capcom had that level at one time where you can buy a game, you didn't have to worry about whether it's gonna be good or not. You just played it. And
Konami and SquareSoft.
Yeah, every big Japan pub developer that was with Nintendo, they just fallen off with grace pretty much. They've been with PlayStation for so long.
Because they're westernized. Basically, when they got in bed with Sony, that was the end. Like, people don't understand. You get in bed. Going with Sony is like going with someone you know has an STD. Like, don't be surprised when it burns when you get in the bathroom. Don't be like, oh, I can't believe I'm in trouble. I need to go get a shot. You knew they were dirty. I mean, you know.
Think about it. Think about it for a second. All these established franchises that peaked in Nintendo the quality is gone. Let's take a look at Castlevania, MIA, Final Fantasy,
Mega Man gone.
Mega Man's gone.
Final Fantasy has
Resident Evil.
Yep. Street Fighter.
Resident Evil. The last good Resident Evil was Resident Evil 4.
Yeah.
GameCube.
That would they come back with Revelation on the 3DS.
And that was the GameCube. And Revelations is basically Resident Evil 4 remix, okay? Like, that's what because the game, it has the same game style, it has the same controls almost. I mean, it's basically Resident Evil 4 remix.
Yeah, they made some good money off of that game on the 3DS. I bought it for the 3DS.
Yeah, they did.
And the Wii
Now it's a multi-plat.
Now it's a multi-plat.
So.
And it's a no, it's not just that, but it's like a section or a what do you call it? Chapter-based multi-plat.
Yeah, and they sell you it's broken up into pieces so they can keep on making money. Because it's Capcom. They became westernized. They became westernized. That was the problem.
It's the sign of times. I mean, even these big Japan developers, they don't even make dedicated arcade cabinets for their games anymore. Like Street Fighter V.
No, they make the console first. They make the console game first, and then later on, they might make a few arcade cabinets. Because as someone who owns a couple of barcade 3, it is murder to get Japanese arcade cabinets.
I bet they're pretty high, pretty pricey, you know.
Not just that. It's just like
the candy caps.
To get them to make an arcade cabinet. I mean, it's a pain in the ass.
Just get a candy cab and a PCB, much cheaper. One of them Japan candy cabs.
But you know, going back to these developers, how they like to diss the Nintendo. Like when Nintendo was having a hard time getting the Wii U off. They started talking shit like, "Oh, fuck the Wii U, fuck Nintendo's kitty bullshit. We want to have some real power out here." And they haven't made anything good lately. And it's like, what? When was the last time EA made anything fucking good? I mean, think about it.
The GameCube era.
Oh my god.
Poppy, I gotta get on this and Poppy.
It gets me heated. I'm sorry, it gets me heated.
You said the EA word. I got to tell you a big story about EA. Watch this.
Shit.
Get ready. we having too much fun today, but watch this.
Oh my
god. Electronic Arts was started by Trip Hawkins, who came out of Apple Computer in May 28th, 1982. He was founding the footsteps of Activision, independent third party. He's part of the reason why we have credits in video games. Give him credit for that. He wanted the game developers to be rock star. He wanted to be, that's why he said arts. He wanted to sign their autograph on the game or whatever. It was nice. There's nothing wrong with that. And he put his chips in with the computer market. But the NES came along and changed all of that when the console was revived by Nintendo. And after a while, he was pretty much saying that the console market had money. We had to bring Skate or Die. That's why Skate or Die came to the console.
I love that fucking game. God, that game was awesome. Skate or Die, you guys remember that?
Yeah, that was a big one, and that came from EA.
Yeah, that shit was awesome.
Yeah, that was, yes.
You guys remember Death and Strike series? The Strike series, man, that shit was awesome. Go ahead, man. I'm sorry, John.
No problem. The flashbacks come back. I feel you. But see, Skate or Die was number one. Then you had Jordan versus Bird. It was published by Milton Bradley, but it came from EA.
Oh.
Bit by bit. A lot of people don't know that. Wikipedia's your friend. The situation is, after a while, the consoles were where the money was, and not the home computer. And after a while, Trip Hawkins lost his own computer paradise. He couldn't control Nintendo. Nintendo put him in that 5 games a year setup. I don't want to hear what you got to say. I'm going to help Sega. I'm going to help Sega get big. That's where Sega got them sports games from, because EA was trying to build Sega up. And then they said, you know what? We don't need one of these guys. We're going to go and we're going to make our own console in our image. The PC world lost their
3DO.
power.
3DO.
There you go.
The 3DO.
3DO came out.
Overpriced. Just a brief aside, John. The 3DO, funnily enough, was made to give Third the power to control the industry.
Yeah.
And that's why it failed. When you have third parties controlling it, it's just a bunch of
chaos.
Go ahead, John. Go ahead.
And it would have been a nightmare back then, and it's a nightmare today with Microsoft and Sony bending over backwards, falling over to protect third parties.
It can only be held together by a company willing to waste billions and billions hand over fist like Microsoft and Sony. That's the only way they can keep this going.
But you know what's the funniest? I get so much enjoyment out of this. I mean, I know it's sad, but it makes me laugh when like when a game comes out fucked up, literally. Man, we gotta wait for the patch, man. But when it gets back, man, when we get this patch, we're gonna be alright.
Yeah, that. I'm not waiting for a patch. That thing will be done from the factory. But
it's funny how they damage control these fucking games, man. I tell you.
Because they lowered their standards. Because you got 2 out of 3 manufacturers making things one way and one making it the right way, and everybody's 2 against 1.
Yep.
That's why it's like that. But here's the thing: the 3DO.
But yeah, that guy did the 3DO, and the job was so that third parties could control the industry.
And you hear interviews of him years down the road. He keeps calling Nintendo, we don't want to be in their feudal system. And he's talking like Nintendo's a big evil. Nintendo's feudal system is what allows you to have an industry to sell your business in. You can make games all day long, but if you have no market, you're not selling nothing anymore. It's kind of like getting mad at the shopping center that has the shelf space for you to stock your product. Like, I mean, what?
But do you guys remember that back then there was more than one console maker? It wasn't
yes,
just
there
Nintendo.
was. It wasn't just Nintendo and Sega. It had TurboGrafx.
Yeah, why do these rabid fanboys now get on YouTube and talk about we don't need Nintendo. We can be all right with 2 console man. I said, do you remember back Neo Geo SNK? Do you remember the Philips? Do you remember the fucking 3DO? Do you remember the it's like.
First of all, no one had a 3DO. I think even Trip Hawkins didn't want the 3DO in his house, and he made the damn thing. Like here's the thing about the consoles back then. There were like 5 consoles during the 16-bit, 32-bit generation. There was you had the Jaguar. You had Sega, the Sega Genesis, the SNES. You had the Neo Geo, which was prohibitively expensive. We all knew someone who had one.
Yep.
And they had maybe like 1 or 2 games for it. Okay, because the games were $200 each. Yeah, the console itself was $800. The games were $200.
So you had SNK. You had SNK, Atari, Nintendo, Sega. the Panasonic team. Yeah, you have many.
But do we have to consider the Panasonic well, actually the 3DO was made by like 3 different manufacturers.
Yeah, exactly.
You had one from Panasonic, you had one from Philips. Yeah, those buttholes.
Those bastards.
Yeah, Philips. They were like, oh, we couldn't make it with the CPI, so we went to the 3DO. And I think you had another one from like Magnavox.
There was Gold Star and Sanyo.
Yeah, Gold Star. I knew it was one or two.
You've always had multiple players. So Trip Hawkins, he talked all this shit about Nintendo, but the fact was there was other players in the game. It wasn't just Nintendo. It just happened that Nintendo's business practices in an environment that they created was a more profitable, more stable system. Well, then everybody else jumped ship when Sony came out with the PlayStation because, the CDs allow us to put more data so we get more cinematic experiences, and it's cheaper to develop for. Yeah, that was the case, but that's ruined everything.
Now here's one issue I have with these whole third parties. It's like back then, even if we did have 5-6 consoles in the console generation, they would at least try to attempt to find an audience. Nowadays, it's like, oh, we can't put it on this system because such and such. Nothing but excuses.
Because Nintendo won't give them any money. See, that's what goes back to games development. Back then, they had to make a good game.
Because Nintendo is not gonna go to the $10 billion vault, open it up, and do what Sony and Microsoft did that basically caused the Xbox division to never turn a profit, and do what broke Sony's PlayStation division, and to an extent broke Sony, and give money out for subpar games. They're not going to do it. Like you are going to sink or swim due to your own merits.
How much do you guys think that the Amiibo's influenced this new Skylanders? How much do you guys think that had to do with it?
Ooh. What, they had vehicles now?
No, I'm saying...
Yeah, they were basically like, shit, we need to do something to hype stuff up. That's what they did.
Exactly. Yeah, but if you think about it, Activision, the publishing label, they only make really 2 titles a year, Call of Duty and Skylanders, not including Blizzard's titles like Warcraft and stuff. So
I mean, Blizzard is kind of like its own thing over there. It really is. They're kind of like their own little.
Listen, Blizzard got bought out by Activision.
Yeah, but the company's name Activision Blizzard, so you know.
No, they got bought out, but like the thing is like Activision has very little say over what Blizzard does. You get what I'm saying? Like because if they did,
if Blizzard wasn't bought out, they'd be happy without Activision right now.
Well, the thing is that they were bought out, but it wasn't like it wasn't a takeover. Like Activision. Like
it wasn't mutual either.
This is what happened. It was a French company named Vivendi or whatever.
They went broke.
Vivendi, Vivendi.
They went broke.
Yeah, they went broke. So then in 2013, they later on sold their stake in Activision, which they had about 80%.
Not Activision, you mean Blizzard, right?
Yeah, Activision and Blizzard. They sold this because they used to own Universal, if you remember. They used to own Universal parks and movies and stuff. So they went broke, went $22 billion in debt. So they sold off Universal to NBC, and then NBC later on sold to Comcast, and it's a whole chain. Then later on,
But I'm gonna tell you right now, Blizzard is probably miserable being underneath Activision because Blizzard's always been its own. It's always been its own thing. You know, they've always self-sustained. But yeah, going back to that, the industry is now the way it is because this was the vision of these assholes back then. They wanted it to be this way.
And they got it.
They got what they wanted. They got what they wanted. A broken industry with no with broken games. It's embarrassing that your games come out broken. That's embarrassing. I mean, I would want to be known for having broken games.
They don't care as long as they get their money. So
Go ahead, real game. I'm sorry.
Oh, because if you think about it, they get their money first. So if they release the game, they already have their money. So it wouldn't really matter to them.
That's why I'm telling the Trip Hawkins story, because he's like the symbol of the third party. That's why I was starting to tell the story. That's the reason I put that date of when he founded EA, because this comes back over and over. Watch this. This is why you're going to see most of the trash talk come from the EA contingent.
Yeah, then they backpedal.
Yeah. Hold on. He started EA May 28th, 1982. He was trying to build his thing for the home computer market, but the NES killed that. He starts to make his own home console in his own image called the 3DO. Everybody was going for multimedia. Of course, a multimedia company like Sony would be the ultimate company to make a multimedia console work, obviously, right? He had 3 manufacturers. It's chaos. He don't have one manufacturer. He's backed up by Time Warner, and Time Warner says the product of the year 1993. Of course, they're going to say that because they own the company. They're part owners of the company.
Yeah.
So the situation is, he goes through all of this. The 3DO does all this, and then it fails and falls flat on his face. And guess what he has to do? He has to go out and make console games like Army Men. He spent the rest of that decade in the 90s making games for the consoles. He lost that fight to the consoles. You know what time he left when the 3DO company went bankrupt? May the 28th, 2003. This May 28th, they're going to come back again. Watch this. The situation, after 3DO fell apart, he started this company called Digital Chocolate, because the PC market broke in 2 parts. The PC market was, in the 80s, a more diverse market. About the 90s, we had like 2 sides. One side was, I call it boutique. It means it's expensive and niche. That's the Quake, Unreal. You got to upgrade your PC every 5 minutes just to play the game. The low-end side is more of the 500,000 games, Nancy Drew Mysteries, PopCap. That's the low-end side of the market and the high-end side of the market. The low-end side of the market, as the internet came along, became the browser game. That's still the PC market. It's just the low-end side, Java, Shockwave, all that stuff, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're right.
Basically, that's where Trip wanted to go. He lost his PC paradise in the 80s. He lost his version of the PC console in the 90s. So in the 2000s, he's working with the web developer. He does pretty good. He gets some games, gets some awards, like best mobile game of the year. He does some good stuff. Then the Wii shows up. It absorbs all of those guys. PopCap games coming on the Wii, on the DS. Everybody's taking their stuff to these platforms. And guess what time that he steps down off the failing Digital Chocolate? May 28th, 2012 or 13. It comes out every single time on May 28th when he makes a transition. I don't know what this is. It's spiritual. The situation is, it is. Why that date of all day? It must be some date special to him. So the situation is,
he must really hate
no matter
Nintendo.
What, he keeps getting.
They're like his bad luck.
Yeah,
right?
he's not. Yeah, if you look at it, type in Trip Hawkins and Gama Sutra. He gave interviews. He basically even though he's left EA a long time ago, his spirit is still in EA, and that's why you're gonna see when you see trash off Nintendo, look at who owns that company. If it's Dice is owned by EA. If it's BioWare, it's owned by EA. EA is the spirit of Trip Hawkins, who's rebelling against that old console that stopped their PC paradise. He's now doing some educational games or something called If You Can or If You Dream or something. Irrelevant. Basically, that's what that is. He's a symbol. He's the emblem of the third party, the Western third party gripe. He's a symbol of it. And this is inevitable. It's an inevitable singularity that's coming to this industry in the 8th generation. We talked about E3, all this stuff. We're seeing the plans being let down. We're seeing the war of attrition from Microsoft to Sony. Because you understand why Microsoft is in this business. I never told you about that. You know, Sony, the biggest mistake Sony ever made was coming into the video game business in the first place. Why? What is the name of that? What is the name of the what is the name of the PlayStation division?
Sony Computer Entertainment.
What's that middle word?
Entertainment.
Computer. No, the middle.
Oh yes, computer.
Computer.
Sorry.
Who is the king of computers? The king of computers is Microsoft. When Sony
and Apple. You can say Apple because they do sell 100 million
but there's a
iPhones,
caveat there because Microsoft owns 50% of Apple. So Microsoft.
They used to.
No, they still do. They own 50% of Apple, which means when people say, "Oh, Apple's totally going to okay, a house divided against itself cannot stand." Okay, like Microsoft and Apple, even though people are like, oh, they're against each other, it doesn't matter because Microsoft.
That's
Microsoft has enough money that it just like
2.5 billion for Minecraft.
Well, do you know how
Yeah,
much?
it doesn't. It does
Our
not matter.
revenue. Our revenue, Apple is bigger. They have more cash in the bank. Do you know how much money they have in the
That
bank?
may be true, but the thing is that Microsoft owns enough shares that whenever it's kind of like with Nintendo and Pokemon Company. Pokemon Company is technically a second party, but Nintendo is a parent company and they own majority shares or a large enough amount that they can throw their weight around. So when Pokemon Company makes money, they make money. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
even
no,
if we make more revenue off of our expensive games of our expensive phones that we come up with a new model that's only slightly different than this year's model, but people go out and spend $600 on it,
Every
and it
year.
outsold whatever stupid phone Windows had. Guess what? Microsoft's still laughing to the
Still
bank.
gets it. Yep.
And see, and that's the thing about Sony. The reason why Microsoft is so aggressive, that's why they don't care about losing billions and billions and billions, because they're not. Microsoft. Let's say about Microsoft, they don't know how to compete. They know how to entrench and become the default. They never got succeeded by being a competitor. They succeeded by wiping out the competitors.
Microsoft
and
wins
becoming the
by monopoly.
They buy
Exactly.
themselves.
Microsoft wins by monopoly.
Yeah,
The reason
because-
they made their money in the first place is because they had a monopoly with Windows. That's what they do. They do monopolies.
Whenever you compete, like let's say you're competing for any type of event, there's usually like a first, second, and third place, right? And then those people get
Excuse me, I'll be right back.
those places get a trophy, right? So
Yeah.
Microsoft's deal is, well, you know what? I can just buy my own fucking trophy. So
Yeah.
I'll buy my.
There's a reason why the color is green on Microsoft.
That green eye, the grade.
They buy their
Yeah.
trophies. They buy their places, and it's sad.
And that's why Sony's in danger, because the situation is Microsoft has changed Sony and getting them to play a game of chicken with them. They're basically putting them into this.
They
you wanna fight me?
outspend them. Yeah, they outspend them. Yep.
And basically, what's happening is computer entertainment. You have to get the support. They got to go into the PC world. Microsoft cannot let them go to the PC world because Sony's an electronics company, and they might take a piece out of Microsoft. They might make Microsoft their junior. That's why Nintendo broke the deal with Sony back in the 90s, because Sony's going to make Nintendo put them in their pockets. They don't say, nobody bosses me. I'm the rooster. Nobody. There's only one rooster in this hen house. I'm the rooster. I'm the boss.
Yeah, how are you gonna
That's
tell
what they
me that you're gonna receive all royalties for every fucking effort I put out just
Yeah.
because I'm using your medium? Are you fucking kidding me?
That's why they,
So
that's why they
Howard
broke the deal.
Howard Lincoln read the contract and he rushed back and got it canceled. Ended up canceling the deal. And people was like, "Oh well, Nintendo screwed them over." No, it wasn't. It wasn't that way. That's not how it worked out. Nintendo wanted to add the attachment to the Super NES, okay, but they realized towards the deal, as the deal was getting ready to be finalized, that the contract stipulated that the royalties and the fees and everything had to go through Sony, and that's not how Nintendo wanted to play game. I'm sorry, they created the market to where it was at.
Well, not just
Sony
that.
wanted to dictate it. Fuck
It's
that.
not just that. It's not just that. Sony said that any IPs used on their console,
On their medium.
utilizing their technology, they would control it. And
That's what
Nintendo's
I'm
like, hell no, you're not controlling it,
Fuck
because
no.
they had just been burnt by Philips. They
Yep.
had just been burnt by Philips. They were like, like those are Nintendo will talk about where's Mario. Mario teaches typing. They still won't talk about those Philips CDI games. They're like, those games didn't happen. It didn't happen. But I just played it. I don't know what you played because it doesn't exist.
No, here's the thing. Sony was in the midst of an expansion campaign. That's what goes to Microsoft, because their roots is music, and you know, electronics and media, that kind of thing. They was a co-owner of Sony CBS Records. I'm a Michael Jackson fan. That's why I know all this stuff, because Epic Records. Oh, here we go. Yeah, Epic Records
you're going Razor Fist territories right now.
Here we go. Epic Records was a subsidiary of CBS Records, which is co-part by Sony. And in the late '80s, Sony bought out the CBS half. That's why Howard Stern came from CBS originally, guys. And so Sony was in the midst of expanding their media empire in the late '80s. That's why they bought. That's why they took over movies and music, and video games is another part. They're gonna put it in their pocket. When they was trying to get support, when they broke Nintendo on the computers, Microsoft saw Sony trying to suck everything in. They said, you're not sucking us in. And that ever since then, DirectX has been pointed at Sony because they think Sony's the king of Japan. The truth is they're wrong. They miscalculated. Nintendo's the king of Japan, but that's what Microsoft thinks. Microsoft is always here to beat to one up Sony at their own game. If they follow who the leader is and try to one up them, that's what they do. That's why Kinect came out the way it did. They said, Wii's the leader, we're going to do it with the Wii and do it one better. Oh, Wii's not the leader no more? I tell you what, we do PS4 and do it one better. They copy their followers. They try to beat you at your game with one plus. And the whole thing about Sony right now, they're appealing to the Western PC essentially third parties. That's the trap. They don't understand it. Microsoft put them right where they want them, and they got the European market, which is the third market. Let me tell you something about the European market. How many European consoles have there ever been?
Zero.
Zero. Listen, Europe loves soccer. Who makes the soccer games? Electronic Arts of the United States of America. Rockstar is the biggest European developer of all time. Who owns them? Take-Two Interactive of the United States of America. Having Europe is not going to do you any good, Sony. When Microsoft locks America down, Sony's in deathly trouble. They don't have the money. They can't afford a Kickstarter. So Microsoft is going to finally put them. They'll play 5 generations until they get their way to get Sony off of the PC market. When Sony leaves, Microsoft will leave too. Watch this. Sony will leave.
Sony already left the PC market though.
No. They're fighting over the developers. See, developers. I'm not talking about the buyer. I'm talking about because if you run the developer, you still run the market anyway. And as long as Sony has Sony Computer Entertainment still has a grip on those computer developers, Microsoft says hell no until they run Sony into the ground and force them to put their hands. Sony Corporation not going out of business, but Sony Computer Entertainment is not long for this world. Microsoft will make sure that. That's why they can lose billions and billions and billions and billions. They don't care about it because it's not about making a product successful. It's about running Sony into the ground and protecting their business. Until Sony's gone, Microsoft will be here. When Sony leaves, Microsoft leaves too. That's what Nintendo planned for this generation.
So you think Nintendo's just playing coy and developing a strategy where they can survive without having to sell the 100 million units that they did in the past?
Just biding their time.
No, I wrote it in a VG Charts place called Unity about what was going to happen. Nintendo, the third parties, they're not that proud. When the money runs out, they got mortgages to pay, they got car payments, college funds to pay. They'll get off their pride. They can't go back to the PC because most of them left the PC market. That's why you got Grand Theft Auto come out 2 years after the fact, right? When before Grand Theft Auto 1 came out on the PC before it came to the consoles. They're not going to mobile because they're being mobile. They're being mobile now, right? Mobile is 2 billion phones in the world, but the market is too volatile. You don't need that many teams to make these small games. So the situation is console is where it's at. Once the other consoles start to crack, either Microsoft or Sony consoles crack, the third parties have no choice but to share their stuff with Nintendo. As soon as they share their third-party games with Nintendo, Nintendo has won this generation because first party plus second party plus third party equals Nintendo's party. Once they have all the games, there's no reason to go nowhere else. Everybody knows this. Yeah. That's why the third party fights Nintendo to the end of the day. You can build the Technodrome and horsepower, and they will not support Nintendo because it's about politics. It's about keeping their power. They're desperate. The Wii generation is scared to shit out of them because Nintendo's proved that you can't starve them. They can come back on their own power and survive and strengthen. They proved it again this past fiscal year.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Hey, John, that's what I was thinking about. I was like, they doubled down on the GameCube with the Wii. They basically doubled down with the GameCube, even though GameCube was their least selling console, of all time at that time. Nintendo says, shit, man, we still got, we spend a lot of money into this fucking technology. We're not just going to abandon it. So they doubled down on it. Fucking Yamauchi said, fuck it. Put it into the next console and just give it a different remote scheme.
Exactly.
I think that was Iwata. He said, look, we spent all this money.
No, because Yamauchi transitioned Iwata as the GameCube was introduced. That's how it worked.
Yeah.
It was Yamamoto.
Is, but the thing is that Iwata wasn't just walking. Iwata was okay. As a CEO transitions, they start disengaging from more responsibilities and handing it to the person underneath.
Oh, absolutely.
Iwata was the one who had that was his baby. He owned the GameCube. He said, "Look, this thing isn't selling well right now. We're gonna fool them and make them buy it again."
Yeah, exactly.
I loved it the second time around. They loved it. I love my Wii. You're
people are so stupid. Man. That's how you know that's how you know the people are sheep. That's how you know they're fucking sheeple. These people out in these gamers are sheeple because they didn't realize they bought the fucking GameCube twice.
Yeah, they did.
It
wasn't the people who bought the GameCube twice, because I knew when I saw the Wii, I was like, this thing is a really good SD system.
I know, exactly.
But the people who were talking down on the GameCube,
exactly.
like, oh, I'm not going to buy that weak system.
I'm not going to buy that lunchbox, is what they said. They used to say, I'm not buying that lunchbox. I'm not going to buy the lunchbox. You'll buy it with a motion controller. You'll buy it with Wii Sports. You'll buy it because if anybody knows anything about the history in gaming, the Wii remote was actually going to be a peripheral for the GameCube.
Yep.
But the technology wasn't there yet, so they held off on it. So then they said, "Fuck it, we just doubled down on the GameCube. Put the GameCube in a different."
Well, like, look, we got these GameCube parts sitting in the warehouse. Might as well do something with them. Like, I mean, I wonder. Like, here's the thing: people are like, oh, what is the NX going to be? I'm telling you right now, they got a warehouse full of Wii U parts sitting around.
Yeah.
People like the Wii U is selling. Is it?
The 3DS ain't nothing but
is
the 3DS is nothing but a Famicom 3D system. They go back to their past and pull it out. That's where the DS came from.
Exactly. The Game Boy Advance.
That's how Nintendo rolls.
And
like, even when people say, "Oh, Nintendo failed. This failed," look, they just take that, they put it in the oven, they let it cook for a little bit longer, and then they pull it back out again. So I mean, like, people are like, "Oh, well, they didn't have 3D." Like, okay, the Virtual Boy was their first foray into actual glasses-free 3D. Didn't work out too well. So you know what they did? They put it back in the oven. They're like, wait till the technology catches up to our ideas. And then, you know, the 3DS.
No, look, not just that. Watch this. The GameCube got so many things. You look at the GameCube, it's coming back already. The Amiibo cards is the e-reader.
Yep.
Check this out. Not just that. The Wii U itself is the Game Boy Advance GameCube connectivity, wirelessly.
Yep.
They do all. They remix a good idea into a new fashion. You'll never destroy them because they got some. DK Bongos might be a new console one day. You don't know what they're gonna do because they got so many old ideas they can dust off, remix, reswitch, and like I say, Nintendo planned this old generation. They started this generation early for a reason, and the whole reason is
the technology finally caught up. You know.
Yeah. They're gonna finally run the third party out of their hiding place. This generation. When it's done.
Sorry, keep going.
When they're done, by the time we get to 2020, there will only be the U stands for unity. The we already said we, us, we, come here, guys. We join my system, use my stuff, make a Zorro game, make a Star Wars lightsaber. Third party said, no, I want to do it. I want to stay with the HD. All right, I got your behind. I said, you over there, you, hey you, we, come over here, you, I'm talking to you. We, come over to us, come to we. That's what that thing is saying. That's why they named it like that. We stands for unity. We together. That's what it means. The whole world under Nintendo. When this generation is over, I said it day 1, day 10. This is Nintendo's last. This is the last console war. There's no more console wars after this. You see, talking about PS5 is going to be all streaming. No, it's not. That's not. They have no physical medium. That's nonsense. This is the last console war. When Nintendo's done with these guys, Sony, Microsoft, either Sony or Microsoft, or Sony and Microsoft are going to be out of this business. And the fight will go on to Apple and Google. Apple and Google are doing the same thing Apple and Microsoft did 30 years ago. Apple is a closed system. You got to buy an Apple mouse, and an Apple plug, and an Apple keyboard. While Microsoft said, I don't care what you do with your computer, as long as you put my Windows on it. Now we're here, near 30 years later, Apple says you must buy my iDis, my iPlug, my iPhone, and my iDis. And Google said, I don't care what you do, as long as you put my Android on it. Same thing. Everything goes in cycles. There's nothing new under the sun, as the old saying goes. And that's where Nintendo's focusing their energy on. Apple and Google, Microsoft and Sony are the backwater competition. They already with those boys. Them boys are just going to put themselves into a war of attrition, Pyrrhic victory, grind them both into the ground as Nintendo walks over their ashes.
I'm waiting to see those conferences where these guys from Activision, EA, and Ubisoft come out and say, we've taken some time off from Nintendo's platform, but it's only not because we don't care or appreciate the fan base. It's just, you know,
they had that last year.
We needed to come up with some better ideas to compete with Nintendo. Because, Nintendo's unique. Some bullshit.
Peter Moore did that last year. Peter Moore, who is the devil. That man has jumped more sinking ships and come out without a drop of water on him than anyone else I've seen in this industry. Like at Sega, he jumped, and not a scorch mark on him. At Microsoft's sports division, remember Microsoft had their own sports division for the Xbox. Like, he jumped that ship. Man was not touched. And now he's at EA. And let me tell you something. Peter Moore, I mean, when EA goes down, and trust me, EA eventually, sooner or later, is going to go down, okay?
He's going to jump to Activision.
Okay? He's going to jump and totally, well, they say the third time's a charm. I think this third time, he's not going to make the jump.
Oh, shit.
But we broke it down today. Anybody listening to this podcast, get over your disappointments, because this is a long-term fight. This is not a short-term. NX is not what you think it is. The Wii U is a long-term console. This is the last console where we're fighting. You have to be a long-haul partner to be on this ship here.
Have you guys noticed, like, on the eShop, how many different, like, unique different experiences there is now? I mean, have you guys noticed that?
I just bought Affordable Space Adventure the other day.
I was looking at this shit. I was like, holy shit. Like, they got some Minecraft clones and some other stuff going on in there. And I downloaded those Nindies at home. Some of those were pretty cool, man. That Typo game was awesome. That Rive game was pretty cool. They had that Sonic, like, type-esque, I forgot the name of that. But it just shows you that, hey, there's developers out there willing to invest their own money, because I'm pretty sure Nintendo's not paying them to make games for them. They're investing their own monies, own resources to make quality experiences for us gamers. And if you're willing to give them a shot, you're gonna probably have a good time. So
that's right. All right.
But Mr. Fox, tell us how you really feel about Ubisoft.
No, you got me last time. You're not gonna get me this time. The only thing I'm gonna say before we begin to wrap this up, because we have been at this for like 5 hours now, over 5 hours.
That's
what I will say, yeah, we broke our foot off in the E3 after party. Yeah. But what I will say, and we didn't even touch on. Well, we touched third party. We did hit third parties. What I will say about EA and all of these third parties who want to take over the industry is this. The industry was at its best, in my opinion, when there was some level of control. I recently got in a debate with one of my viewers who got mad at me because he vehemently disagreed. I won't say he got mad. He vehemently disagreed with that statement. But this is that an industry with no controls, no rules or regulations is an out-of-control industry. Yeah. And what we have right now is a train with the brakes have been cut, and there's no way to stop, and it's going too fast, and we're about to make a turn. Mm-hmm. Real-world example, this happened recently in the U.S., in New York or Philadelphia, someplace. It was an Amtrak train on the East Coast. I mean, like, you need regulations. I'm not saying being over-regulated. Nintendo back in the NES days may have been a bit over-regulated. I think the perfect balance was the GameCube days, really, where you could basically make, I mean, you know, they were kind of open. There was quality control, still like a pretty good time. I think that in the industry now, with Sony and Microsoft having no type of quality control whatsoever, even with their own games, because when your first party coming out broken, you have to look at yourself in the mirror and say, okay, do we need to be in this industry?
And look at Uncharted 4.
You know?
Look at Uncharted 4 the E3. They had to rewind the stuff.
Really?
They had to reset the thing. It was embarrassing. Like, when your own first-party games are broken, you got to say to yourself, okay, should we be in this industry? And I mean, should Microsoft or Sony be in the industry?
I say no.
Also, hey, Red Fox, there's also another thing you got to mention. You talk about quality control. Look at the back of a 3DS or Wii U or any other kind of previous Nintendo console or game before this generation. Either in the front or the back, you will always see that seal of quality. And it's still
quality is just that your physical medium. You had Nintendo's chipset in the NES or SNES. It doesn't really mean, because there was a lot of shovelware on the NES and the SNES and the Wii. Oh God, don't get me started with shit food. But I mean, the thing is that Nintendo had certain regulations in place to keep the garden in good shape. Let me put it that way. Okay?
Have you guys heard
kept
recently,
the market in good shape.
Have you heard recently, or you read recently, that the exclusivity or whatever, that Zombie U on the Wii U is actually over, and they're going to be porting that shit over?
Xbox One.
So let me ask you a question. You think they're going to give the game an up? Are they going to update it as far as giving them more weapons and shit, like they should have done for the Wii U version, or they're going to try to milk it the way it is? Because I mean, 800,000 copies, 900,000 copies of a game that was basically not finished, you know, and just launched with a system in dire need of games.
First of all, I don't know how you're going to do Zombie U without the gamepad.
But how are you going to tell us as consumers that you didn't make any money off of it?
And yet you're porting it over.
Microsoft, don't be surprised if Microsoft pay money to make it like a very, very definitive edition of it.
You mean like Kinect, with the Kinect?
Yeah, possibly.
That could be their game that's going to push the. Like, here's the thing. That game doesn't work if you don't have a gamepad.
But
I don't understand, like.
Mr. Red Fox, it's gonna be like sloppy seconds on their system then, right?
That's dirty. That's just dirty.
But that's
dirty.
But that's what we're gonna say, right?
What I will say is that game doesn't work without a gamepad. Like, the whole tension that you have from looking in your backpack to something, you gotta look up at the TV screen because someone might be coming. I mean, you can't replicate that with Surface or.
Yeah, I have the game.
I guess they'll do it on the PS4 with a Vita. Well, you gotta have a Vita.
No, they might do the Surface battle.
I'm sorry. No, that's going to be the Xbox One. It's going to be the Surface. With the PS4, it's going to be the Vita.
Thinking about this whole sloppy seconds thing, and I'm using the keyword second, number 2. Has anyone else noticed in the conference with Ubisoft and EA, there were at least one franchise that comes out with Ubisoft? They have 3 Tom Clancy's. 2 of them look similar, just the scene is changed. With Ubisoft, no, that was Ubisoft. Now with EA, we got Black Ops 3 that looks almost like Titanfall. What's going on here?
They don't use the Titanfall engine.
Activision.
Oh, I'm gonna tell you like this. Hold on. See, I'm gonna break it down about Ubisoft. I know Red Fox went on Ubisoft before. I wrote it on the sidebar. I wrote on the sidebar here, but I'm gonna say it. Hold on. I said Ubisoft is the next THQ. By the end of this generation, Ubisoft might not be in business. I'm gonna tell you what's going on.
Wow.
I'm putting it on like that. I'm not pulling punches because the situation.
Well, they're too big. They're too big. Ubisoft is too big, and the games they produce are too damned expensive and don't sell enough for them to sustain how big they are.
They do sell. They just don't. They sell 10, 15 millions, and it's still not.
That's what I'm saying. They don't sell. Okay, they had 800 people working on Assassin's Creed Unity. That game sold maybe 2-3 million across three platforms. Three platforms, 3 million. That is a bomb. It bombed.
Yeah.
Let me say this. See, the ironic part about Ubisoft trying to snub Nintendo is that's where they got the biggest success. You know what the biggest franchise Ubisoft ever had? It's not Assassin's Creed. It's Just Dance.
Oh, Just Dance. Okay.
It's Just Dance. If you look at the single
whatever.
Yeah. If you look at by single platform, the best-selling game they ever had is Just Dance 3 on the Wii at 10 million. You put both of the Assassin's Creed together. From the PS3 and the 360, Assassin's Creed, the highest Assassin's Creed yet. You put them both together, you got 11. Just Dance is the best-selling franchise for Ubisoft, and yet they're screwing. And it takes a lot less to make a Just Dance, doesn't it?
Oh shit!
Yes, it does. They make more profit off of Let's Dance than they do off of Assassin's Creed. Yeah.
And Assassin's Creed, as you say, Assassin's Creed peaked at Assassin's Creed 3. You talk about multiple platforms, and you know that they don't sell much more out of that first month, and it only sold like 2 million on multiple platforms. Yes, Ubisoft cannot keep this up. Ubisoft, like THQ was on top of the world. THQ had nothing to do but put out wrestling games that have been just fine. But they called themselves trying to be biggity. They thought home front, and they got cocky. They was not run by. They forgot what the T stood for. T stood for toy. That's what Jack Friedman created that company to be. And these guys trying to be another Activision, another EA, and they overshot themselves.
Wasn't THQ Titus at one time?
No, it stood for toy from day one. See, I'm telling you where it comes from. THQ comes. It's a guy named Jack Friedman. He's a toy maker. And he worked for
the company he first made was LJN. If you're an old school gamer, you know exactly what LJN
means. Watch this. Jack Friedman was a low-tech guy. Jack Friedman didn't believe in. He likes to keep things. He knows toys. He's used to work for this company called Norman J. Lewis, and when he started his own company, he just reversed initials. Lewis J. Norman, LJN. He just made some, but he didn't really get it big until like the late 70s and early 80s, making licensed products. He made games from Michael Jackson and the WWF. That's what got him over the top. And once he did that, it was only a happening step. He got bought out by MCA, who's also speculating in the video game market, and they made these things called Intertech. I think these water guns. It caused controversy with somebody real guns. Somebody got shot in real life over it by a cop. So that was a controversy. But they used to make They was a publisher. They're not really a game maker, really, but they knew that video games were where the kids were at. They knew how to follow hot properties. And the situation was a lot of their games actually was made by Atlas. Did you know that Friday the 13th was made by Atlas? I didn't know this until I read up. That's why I like Friday the 13th so much. Everybody pans that game. That game was fun. But anyway, their quality was hit and miss because they're not really gaming. They were just trying to follow a trend and jump on it. Karate Kid, Jaws, they would just make anything that's popular. But after a while, Chad Freeman felt uncomfortable with video gaming because it's high-tech stuff. He wants low-tech stuff. He understands basic toys. So he left LJN, which got combined with Acclaim, another hit-and-miss developer. You know about Acclaim, don't you?
Yeah.
He started a company.
Third Dinosaur Hunter.
Look, the thing about Acclaim is that Acclaim was always one flop away from folding. Like they would have a hit,
NBA Jam,
a hit. Yeah, but if one of their games flopped, they would fold. And I don't know which game it was, but I know for a long time Acclaim had some damn good games. And some of my favorite games came from Acclaim.
NBA Jam, NFL Blitz. Didn't they do the Mortal Kombat? Or was that mid?
Turok, Dinosaur Hunter.
No, it's Midway.
Okay.
Midway, yeah.
But Acclaim was just a publisher, though. And Acclaim and LGN, they bought LGN, in the process, THQ, Jack Freeman started a thing called Toy Headquarters. That's what it stands for. And when they put it on the stock market, he used to put a star between the T and the HQ to separate the T, to emphasize the T. Toy Headquarters. Eventually, he said, you know what, THQ, the video games, if they catch what the kids like, I'll go and making video games again. That's how THQ became. It's a spiritual successor of LJN. It's not surprised that the wrestling acumen of making the toys back in the 80s led to THQ and Acclaim to making wrestling games in the 90s. And Acclaim made Warzone and Attitude and Hardcore Evolution, while THQ got this cool company called Aki Corporation and made the holy quadfecta. Quadfecta, that's a word? Of World Tour, Revenge, WrestleMania 2000, and No Mercy. Those beautiful wrestling games on the 64 that still hold wrestling games down to this day.
Those games are awesome, man. The grappling system on those damn games were awesome.
Come on. Special. When you do the combo meter. I mean, come on, man. It's too much. I can't even go into that. That's another stuff for another day.
Now, I'll be frank with you. I was never into wrestling in 64, but THQ had a bevy of good games back in the day.
THQ and the linchpin with THQ, because it was the linchpin of LJN, was wrestling. If they just kept making wrestling games, they would have been fine. They used in the GameCube era, they made a lot of kids. So they made some Fairly Odd Parent, Hot Wheels games. They were not
Juju, SpongeBob SquarePants.
Yeah, they will make popular whatever the kids like. That's what Toy Headquarters was doing. And somewhere along the line, you know, Jack Freeman was not running Toy Headquarters, but they were still carrying his spirit. He went on to make Jack Specifics, by the way, another company that actually helped make wrestling games. It's always everything goes in cycles, people. But in the 7th generation, THQ's trying to act like they were. I'm too big for this case. So I need to be like EA and Active.
The 7th gen killed THQ. The 7th gen killed.
They couldn't keep up with the
killed a lot of companies.
Yeah, those games were expensive.
7th gen killed a lot of companies.
Yeah.
Well, not just that. It's just, I mean,
if you spend $50 million on a game and you only sell $100,000 worth, you're losing a lot of fucking money.
Well, if you spent $50 million to make a game and you only sold like 200,000 units across 3 platforms. No, because a lot of them snubbed the Wii. 2 platforms.
You're right.
Yeah, I guarantee had THQ put Darksiders on the Wii and Darksiders 2 on the Wii, they wouldn't have gone under. I tell you that much.
Have you guys found it ironic how Activision was able to put the damn Modern Warfare games on the fucking Wii?
Yeah,
very ironic.
And it ran identically the same. It just had the texturing and shit.
Well, it was lower. Yeah, it was lower res. But you basically had the same game. Because Call of Duty is a very simple game. I mean, people don't understand that. Call of Duty is a very simple game. It's not very demanding.
But the Wii U can't run Advanced Warfare.
Well, they didn't say that. They said that it's not coming because money.
It's politics. No, but here's the thing about Toy Headquarters. Toy Headquarters, that's what happens when you abbreviate yourself too much. KFC stands for Kentucky Fried Chicken. MTV stands for Music Television. When you abbreviate, you forget the meaning of what those initials stand for.
Acronyms, yeah.
Acronyms screw up the mentality of a company. They don't know what it means. And the guys that started running THQ did not keep Jack Freeman's spirit intact. It was not supposed to be the top line development. It's just a nice, popular, hot properties kind of thing. They follow what's popular. They do what the kids like. That's what THQ is all about. A toy maker should have followed a toy maker. THQ should have followed Nintendo in the 7th generation. They would have been here just fine. When they made that U-Draw, where did it sell best? The Wii. They said, it said go on the Wii, now take it to the big boy console. And it flopped, lost them lots of money. The big boy console is not that kind of market. You need to take that thing to the Wii where it belongs. Pictionary and stuff like that. We love that. And then they said, we're going to make a first-person shooter home front. Gutted themselves and destroyed themselves. Ubisoft was on the same track that THQ. They're trying to be a big boy like Activision, EA. EA you can't get rid of until you get that NFL and FIFA license out of their pocket. Once that's gone, EA is going down the toilet. But until that time, they got the sports licenses. You can't touch them right now. Activision, the first third-party developer,
Star Wars.
Always, yeah. And
that's Disney, though, right? Disney could pull that plug anytime.
No. Yeah. Well, here's the thing. EA gave Disney a ton of money in order to buy that licensing agreement. So basically, man, here's the thing. Like, people think that EA, they sell all these units of Star Wars Battlefront or whatever stupid Star Wars game EA makes. oh, they made all this money. They, on top of them paying for the license, they have to give Disney a cut. So
Yeah,
really,
royalties,
they're not going to
yeah.
be making all that money off of the Star Wars license. People think, because Disney, people think Nintendo's hard about their money.
Oh,
Disney is hard about
one.
their money.
Yeah, you don't screw with Walt Disney people, man. And the thing is,
Yeah, they are hard.
Ubisoft are on the same track as THQ last generation. It's gonna surprise everybody because they're biting off more than they can chew. You know, Far Cry 4. They put all these games out, snubbing the Wii. The Wii U should be where they should put, you know, hit and miss as they are. They should be trying to make some money on this system. They're gonna snub it. They're gonna stick themselves because the third party chaos is gonna suck them in. Activision will survive because Activision will always find a cash cow. Activision found Call of Duty. Activision finds Activision is almost like agnostic. They play the war too, but they'll work with Nintendo more than anybody because they want money no matter where it comes from. So they'll find a way. Activision is very. They will find a way to survive. But in EA,
well, here's the funny thing about Activision. Activision is technically an indie right now. People don't think about that. Activision is technically an indie company, an indie. Like their development houses under them, they're all because they own themselves. It's weird.
One of the few that do. Yeah.
They don't have any debt.
EA,
they don't have debt. Is what you're trying to say? They don't have any debt. They're not.
Well, no.
Credit.
No. When I say they're indie, like okay, the difference between Activision and a studio like the people who do Jewel Watsham and the people WayForward is very little. The only difference is that WayForward is really small and it's just their studio. Activision has studios underneath them, but even though there's studios underneath them, they're all a big indie conglomerate right now because they own themselves.
Yeah, they publish and develop.
Owns itself.
Yeah, they publish and develop. Yeah.
They're the original they're the original third party. Of course they're gonna survive. And the situation is Ubisoft is trying to follow what they got, but they don't have the properties they got. And
they destroy them. That's what happens. They destroy their properties.
Yeah.
You don't take care of it. You're gonna destroy. You're gonna keep trying to pimp the shit out of your fucking properties. I mean, eventually you ain't gonna be able to get no money out of that hole. You know.
Yeah. See, I love you said that. And see, that's why I laugh at everybody that goes against the end. I remember all these old. I grew up. We all grew up in about the same generation, more or less.
Yeah.
I'm from '76, but similar, right? But the situation is, I remember the Sonic commercials when they put them on the back of a putt-putt car to my blast process against Super Mario Kart.
Oh yeah, remember that commercial?
Oh, yeah.
Where it says Sega does what Nintendo.
Yeah, and you got all that making fun of Nintendo. I see 30 years later, Mario Kart is running wild, and Sonic is working for Mario.
Remember when they did that 32X commercial where they had this hip guy like with the glasses on, and he was like trying to make it seem like it was so cool. You're like, where did that shit go? These fucking companies, man. I tell you that.
Not just that. Then you go to the Sony era, the PS1 era, and you got Crash Bandicoot going. Almost reminds you of DX and the rest of Monday Night Wars going to WCW headquarters. You got Crash Bandicoot outside the Nintendo offices making a commercial and mocking.
Remember that shit? Yeah.
Oh my God, I remember
with a megaphone.
I do remember it, but here's the funny thing. Where's Crash? Like, I tell people this. They're like, well, Spyro the Dragon was on par with Mario. I'm like, where's Spyro now? Where's Spyro? Activision bought Spyro from Universal.
Oh.
No, Naughty Dog never owned Spyro. Sony never owned Spyro. Sony licensed Spyro from Universal. And Universal said, okay, here's the licensing thing. And then Universal took their stuff back and then sold it to Activision.
And see,
Spyro's not doing anything. Mario, he's still running around, stomping on Goombas.
He's making stuff now. He got a construction suit on. He owns his own business. See, the situation is, you're gonna find Crash Bandicoot in the back of a milk carton if they still make those anymore. So everybody who tries to mock. I'm gonna bring everybody that watch wrestling. I'm gonna get. You see my avatar? I got the Nation of Domination on. I know wrestling up and down. Watch this here, man. Vince McMahon, same. It's almost the same parallel. the wrestling business, the modern day wrestling business, was created by Vince McMahon. He created this nationalized, not the regional business when he went to New York by New York, Georgia by Georgia. He made it nationwide. He created that machine.
Yep.
And Eric Bischoff wanted to beat him. He wanted to try to work for him at first, but he wasn't hired, so he tried to compete against him. There's a long story about that. But he started. He got into WCW. He don't own the company, but he was running the company. And Ted Turner said, "We got to find a way to beat McMahon. I want to beat McMahon. I'm in the wrestling business. I tell you what, we're gonna pay money, and we're gonna get Hulk Hogan. We're gonna get Kevin Nash, Scott Hall, everybody that Vince built up and made a star, and we're gonna use these guys to beat Vince." And he rocked Vince for a minute.
NWO.
For life. And they did good with these old WWF stars for a while. Then Vince said, "Okay, you leave me. I tell you what, I still got Sean and Brett. What you want to do, Sean and Brett?" Well, I lost my smile. You screwed me, Vince. You screwed me. All right, y'all get out. Stone Cold, you want to do something? Oh, hell yeah. Hey, Rock, what you want to do? I want to lay the smack down. You're the new stars. Take over this thing.
And that's the bottom line.
Listen, before long, while WCW taking the old star that Vince created and try to beat Vince at his own game, Vince said, "Okay, I can create a star anytime. You can get my Brett, you can get my Shawn, you can get my Hogan. I can make a Rock, I can make a Stone Cold, I can make a John Cena, I can make a Randy Orton, I can make a whoever that new dude is."
Remember Goldberg?
Yeah, Goldberg's the only one they created WCW from the jump. But you know they screwed Ric Flair for one. That was the one that kept the NWA together. WCW screwed him and thought they can. Bischoff was big enough to think he could put Vince out of business. Years later, Vince beats WCW into the ground, buys them for chump change, and before you know, guess what's happening? Eric Bischoff's working for Vince McMahon. That's what goes on when you go against the kingpin. Nintendo's the kingpin. They throw these pot shots.
I call them the originators. The originators.
Yeah, the originators. When you go against it, you'll rock them a little bit, and you'll get some FaceTime. But at the end of the day, you end up working for them. That's what's gonna happen.
How ironic.
It's funny. We've been on this thing forever, man. We gotta.
There's so much stuff to talk about. You can talk about this shit every day, and there's always something.
Well, John, since I got you here, I'm having a podcast this week, same bat time, same bat place. Hopefully it won't go as long because we'll be talking about other topics. I don't know what it's going to be about. I know we're going to get off of E3 because at this point, E3's been talked to death. Everyone knows about it. Everyone knows what it does, what it doesn't do, how it was, how it wasn't. Let's take it old school for the next podcast and talk about how it was pre-Nintendo, back in the day.
You talking about Atari, Coleco? I know you're talking about. Go ahead.
Atari. Well, because people need to know how the console, how the earlier console war was, and what caused that crash, and then draw the parallels between that and now. People need to know that. People need to know about how third party crashed the industry back then, and irresponsible first party companies back then did it, and how we it now again. And people don't seem to understand that. Like, well, it's not the same. Yes, it is.
History repeats. If you don't learn your lesson, history repeats, and that's exactly. I'm all up for that conversation because, man, you know, that's why I got to stick with the end. When I can drop my 3DS on the ground and not worry about it being broken. If they made phones, they put everybody out of business right now because they just don't break.
Same thing with like the gamepad, man. I've dropped that shit a couple times.
I mean, I don't have to worry. I had a Wii with Mario Party 7. I played a GameCube game and it fell on the floor, pulled the cord too hard. Game was running. I didn't have to do nothing. I just put it right back on the thing and kept playing. It was just that strong. So we gotta respect who keeps things done the right way. You know, so. And we're going to talk about why Atari lost. Atari created the business, or partly created the business. We got to respect them all the day for that. But there's a reason why they lost the business, and I'm definitely up for that conversation next week. Definitely.
They didn't want to. They didn't really control. Yeah, they didn't want to get. They didn't want to get their hands dirty. I think, in my opinion.
Well, they didn't. They didn't like.
They just let everybody run wild. They let everybody.
Yeah, this will be a taste, but basically, you had third parties releasing a lot of garbage, but then you had a first party like Atari releasing garbage. And people, I mean, when 90% of the games that were hitting people's console, because there were some good games coming out too, are garbage, and games were just as expensive back then, if not more so if you adjust for inflation, as they are now. I mean, come on. I mean, you know, like you spend $30-$40, which back then was a lot of money, on a game, and it's like garbage. I mean, what are you supposed to do? You know, I mean, you know, you just stop buying games. So, you know, Atari destroyed their own industry because they had no controls over what was going on, and you know, people got mad at Nintendo. Oh, why do they have controls? Because they don't want people breaking. They don't want people breaking the industry. They don't want people destroying the industry.
You know, that directly references what happened with Sega, and when they who funded Shenmue? Who funded it? Was that Sega themselves? Because they spent.
Sega funded it.
Okay, so they spent money they didn't have basically to create a game.
Yep.
Because they spent money they didn't have. They could have made like 20 games for that kind of money back then, you know. But you know, that's the poor decisions some of these companies make, and then what they do, they try to bring everybody else down with them. You know, going back to the Ubisoft thing, you know, Ubisoft for the longest time they were on Nintendo's nutsack. I mean, they were on there juggling them, you know, in the mouth and shit, man. They were all over, you know, and. You guys remember the Prince of Persia games? How they really supported that shit on the GameCube. They you know, it was an excellent game series on the GameCube. But even though it was on everything else, but they didn't you know, they didn't get turn their back on them back then, and the GameCube wasn't selling that great.
Yeah.
You know? Everybody else was complaining about the size of the medium. You know, it was, oh, you only get a 1.5 gigs on this thing, and when in the PlayStation 2 you get 9 gigs or whatever. You know, it's like.
And yet you get a lot of playtime for just 1.5 gigs.
Exactly. So it's like you had the power, you had the nice medium. You know, it was pretty much pirate proof because. I mean, I don't remember seeing any pirated GameCube games, but I remember buying a shitload of pirated PS2 games.
Oh, yeah.
You know,
Dreamcast too.
So you can pirate the shit out of that. You know, and partly a lot of the reasons Nintendo makes their decisions on the hardware they use and how they they create it is to prevent that pirating. To do what? To protect the value of their products and the software of the developers and publishers that put products on their system. And but they like to bash them. You guys have heard the PS4, right? The PS4 is being pirated already. I mean,
in Brazil, heavily.
In China.
China as well.
In China.
I mean,
really?
In China.
Remember how the fanboys were rapid? They were like, oh, we're gonna dominate now because the PS4 is in China now. They can sell it there.
Worst place would be. That's the worst place.
and then,
counterfeit jeans.
And then it comes out to it turns out that the damn Chinese are pirating games and shit in Brazil.
Well, that's the PS4 and the Xbox One. They're both heavily pirated in China.
God.
It's ridiculous.
Holy shit!
I mean, that's money. That's money stolen from them.
Right.
No, not just.
That's money. They're losing money because of that.
If it's that easy for the Chinese to do it, you don't think that's happening here in America? We don't have. There's no Chinatowns around here. Come on now.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, just think about this too. I mean, people and people
will pay for it. They'll buy that shit.
No, not only that, but people pay for Xbox Live Gold and PlayStation, like pay online month to month, and they still get hacked on a regular basis. Remember that big hack last holiday?
They're constantly hacked, and I like to joke about Nintendo, but Nintendo's got the, you know.
How many times the Wii U been hacked?
Never.
0. Nobody hacks the Wii. Nobody hacked the Wii. Well, they hacked the Wii, but they didn't hack it to steal money.
Yeah.
hacked it to play modded games.
Yeah.
Which is, I mean, and here's the thing: Nintendo never shut that down. They never were like, no, you can't play modded games.
Yeah, they.
I mean, the situation is, Nintendo's a good parent. They know you can't vendors, third parties are vendors. You won't have nothing to sell if you have no store to sell it in. Somebody has to create the store to sell your game. You got a bunch of discs flying around. You got no system to put them in. It ain't going nowhere. You got to be a good steward. You got to be a good groundskeeper to keep the weeds out, keep the moles and the boll weevils. You got to keep this thing fresh. You got to keep it healthy, or you have no market. Now you can make games all day long, but we call it the video game hobby. That'll never die, but you ain't making no money. You're just doing it for fun.
Now here's why.
Video game business.
Now here's where I get mad about in terms. Now I call this is what I consider hipster gamers. Hipster gamers, I pretty much define them as they didn't care about video games until graphics got very realistic and popular. Graphics that, and when Call of Duty got popular and the whole nine. And what makes me so upset with these hipster gamers is that they see what's going on with these two consoles, like being hacked and being underwhelming, but they still continue to support them. And the third parties too.
Let me say.
I think that's going to slow down. I think what's going to happen, and a lot of you guys are going to agree with this, they're going to start making most of these games like heavily digital, meaning that you're going to be able to buy the disc and probably a couple, gigs of memories on there to let the system know to download the rest through your ID network. That's what they're doing, and they're going to do.
In other words,
DRM.
Wait. In other words, the physical PC market of the 1990s.
Yep.
Yes. Oh.
See that?
Exactly.
Everything goes in cycles. Everything goes in cycles.
Exactly, and that's funny because they used to the console gamers used to mock the PC guys. Oh, you guys got a bunch of broken fucking games. You got to patch every time, and now it's like that on the.
Now we're like that. I mean, I remember I was one of them. I was like, man, I wouldn't buy that broken piece of.
Hey,
piece of. You know what?
I still remember playing my playing that Mech Warrior game. I remember I had it from a friend. I think I got it from a computer gaming magazine or some shit because I used to have subscriptions to EGM, GamePro, computer gaming, all that shit. And then you put it into your computer system. At that time, it was like a Cyrix 100, P100, some shit like that. It was one of those MIPS type CPUs and shit. It wasn't really a Pentium, but it was like a Pentium PC equivalent. And we were playing games like that, back then, on weak ass hardware.
Yep.
With a dial-up.
Well, I mean, the hilarious thing is that everyone now, like even consoles, have started to get into this into this power war. I'm like, look, the great thing about a console is that it's the same architecture and everything runs on it. Why do you want to get into this power war? Look what
Shinin has done. I don't know if you guys seen the images or the live footage of that game, of that fast racing.
I saw that stream on the Dreams Live.
The latest and greatest graphics effects that you'll find in any car game, real-time weather, all that shit, on that game. And for the longest time, Slightly Mad Studios was telling us that they were able to do the same thing, but all of a sudden they can't. And we can't even get it running at 30 frames. Are you kidding me? Oh well, we can't. These fucking, they're so full of shit.
No. Let me break this down one more time. I'm always trying to break stuff down. What's wrong with me? No, see, but I think people have forgotten. A console is fixed tech. It's supposed to be. It's never going to be cutting edge by the design, the nature of its design. It's supposed to be one machine. It's supposed to be good enough. The cutting edge is, if you want power, get your fraud tail off this console.
Get a PC.
Rig. Build your gaming
PC. Like, here's the thing. I have a gaming PC, and it was top of the line last year. It was. But as soon as this year came out, it's now like, it's still pretty damn good. I'll be able to play everything that's coming to the PS4 and Xbox One that's also on the PC. I'll be able to play better and with more effects than what will be on the Xbox One and PS4. But, I mean, like, all those that are also coming to PC. But the thing is like, aside from that, I mean, it's like it's multiplats. You know, it's nothing really unique. If I want to play Mario or well, actually, I think Halo's eventually going to be bridged over to the PC. Just take the middleman out the way. Just be like, okay, Halo 5 is also on the PC.
Oh, that's
you
gonna
can buy
happen.
it because
That's gonna happen.
I don't. They're doing it with Killer Instinct. I think they're gonna do it with Halo 5.
If you guys remember, Bill Gates, when he got into the market, the video game market back then with the Xbox original, the OG Xbox is what they call it, he always said that his vision was to basically bridge the two markets, meaning that to be able to have the PC experience and console experience be, similar to each other, or unified. And now they're getting there. They're finally getting there. Now his vision is actually coming to pass, because what he wanted to do was grow the PC market, because for the longest time the PC market was shrinking. There wasn't people buying games,
Well, it was
but
very niche.
now PC gamers are getting console games, which they ridiculed for the longest, because they say, oh well, those games are just
and console gamers are getting PC games.
Exactly. Who
patches and all.
For the longest time.
Patches and all. and the hilarious thing about all of this is that like John said earlier, Microsoft wanted to take down the king of Japan. And
I call him the king of Iron Fist. The king of Iron Fist.
Sony is not the king of Japan. They've never been the king of Japan. Even when the PS2 and the PS1 were selling like madmen, they've never been the kings of Japan. The king of Japan is Nintendo.
Yep.
Okay? And you look at Microsoft, look, they might talk a lot of junk, but they ain't going up against Nintendo. Microsoft, like someone asked Phil Spencer, hey, when are you guys going to make your Smash Brothers equivalent? It's like, man, we aren't stupid. We're cocky. We're not stupid.
Mr. Red, check this out. Do you know why we have Red Microsoft? Let me tell you why. It goes back to this Sony Microsoft thing in the 90s.
Actually, I do know why. It's because Microsoft made the attempt. They were like, okay, they saw that Sony was not the king of Japan. They're like, well, because they actually tried to buy Nintendo, and Yamauchi looked at them across the negotiation table and laughed, probably. Hell no. And they were like, okay, well, we need to do something to take away their steam. They tried to do the hostile takeover during the middle of the N64 generation. And basically, the big second parties that they had at that time was Rare. And they were like, well, if we take away Rare, they were actually dumb enough to think, well, we'll also get Donkey Kong, too. Because Rare worked on a lot of Donkey Kong titles. And they went and they bought Rare. And, Microsoft really, they should have, like Sony, I can understand them getting in the video game industry because they want to sell formats, too. And, the games weren't aside. But Microsoft, I'm like, you have nothing to offer in this industry. Nothing. Literally.
They used to have Age of Empires. They fucked that up, though.
No. Here's the thing,
They
Red.
sold that off.
I know.
Here's the thing, Mr. Red. I seen a picture in 1996 before Nintendo 64 came out. And there's a picture of Hiroshi Yamauchi standing with some other Japanese guy and Bill Gates shaking hands at some hotel. They were talking about doing satellite broadband. Nintendo was, honest truth, Nintendo was never fully realized their console, but Nintendo probably could have ran the internet if they really wanted to, honest truth. But situation was...
Well, they did have the internet on the 64 engine.
Yes, it's a Satellaview. The situation is, he was pretty much schmoozing with Nintendo and trying to get into their good graces. There's a picture of, if you go online and you can look up Hiroshi, just type in Hiroshi Yamauchi and Bill Gates. You'll see a picture of them playing the game of Go. Which is ironic because that's where the word Atari comes from. Atari comes as a term from the word game of Go. And Yamauchi was like a six. They call it a sixth dan. He's almost like saying a black belt. He's a high level player, master player. At the
He was
highest
really
level,
good
one of the
at
high
Go.
level.
That's like that was one of his things, is that he never actually played any of the games made by his company, but he was really good at like realizing the potential of the market on it.
He's an old school game. He's an old school game. He knows games in conceptual ways, and that's what he plays with it.
He played board games.
Yeah. And see, the situation was, there's a picture of Bill Gates and Yamauchi sitting together playing a game of Go together. Bill Gates was trying to get close to Yamauchi and put that $25 billion deal to Nintendo. Nintendo said, "Man, that's too cheap for my blood. You need more money to buy me if you want to buy me. $25 billion. You need some more zeros in that number." So they said, "Okay, I tell you what, we can't get Nintendo. We'll get a piece of Nintendo." Rare was trying to they got a little salty because Nintendo was telling them about how to make this, how to make that. They thought it was too big for their britches at then.
Yeah.
And they saw a way out. They took the money. Nintendo said, "I'm only 49%. I'm not having the 49%. You can have them. Goodbye. I'll take this unproven descendant of Iguana Entertainment from Turok, and we'll call them Retro, and we'll have them make something for us."
Exactly.
The situation is Microsoft was on a buying spree. They bought Ensemble Studios and Bungie. They were trying to get into the business.
They fucked it up, Ensemble Studios, man. They fucked that up.
Yeah, it's sad. And you look at Sega.
Ensemble Studios was a shit. Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you something that a lot of people don't even recognize. You might know it, but you might not. Sega introduced both of these guys into the business. Let me tell you why. Sega was the big Nintendo competitor in the 16-bit era, and when Sony broke off from Nintendo, they had to find out. They didn't know whether they were gonna make a console or not. They were studying under Sega first. Sega was letting them make the Sony Ubisoft games and gave them advice. And then all of a sudden, Sony told them to turn the backs on them, made the PlayStation, and now Sega said, "Oh my God, we got to do something." That's why they rushed to Saturn. Same with Microsoft. Microsoft was trying to get in the business, but they had to learn under somebody. They don't know about the video console business. So what do they go to? They go to Sega. That's why the Dreamcast had what? The DirectX API, which had Windows running the Dreamcast.
Yeah, it was DirectX 7. Yep.
That's right.
DirectX 7.
They usurped Sega, learned from them, and then Peter Moore came from Sega. He came from Sega Sports.
People don't realize that shit, man. Peter Moore's like a fucking devil, man. That guy's a fucking. Every time I see that guy,
I just call him the devil. Every time I see him, people are like, "Oh,
he's a conniving
fanboys." Oh, man, I'm like, he's the devil. Everything he touches falls apart.
That game?
I'm just waiting for their sports division to fall apart.
Alter Beast that used to come with every fucking Genesis. Alter Beast. Every time I see Peter Moore, I think this motherfucker rises from the grave. The guy.
Well, he's like the devil, dude. He never
rise from the grave.
He's always popping up. Here's the thing, like stuff that would destroy other people's stuff that would destroy other people's careers. Peter Moore's like.
But I'm gonna tell you something.
He's like the devil.
Hiroshi Yamauchi
in a video game, dude.
used to think more than one step ahead of you. I mean, he was already 3, 4, 5 steps ahead of you. So when they were talking about takeovers and Bill Gates trying to buy Nintendo because they wanted to get into the video game market to expand the PC gaming, Yamauchi was smart. The money, the profits that they were making, they were buying their own shares, meaning that it made it almost impossible for them to be taken over, which is what they've done. Even with all that Wii money that they made, they put that shit back into the company, meaning the outstanding shares that that were out there, they purchased them, so that they can't be a hostile takeover company. Meaning no company could come in and buy 51% of them and start managing them. No, it won't work that way. But
just a thing about. But notice this: after Rare left Nintendo, that studio went to shit.
The thing was,
it was going down. It was going down during the GameCube.
They knew what they had with Rare. They knew what they had with Rare. After Rare finished Perfect Dark, what else did they do? Nothing. They didn't do anything.
They were going down after they left during the GameCube generation. But once they went to Microsoft and they got from out of under Nintendo's aegis,
after the N64 generation, the GameCube generation, the Microsoft had purchased them and they didn't really do anything with them except make Connect games.
You know, people keep on saying, like, the people over at Playtonic, they did an interview. They're really nice and being all, you know.
I bet you they would
what's it
give their
called?
left testicle, their right testicle, to be
Well,
back
but
under
no,
the
the people
Nintendo
at
umbrella.
Playtonic are very diplomatic when they say this, but you can read between the lines and listen for what's not being said, and you can hear. They're like, well, we had a really good time. They said the games that they are like really proud of. They're all SNES N64 games, all of them. And then you hear about the games. That's what they're not telling you, is that that was their golden time. That was when, like, Rare, their golden times was when they were under Nintendo. That was when they did some of their best work. And then when they left Nintendo and they went to Microsoft, I mean, I'm not saying all the games were terrible. I mean, Viva Pinata was fun. But Viva Pinata was a very Nintendo. You could have put that game on the Wii and it would have fit right in. Okay, let me put it that way. Okay. Same thing with its sequel. And I think Viva Pinata was on the Game Boy Advance. So, I mean, the thing is that, you know, Viva Pinata was a good game, but it really, like, the thing is that Rare went down, and the people, like, the studio that's there now, that is not the Rare that we grew up with.
Exactly.
That is not the Rare that made Donkey Kong Country or even Battletoads. There's, like, no one of the original Rare team. So when people are like, oh, Rare's making a new IP, I'm like, that ain't Rare. I don't know what the hell it is, but you can't call it Rare. It's just some guy. It's some dudes with the name who work in a studio that happens to be called R-A-R-E. Software.
No, listen.
Rareware software. It's not Rare. Okay.
When you look back at the Super Nintendo and 64 era, Rare earned that gold sheen on that logo that spun around when you started that game.
Yeah, they were the shit.
That was the gold standard. And see, Nintendo is like that. Like I said, you look at, I put on the sidebar about a Eurogamer article called "Who Killed Rare." Those guys, they live in regret. You listen to some of the people that usually work there. I mean, it makes them cry. People I've heard people say the guys are trying to get into retro to get back to Nintendo. Retro is the new Rare anyway. The situation is, you know, Nintendo guides a company. They might not tell you how to do everything. Retro is an unproven company. They were run by Spangenberg, who started Iguana, but he was unprofessional. They ran him out to keep the company together, and they gave Metroid out of the jump to this unproven developer because Nintendo guided their hands. Nintendo guided every company that gets with them.
Well, I think,
better.
But don't forget, they were messing up. They were messing up before they were messing up until Nintendo sent Tanabe and Miyamoto over there. Personally, like, here's the thing. It's like when your parents have to come to school because you done effed up. Like, they had to send Shigeru Miyamoto and Tanabe there personally to get them back on track. And when they did, they came out with Metroid Prime. So, you know, Retro,
they saw the talent that Retro had. They had some very talented guys.
But they were messing around. They were
like you said, they weren't very
trying to do too many things one time.
It's about structure, and you see. And I don't know why everybody was surprised when the Platinum got Nintendo with Bayonetta 2, because Platinum is a great developer and very friendly to Nintendo anyway. And Nintendo's gonna raise their bar. It's no surprise that Xenoblade Chronicles was so good with Monolith Soft, a very good developer, gets with Nintendo. Nintendo gives you that. It's almost like you get it advanced by proxy. It's almost like putting like an RPG. You put on a ring, you get 3 more experience points or something. You get another level when you work on a Nintendo platform or when you work with Nintendo directly all the time. And you at the very least get good. You tend to get great or excellent. So the situation is, Rare under Microsoft, who's not a game maker, who doesn't understand gaming, they have them making a bunch. They use Rare to be a mini Nintendo. That's why they have them make Connect Sports, which reminds you of Wii Sports. And all these. And
they suck at it because Rare was at their best when they had because Nintendo, they make games. Nintendo is the #1 and best first-party developer in the industry. If the best is guiding you and giving you tips, hints, and tricks, then of course you're going to be good because you've got a great mentor. But Microsoft doesn't make games. They don't. Even the people who make Activision, Age of Empires, and the IPs, they're like first-party IPs. They don't. Those people don't like. That's a studio that Microsoft owns. It's not Microsoft themselves making it.
Yeah, they fucked that studio up. They're no longer with Microsoft, I think.
If I want to play the game of basketball, I want to learn from Michael Jordan. It's that simple.
Not LeBron James, okay? So people need to stop trying to say he's just like Jordan. Come on now. Don't get me started on that shit, man. Don't get me started. These fucking kids nowadays, man. I tell you.
Them cramps, man, them cramps.
Oh. But see, like I say, that's what it is, and there's a lot of companies still got knuckleheads, but the smarter one. There's the reason why Next Level Games say, you know what? Why am I working? I need to stop being a third party. Let's be a second party. We in paradise already. Next level, I'm already working with the best. Think about it. Nintendo, they can go home to their family. They don't have this crunch time and all these bad practices that happen in third party. But they can go home to their families. They can keep their team together. It's a healthy community. They can grow games. They know they have a job. You can concentrate on creating and not worry about the nonsense.
Yeah. In another podcast, I had mentioned that. I said that Nintendo's probably one of the only companies out there that actually has a slew or a large amount of studios that are underneath their umbrella, whom never have to worry about getting a paycheck.
Yeah.
Because the thing is that their studios are constantly doing stuff.
They're not
like
cutting
even
corners.
if a studio, even if Brownie Brown or Camelot aren't making a game right now, like they'll have, or Retro or whatever, they'll have that studio work on something and get paid for working on it. Like Retro made courses for Mario Kart Wii, or helped out with this, or they make Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze or Donkey Kong Country Returns. You're always honing your craft and getting better at it under Nintendo. They don't have you just sitting around looking. Well, waiting on another game to come out.
and when it's done, there's no layoff. You have job security. You have a feeling that when you work at this place, your work is not going to trash. If I was trying to be in a game developer, I'd be pretty scared of getting this. There was a site called Game Job Watch. I heard it on Gama Sutra. It's tracking people's job losses in the industry. I mean, it's insane that people create this great stuff. Whether it sells or not, they still get laid off. That's not morale inducing. That's why you can't be.
And Nintendo doesn't do that, you know.
It's just a way of handling the business, and that's why they're the king of the business. And that's why we have to let people know that Dad's in control. He runs this house. He made this house. He built this house. Do what he says, and you'll go further in this industry. It's just that simple. And a lot of people having rebellion. Rebellion's being put down this generation. The third party's chaos. The kids running wild, putting crayon on the wall. Crashing the cars outside. That stuff is over after this generation.
Pretty much it.
All right.
The gauntlet's been thrown.
I'm pretty much done.
Hey, John, man, I enjoyed it.
Okay, then. So I guess it's time.
I enjoy it too, man.
I guess it's time to wrap things up. And this was a fun podcast. It was long, but there were things that needed to be said. There was some history that needed to be unwrapped and shown to the young folk. So we had to do it. The thing is, look, I'm one of the younger of the old school gamers. I'm only 29, but I remember a lot of these things. I remember Sony with their Betamax. I remember the VHS. I remember how Sony has always pushed formats. That's their thing. They push formats. They are not a game developer. They push formats. Okay. I remember the old school things. I remember playing on my Atari and all that stuff. So with that being said, it's time to wrap things up. I guess we'll go from John to KH, then Poppy, then TripleM, and I'll wrap it up, and then we'll call it a night.
All right, let me do my outro here. Get ready. The Rock says this: that the Wii U is the people's champ. The Wii U is the people's choice, and the Wii U is, without a shadow of a doubt, the most electrifying console in video game entertainment today. If you smell what The Rock is cooking.
And that's the bottom line. Okay, KHMAG, go.
All right, KHMAG here. I'm just going to do it short and sweet tonight. Remember to keep calm and game on. Nintendo will be here forever. And don't forget, keep calm, game on.
Like that. Like that.
I'm done.
Okay,
That's what
then.
I thought. Okay.
Poppy 2K.
Hey, I appreciate you guys inviting me. Mr. Fox, I appreciate the invitation. I'm sorry I was a little bit late, and I apologize if we kept the podcast going longer than anticipated. It was a great experience. Thanks.
All right. As much as I like to speak up my mind about this E3 in the entirety, but it seems like that's going to cut short. And I absolutely missed the Damage Control podcast of Double M's. That's sad. It's sad for me. But anyway, at least for the things that I talked about, that was actually a taste of what. Oh, seems we're getting an echo here, and it's coming from John.
Feel for me? I'm sorry. Sorry.
Right. Well, the things that I was talking about.
Just keep on going, dude.
Yeah. Yeah. Right. It was a taste of what I could have done if I actually had that I kept the project going, that I wanted to discuss the whole E3 of last year as an entirety and in freaking spade. But I'm hoping this can happen. This project can happen again for this Nintendo's E3 event on Micah's podcast. If we have if we can actually have a green light on it. So this has been TripleMMM, the lone wolf and fondness for games that pops out in my artworks, and yeah, we had a lot to talk about. We had a lot to steam out.
Okay, then. So I guess it's up to me. This is Mr. Red Fox. Sorry for this epically long E3 after party. It started out. We got on the we got the third parties. We didn't even talk about their things, but we got into them. Because if you watched Sony or Microsoft's press conference, you know what was coming to those consoles. So we got that. Stay tuned next week for a similar podcast. I'll have it around the same time because it's much easier to do if we do go over to start earlier in the afternoon than to do it late at night. So with that being said, I bid you guys a good night and a good day, and remember, always keep gaming in perspective.